that was always on the table. So I'm happy that she made it home because I truly don't believe that, the crime she committed even warranted that. I know it was a political move on Russia's part, and people were not going to be happy either way. Had they left her over there, they would have said something. Had they brought her home, they would have said something. So, with the level of media attention that she was receiving, it would make sense, even politically, for Biden to bring her home because of the media attention. Not too many people know about the Marine that's over there. And like I said, Russia is actually, it's almost as if Russia is saying, we're not negotiating this, with the Marine. We'll let her go, but we're going to keep him. So I feel like in that situation, Biden could only do what he could do with it. And he was trying to, appease, a certain audience.
So
And when
Keep the black vote.
Man, can I ask you a question, Deanna?
hold on, Ebony is speaking.
Oh, sorry.
One quick question. So does anybody know how much longer the arms dealer had?
They said, from what I read, 5 years. So I don't know if that's 100% factual, but that's what I've seen so far.
That's crazy. I don't know. How much time did he have originally? I wonder. I don't know.
They tried to give him a life sentence, but they couldn't. They couldn't find anything to stick.
Dang.
But yeah, if you see them,
I mean, he had a 25-year sentence. He had a 25-year sentence. He served 10. But my thing is, Deanna, and I hear what you're saying, but if you're going to bring Brittney home, I need all the brothers and sisters locked up on these bullshit weed charges out of jail at the same time she lands in D.C. Point blank. So if you're not going to do that, then let me finish. Then this is a hypocritical political move. Because if you're really or truly about looking out for people with egregious sentences, then Mark Fogel would be home, Brittney would be home, and then we be celebrating about 50 or 60,000 brothers and sisters who are locked up on bullshit marijuana charges being let out of jail today. So if that ain't happening, this is all bullshit to me.
But he just signed something to where people who had federal charges from marijuana possession, that I'm not sure if the convictions will be overturned, if they were going to be released early. So he has, and I'm not trying. Listen, okay. I'm not trying to push for Biden. I'm just arguing a point. Because I know politically we all think differently. But there have been moves to legalize marijuana and to decriminalize those who had minor marijuana possessions, So there's stuff that's being done. Now, I don't know if it's done to the magnitude of what you may personally desire or, American people as a whole. But you also have to remember it takes more than just the president to introduce some of these laws. You also have to look at the Senate and the House. Then you also have to look at the state as well, because the Supreme Court can, change a certain law, but with state jurisdictions, depending on what it is, they can choose to implement it or not. That's what we have with the abortion law. The Supreme Court technically overturned it. However, each state gets to decide whether or not they're going to keep abortion or not. So with marijuana, that's the same thing. That's why, so far we haven't had a major push for federal legalization of marijuana, as well as the decriminalization of it for minor offenses. So that's something that we need to start talking to our senators and our House of Representatives about, making sure that these laws are getting changed within our cities and our states. So it's not just on Biden to do that. And I think a lot of times we place a lot of, energy on Biden, such as the gas prices. And you don't hear nobody praising Biden for the gas prices going down, but you heard everybody blaming him for the gas prices rising. So, but that just comes with
Biden.
But you know what, Deanna?
Sleep ever since he decided to bring his ass to be the president. So, no, I'm not championing Biden for doing much of shit, because I ain't really even heard from his ass. Him or Kamala, okay? They've been real quiet the whole time.
No, Biden has been very much politically savvy and getting a lot of shit done. I think y'all need to look at what actually goes on in D.C.
Okay, so I want to make one statement. I want to
Because
make.
right now
Give me
I
1
can't
second.
see. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, sorry, Ebony.
Right now I can't see it. Okay, my eyes are open, but Biden's mouth is closed. Okay.
All I keep seeing is
Welcome
him
in,
falling
y'all,
off
to
the bike.
Ed's house. Okay. Shout out to y'all booming my room earlier. Make sure you tap the greenhouse and follow the club. Hit the square with the arrow pointed up, y'all. Share the room, okay? Share the room. Ping some people in. We need to talk about this. Brittney Griner swapped for an arms dealer? Hello? Have y'all not seen The Lord of War? Hello? Anybody? I don't know. Welcome the new people to the stage. Share the damn room. Nobody sharing. Share the room. It's popcorn style, y'all.
Yeah, you got to look at that in the context.
One second, right?
Go ahead, brother.
Because I listened to what Deanna said, right, and she stated that Biden, he passed a law to decriminalize marijuana at a federal level so people can get out of jail. You know what though, Deanna? If you look into that, what he did, it was all bullshit and window dressing. You can count on 2 hands how many people are in the federal pen. In the federal pen, because that's what who those are the individuals that will be affected in a positive manner by what he did. You can count on 2 hands how many people are in a federal pen for marijuana charges. So what he did there really doesn't help. Now, if he had passed a law to say,
because he couldn't get the Republican votes.
It was not because of Republican votes. He passed a specific law. Okay, it was window dressing because he knew the midterms were coming up. But when you dug deeper, you realize that the law did not affect many people at all. It only affected a handful of people. Okay, and it was for small amounts of marijuana. If you have a federal offense for weed, it's going to be for a hell of a lot more marijuana. So it doesn't help people who are in federal pen for that have marijuana cases. So it was all bullshit.
Yeah, actually, it didn't release anybody from prison because nobody with a minor, like he said, a minor weed charge would be under federal custody. So
exactly my point.
The executive order that he signed actually did not release anybody. But my other statement was, are we really thinking that our intelligence, our military intelligence, would make a decision that would put us in harm's way by releasing somebody to Russia? I personally don't think that our military intelligence would do that to cause us to lose the war.
So, as a military intelligence analyst, you are absolutely right, Plenty. They've calculated all of the risk and the costs.
But this what you
intel is not just civilians take a little bit of information that is declassified and understand what you don't know. I think we take for granted what we don't know.
Amen.
You're welcome.
This the thing.
That's what I was thinking.
This the thing. Check this out. All you have to do, what you really have to do to make the full analysis of what happened to this Brittney Griner situation, you have to look at what's been going on in the war between Russia and the Ukraine, and the United States' position and the position that Biden is taking. And where you can see it is it happened it happened right around November 16th, right? When the Ukrainian when that missile landed in Poland, right? When the missile landed in Poland, and the president of Ukraine came out and tried to blame that on the Russians, right? What he was attempting to do, he was attempting to drag NATO into attack. You get what I'm saying? That's the NATO treaty, right? That's so check this out, right? So he was attempting to drag NATO into the war, but Biden. I say Biden wasn't a fool on that, right? He immediately came out and said, no, we don't believe that. We don't think that wasn't a Russian missile. That was not a Russian missile. That missile did not come from Russia. And then a few days later, it came out that the missile came from the Ukraine. But Biden completely backed up off of it. What Biden and the United States has become as what they've realized, right, is that the longer that they continue to support Ukraine, that's going to put them on an eventual collision course with Russia. And that's not, and that is not what they want. That is not the objective. And so what they are doing is they are backing off of the Ukraine and they are trying to repair diplomatic relationships to the diplomatic relationship with Russia. That was an olive branch. That was saying, okay, cool, let us restore some semblance of a diplomatic relationship that has been destroyed ever since the war in Ukraine. That's what it is, political maneuvering. That's what it is. That's all it is. And she just happened to be in the right place at the right time. That's what it is. It's an olive branch.
They tried to use him to get the Marine, I think, in 2019 or 20, and it wouldn't go. So they tried to use him to get the Marine, but they just took this deal. It happened to be the right time, the right place. So it's not like they haven't been trying to get the Marine back.
Now, hold on. Yeah, but let me ask a question, right?
Hey, yo, let Milton speak.
Oh, go ahead, Milton. I'm sorry.
He's in the military.
Yeah, man. Look, man. I know a lot of y'all not gonna agree with what I gotta say, but I feel some type of way about this one. 100%. Victor Bout. I don't think people really, for real, know who this man is for real. They made a movie about this man. Nicolas Cage played in the movie.
It's a good movie about him.
Yeah, people really don't know who the fuck this man is. This man was an arms dealer. Not many Africans. He got killed. He was selling those same damn weapons to the Taliban when we was fighting the war over there. That I damn near got sniped by one of them. That shit is fucking personal to me.
And they don't think it's a big idea.
Yeah, it's real fucking personal to me. That bitch should have been in the dirt a long time ago. That's how I feel about it. And you let her, and hold up. And you letting her, and this is my thing. I'm glad Brittney made it home. I'm glad. But at the same time, you know we got elections coming up soon. Your ass got exactly what the fuck you doing. Just like he did with Kamala Harris when she got to be vice president. He playing with us. That's how I really feel about that. And you left a fucking Marine over there by himself, and you didn't even make him a part of the deal.
He playing on our top, Milton. That's what he doing. And the black people sucking it up. They
like last time. So I
Black
actually grew
people
up with Brittney, her older sister. We hooped together. That was my best friend in high school, middle school, and elementary school. Right, been talking to her. Talked to her older sister for a little bit today. We're saying that she's a political pawn, but y'all, these are people. Even though she committed a crime, what person that's committed a crime expected to be a political pawn? Regardless, like we don't negotiate with terrorists. What? We don't negotiate with terrorists. What do you mean? What?
The United States negotiates with terrorists all the
time. Thank you, Biggie.
You know what's so funny? You know what's so funny?
Every day. What are you talking about? At what expense? I just told you for a basketball player. For a basketball player, though. Like, come on now.
One mic. Now, I do understand what y'all are saying. Like, we don't supposed to negotiate with terrorists. I thought that was the big thing. I thought that was the biggest thing. Now, I'm not saying that I don't feel like Brittney deserved to be home, because I definitely will get murdered due to this man selling these weapons and shit. I don't know about that.
Yeah, but they did.
If I'm willing to trade one person for thousands of other people that could
with a government pawn to terrorists, that's the loophole. That's the loophole.
But this the thing, though. This thing about the arms, man, throw that out the window. Because if you look at the arms, who supplies, like if you take like the arms suppliers to Africa, right? Hell, the largest arms supplier to Africa is Russia, and right behind them is the United States. You get what I'm saying?
Thank you very much.
So what I'm saying is
that's not true, Biggie. That's not true, because
how's it not true?
Somebody in the back didn't know Ebony was a psychic. I'm not a psychic, but have y'all not seen the facts on this man? Like, have y'all not seen the power of the man?
Girl, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear.
Like, y'all talking like this is. I understand she's a black woman. Okay, I definitely wanted her home. I definitely didn't think she deserved the time that she got. But to trade her out for this man, no, I don't feel like that shit is worth it. I'm sorry.
But you know what, Ebony? You know, and I'm gonna say something. People may say I'm wrong, but if Victor Bout, okay, had had literally financed the genocide of millions of white folks, I don't think he'd be out of jail right now. But let's look at it. The evil that this man has done to people that look like a lot of us in this room. In Rwanda, okay, the war between the Tutsis and the Hutus, okay, almost 700,000 people were killed. Remember that? A guy by the name of Charles Taylor, who literally, I think he either died in prison or he's being brought up on charges. 1,000 people. And they got the arms from him. We could go to Congo, okay, where people walked on dead bodies for days. Days. I personally know a young lady, she's probably about 30-something. Was to walk on dead bodies. She was 9 years old at that time. This is what Victor Bout did.
I can't hear you, Thomas. Your phone doing something crazy.
Someone like this.
Thomas, you got to start over. I heard nothing.
You know what?
And
But
that's
that's the point. But that's the point of a terrorist.
So
That's
what are
the
we
point
going to
of
do next? El Chapo going to be out because we have an issue with somebody else now?
Yeah,
I mean, come on, guys. We got to be real. Yes, Brittney
You sound like you're
Griner should
underwater.
be out of jail.
Your head.
On the street.
But listen, we argue, and okay, here's the thing. That's the point of a terrorist. A terrorist, the arms dealer, doesn't give a goddamn who he's selling the arms to. He's the opportunist. So he's not thinking in his head, well, I'm going to sell it to people of color so that they can kill one another. That's not. That was the whole point
bitter.
of the film. So who he sells it to is neither here nor there. Not saying it's right. Trust me, I'm gonna tell you it's wrong. It's two left shoes. But it's people of color, or but from his viewpoint, he don't give a goddamn who he sell to. And also think like this too. I don't care if they toss him around like a hot potato from country to country to country. If Russia benefits, they gonna want him out. If Africa benefits, they gonna want him out. If whoever wants him out, that they gonna make arrangements for that man to be out because they're gonna use him for whatever benefit he gives that particular country or that particular war. That's how it works.
So let me say this. Hold on.
Also implicated in the Lebanon war. Like, it's a lot of other wars, like Lady just said, that he was implicated in. It wasn't like he was just
So let me say
attacking
something.
Africa.
Hey, Thomas.
He also
Let Plenty speak. Let her finish.
he also lived free in America for a while. So to try to, I don't know. I think we're taking, like Chat said earlier, we're taking a little bit of information, and then we are, as Black people, is taking it on like it is a complete attack on us, when we really should just be free, that they actually put something behind a Black woman to allow her to be free. Because this was going to happen anyway, because this is not the first time that they requested him to be traded. So he was eventually going to be shipped off, like y'all said, to another country eventually anyway.
Victor
something.
Blanc was not locked up because he was selling arms. Just because he was on some type of moral type of thing, man. And for anybody to think that's naive thinking. You get what I'm saying? Like, these folks don't give a damn about that. These folks are fighting proxy wars all over the world, especially hell, man. If you talk about like selling Russian arms, hell, what happened in 2000 in October of 2019 in Sochi, Russia? Hell, they had an African-Russian military arms expo where they invited to hang that shit on, man. That's what these folks do. Hell, just last spring, I think it was in March or April, what did they have at Fort Benning, Georgia? They had an African U.S. military summit at Fort Benning, Georgia. Now, what the fuck are they doing? These folks, man, listen. They're not operating on no type of moral. They don't give a fuck that he was selling arms.
Let me say something.
But you know what though? I hear what you're saying, Biggie.
I think D was trying to get in there.
I just had a question. Go ahead, bro. I'll go after you.
My thing is this. I understand what Milton was saying. I understand what Biggie was saying. That's why he lived in the United States for a while freely. And Milton, those arms that you had shooting at you in Afghanistan and Saudi Arabia and Iraq,
they was sold to them. They were sold to them, United States, to help them fight against Russia. So what I'm trying to tell you, he played the whole game around everybody. He sold to both fighters in Africa. He sold to the defenders and the refugees or the rebellions. So he did this on everything. What got him locked up is when he betrayed the United States, and that's what I'm saying. What we trying to see in this whole situation was like trying to blame. Well, he sold all this to, but he was only locked up in the United States because he still was doing things behind the United States back when they was like he was supposed to be a sole provider of military weapons to them, and then he started selling to everybody again, and that's why they locked him up.
But let me ask you a question, right? What you're saying has a tremendous amount of fact, right? But with someone that has no allegiance, the expose of him in Thailand, he himself said it. He said he doesn't care one way or the other. So if someone has no allegiance, that makes him even more evil. But I'm still going to keep harping on the point, okay? If he had killed a bunch of white,
Yes,
I don't think he would be out of jail right now at all.
Wouldn't even been
He would be out of jail.
I don't think he would be.
He would have been fertilized.
I don't think he would have been.
He wouldn't even
you
been
gotta
in jail.
understand.
He would have been
You got to
fertilized.
really understand why he was locked up. He was locked up because the U.S. told him point blank, stay out of Colombia. We're trying to fix the drug situation over there. Stay out of Colombia. And he was like, F you guys. He went ahead and tried to do a deal with FARC and didn't realize that the FARC was the U.S. government, and he ended up getting locked up. The guy has no allegiance. So is this who we're going to put out? Yes,
but you just
everyone.
answered your own question though. It was to the interest of the country. It had nothing to do with him. So again, it wouldn't matter if he killed a country that or war effort that wanted to use him. When it was convenient for them, it was fine. When it was inconvenient for them, then they wanted to put him in prison. He's the neutral evil party.
So let me ask you a question then.
Wait a minute, it's the countries and the political leaders that is really the ones that is the what we would say, I guess the bad seed in the thing, because they are the ones that are using him for their particular benefit. So like you said, he wanted to go, they told him not to go to Colombia. He did it. Why? It was an opportunity. That's what I'm saying. He saw it as an opportunity. Now, did he cross America? Sure he did. But guess what? When it was in America's youth, and when America was using him to cross anybody else, guess what they did? They had his back until they didn't. And just like every other country will do, because that is what they use opportunists for. It's like that. It's like that in any political effort where a person in politics wants to get the job done. If you want to sell your soul to out to people like that, then fine. They're going to use it until it benefits them. So we can't. I'm not saying that he's the good guy. I'm just saying out of all the evil that's working in these scenarios, he is the least of the evil, because he's just taking advantage of whoever wants to use his services. That's it.
Hey, Tom,
I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you.
I have one question.
Hold up a second.
I have one
I don't agree
question.
with you at all, lady.
I have
Go ahead, Missy.
one question.
One Michael Missy.
My question is, who has a political science background and is currently working in said field? Please and thank you.
You know,
you need to ask who got the highest
intelligence
clearance.
Oh,
Who has the highest clearance on the stage?
Daniel.
Hold on. One mic, y'all. One mic.
I cannot.
Hold on, y'all. One mic.
Everybody's guessing, man. Y'all know how this shit works.
Daniel. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Yo, D. You had a question, right? Talk with D.
Yeah, I was going to ask a question.
Y'all just disregarded what Missy said.
Missy has a point.
I posed a damn question, and I need y'all to understand. So I'm tired of yelling at folks. I really am. I hate coming into spaces and y'all want to act like a bunch of clowns. Stop. We're grown adults. Most of y'all are 45 years old, old enough to be my auntie. Chill the fuck out. Now, my question was, Chad, can you please answer it?
Okay, hello.
Chad gave the best answer everybody out there.
Maybe if you shut up, I could hear.
So what I said, hey sis. So what I said was, I was an intelligence analyst, right? So I did human intelligence and imagery intelligence, and flew UAVs, which are pre-drone vehicles, unmanned aerial vehicles, right? And so when I said that there are a lot of things that civilians don't know, even myself without a clearance anymore, there are some things that they release on the media, like through the media, I'm sorry, that's declassified. So the only thing that we know is what the information that they have released for us to know, right? And so whatever negotiations that happen, I guarantee you the U.S. intel community is not just releasing this man and not keeping an eye on him. He's still a foreign asset. He will forever be. He's probably on the FBI's list, right? So he will continue to be surveilled. Russia knows this, right? But I think they weighed the cost, and so did America. So I feel like there is a lot of information. I know that there's a lot of information that we don't know. I feel like that, and there's never an intelligent decision based on intel that is ever 100%. Never. The only thing that we have is through our assets that are in Russia or in other places, and then you make the best decision. And so what we're saying about this guy, I am sure at Milton and D, he will continue to be surveilled. They will continue to collect intel on him, along with anyone that was attached to his network. So I'm not saying he is scot-free, and I'm not saying we don't have any eyes on him, but I'm sure we do in some capacity.
You know what, Chad?
Real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Real quick. Yeah. I was going to ask you, Chad, and also because I understand we're on a recorded line, is it safe to say that there are some agencies that are also playing a part in this that we can't really open up about outwardly? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, and Chad just said everything I was going to say. I mean, unless you have top secret clearance, and even then, sometimes you don't have an opportunity to really hear everything and know everything. Yeah. A lot of things are subjective, and a lot of stuff is playing guessing games. The media will give you what they give you, but you have to remember who they're receiving the information from. We have PR people for a reason, and we're only going to give you what we want you to know. That you can argue it till you turn blue in the face, but I guarantee you're only getting about 5% of the truth, and that's being generous. There's a bigger picture. And the last point I'll make, in order to understand this situation, you got to take about 20 big steps back and survey the landscape to truly understand why it was done. And I can guarantee you, it will be declassified one day. And when you find out, if you're still alive, I guarantee you're going to be like, damn. So I was complaining about this point, but this was the bigger point. There's always something bigger. There's a bigger play at hand. So I'm going to continue to listen. But yeah, thank you, Chad. Thank you, Missy. And also thank you to everyone else who's contributed to the conversation. I'll go on mute.
Yeah, I just wanted to say real quick.
I'm not done talking. Hold on. Thank you. With that being said, Chad, I say thank you very much for answering my question, because I swear sometimes the University of Clubhouse Political Science Department is a failed department, and I don't understand why there's so many of you guys that graduate with a false degree in
not the
political
university.
Science. And I'm so sick of it, because a lot of times when we're trying to have conversations, y'all conspiracy theorists be just doing too much. And I'm done speaking.
No, I'm gonna just simply say this. Hold on.
I wanted to say
Let me
this
say this.
Hold
on. I'm just one comment. I'm gonna give it to you, Queen. When President Biden made that trade, which was a bad trade, by the way, when he made that trade and he left that Marine over there and he brought her, he spit in every American soldier face when he did that. That's my personal opinion.
They don't care.
That's personal for me, but y'all go ahead.
Yeah, I absolutely feel what you're saying about that, Milton. But I think the approach of us trying to make this an attack on Black America, I think that's just a bad way to go down the rabbit hole of this conversation. I think it is way bigger than race when we're trying to make it like this. I think we should have a conversation about them not getting the Marines. I think we should have a conversation of how you think that it's going to affect the war. But trying to make it an attack on Black America or Africans in general, I think that's a waste of energy. That's me personally.
And I just want to make one statement. Like I heard what Missy said. I totally disagree with you. And Missy, I hear what you're saying about, he's going to be surveilled. But if you study history, you
Missy,
know there's a guy.
hold on, pause. We're on the recorded line, so before y'all put my job at jeopardy, Missy didn't say shit. Thank you very much. I'm going
All
back
right,
on.
okay. Well, the bottom line is there's a guy named Adnan Khashoggi, right? Adnan Khashoggi, yeah, he was arrested here in the U.S. and he was prosecuted and he was told to stay out of the limelight and not do the things that he was known to do, which was sell arms. But he went back to doing it again. I'm just saying he went back to doing it again.
Look, man.
So,
Look, Thomas, this all I
here's
want
the
to say.
thing.
Touch.
You cannot we can't sit here and sort of predict what this guy's next moves are going to be. I mean, if he decides to go back,
y'all saying, hold on, can y'all hear me? So now y'all saying that this man is gonna come out here and just give his life to Christ and not sell not another gun or another weapon that's gonna harm. That was crazy.
Okay.
No,
I'm not saying that. So I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is we can't sit here and sort of like predict what his next moves are going to be. But if you want to really talk about Victor Bout, look at how he was arrested in the first place. I mean, if you look, we've all become geopolitical experts today all of a sudden because this is the trending news. Like anytime something new happens, that's it. Everyone becomes an expert. There was a sting operation that the DEA did. It wasn't even the U.S. military that caught this guy. It was the fucking DEA. Okay? The bottom line is this. People are giving this man too much clout. He was selling Soviet-era weapons. Today, I learned something on Clubhouse from actually a guy in the political science field who knows his stuff. It turns out the weapons he was selling were actually Soviet-era weapons that were stolen. I did not know this before. I learned about this today. They were stolen. So yes, in as much as he's going to be this sort of a maniac who's going to succeed in whatever he's doing, Russia can still get weapons from, where are they getting their drones right now? To fight the war in Ukraine, in Iran. Okay? He's been caught since 2008. There are so many other arms dealers that are out there. The Russian Wagner group is in play, far more powerful than this guy will ever be. Right? I mean, the bottom line is this. The other brother that was just talking, he said something along the lines of, okay, she was left out there and then we left the Marine guy. Are you aware of the fact that there was another Marine that was freed this year in a prisoner swap by the Biden administration? His name was Trevor Reed.
That's a fact. And he also advocated for Brittney to come.
Exactly. So, come on, guys. Come on, this is a good thing. You can celebrate this and then be like, yo, Brittney, next time, stay the fuck away from Russia.
I mean, Mamadou, I still find your comments offensive because at the end of the day, if for you to make it seem as if Victor Bout was some fucking small weapons dealer, the guy even stole 30 responsible for genocide in other parts of Africa. So how could you make it seem as if this guy was just some small weapons arm dealer? No one wants to see Brittney.
Thomas, hold on. I gotta respond to Thomas.
But you know Victor Bout. Hold on, wait a minute, because you know Victor Bout was airlifting Belgian troops into Rwanda. You do know that, right?
Bro, can I respond to Thomas?
But what I'm saying is that he was also supplying American troops in Iraq. You know that.
Exactly.
And
yeah,
so what
let me
I'm
respond
saying,
to Thomas.
But go ahead.
Thomas, first of all, you have a tendency of misconstruing people's words. Number one, what did I say that sort of insinuated that this guy is a small arms guy? Everything.
Would you like me to tell you what you said?
Hold on.
I can tell you what you said, but go ahead.
No, just hold on, bro. Listen, I've heard about all the shit he did in Africa. He was working with people like Charles Taylor in Liberia. And no one in here can teach me about the atrocities committed by that guy. You know what I'm saying? I've had family members that were impacted by that war. Okay? The bottom line is this. I'm not implying that he's a small guy. What I'm saying is he's been in prison since God knows what. How long? For over 12 years? Do you know how many people or how many arms dealers have come up from that time till now? All I'm trying to say is, again, there is a reason for the Biden administration to just come out and offer this guy as a swap. The intelligence community would have made an assessment, first of all, to basically approve this. Biden wouldn't just come out and say, you know what, we're just going to hand them this other person. Like, that would be looking at the United States government.
Mamadou, has any of our U.S. governments made mistakes in the past? Have they ever made mistakes in the past with foreign policy, Mamadou?
All the time.
Ask yourself a question, because what you're saying, go ahead.
Hold on. Wait. Thomas, hold on, bro. Hold on. Stop it right here. Wait. Bro, Mambu, what how do you pronounce your name, bro?
Mamadou.
I can say,
Mama
bro,
do.
I can, bro,
Not however
I can
you
say,
pronounce your name.
and listen. I can say some words to you that'd be fucked up, and Ebony probably wouldn't even let me in the room again. Because I don't even think me and you can even have this discussion, bro. Me and you can't even have this talk. Your countryman was over there, and y'all let that white man come over there and tear y'all country apart, and y'all ran y'all asses over here. I don't want to hear shit you got to say.
That's all you got? Hey, Milton. Hold on. Let me say something, Milton.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Milton.
Let me finish.
Let him
Go ahead.
finish, cause
Let me
Jesus
finish.
Christ.
Let me finish. When you got a bargaining chip that damn big, you don't fucking give it away. That man was supposed to have been in the dirt 10 fucking years ago. Then we wouldn't have to bargain. You understand what I'm saying? You don't give nothing away that fucking big to some foreigners that's trying to push us around and tell us what to do. And that's me being military minded right now. You don't do that when you got something that's sacred and that holding. You got to hold over an enemy like that. You don't just get that shit away like that, especially for a person who took a weed pen on their own and did some stupid shit and got captured. I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck who get offended, but that's what happened. We
So
gave
let me
that
say
man
this.
away over some stupid shit. You feel me? Go ahead.
Let me say this
They
to you,
all get
Milton.
arrested for
Hold
some stupid
on, baby.
shit. It's
Let
crazy.
me, young lady. My apologies. I don't mean to cut you off, but Milton, I have to say this to you, brother. I'm ex-military. You wrong. And what I mean by you wrong, you come and jump down this. Hold on, just listen to me. You jump down this man's throat. But my thing is, y'all are so. I ain't gonna say y'all. Some people are so concentrated on this man. What about the fucking your own government that drops off weapons in the hood?
Philadelphia.
Tell me that.
Speak on it, man.
That drop weapons off.
Yeah, but
Like,
Nick,
I'm in
two wrongs
Chicago.
don't make a right, Nick. Two wrongs don't make a
But
right.
this is the
You're
thing,
conflating
Thomas.
the
It's not a
issue.
No, let me
mistake.
You're
finish, Thomas.
conflating the issue now.
Thomas, let
We
me
could we could
finish.
discuss that
I'm gonna
part
tell
too.
y'all
Thomas, let
one
me
more
We
finish.
could
time.
discuss that
Y'all
part too,
gonna
but you
let one
can't
nigga speak
conflate
at a
the issue
time. Do
just so
y'all
that
hear
you
me?
can.
Do
Thomas,
y'all hear me?
Thomas,
I know y'all heard my big mouth.
Hold on, one mic and one mic. Like we
Thomas,
gotta have a little bit more
No,
decorum.
you
Yeah.
can't try to control
Exactly.
these
I'm gonna need
men.
y'all to stop
Let
yelling over
men
each
talk.
other so people can and stop muting me because I opened my mic to say, can y'all allow people to speak without talking over them?
Okay, brothers, let's do one mic at a time. All right, we and Missy,
My apologies.
let us handle the men, please. All right, because you coming off.
Please do, because I'm sick and tired of y'all anyways.
No, just relax. Sit there, rest of your
We
femininity.
love you,
Okay.
can I finish? We're
Yeah,
so
good.
we're so caught up on what this guy did. He sold to everybody. True. I don't condone nothing he did. I don't like it. Now and then for you to say she went over there with a vape pen, knowing or whatever, that's wrong as hell too. Because simple fact that she's been going over there for the last 6 years, and they planned and plotted this shit to get somebody of high class and high value to be able to get that man. Like she said, they've been trying to expedite him over there back to Russia for years. So they had to get somebody of high value. That's
Bro, they
second
plan to
thing.
get a basketball player.
Hold on. Listen, bro, would you be quiet, man? You just talking about you gonna handle the guys. You can't even stop talking.
I'm trying to
So,
understand what
like,
you're saying that they
no,
plan to get
but
a
she's high.
basketball player for an arms
She's
dealer.
high value. Listen, did she get him? Did she get him expedited? Exactly. So my thing is, what we need to understand is our own government is our own arms dealer. They drop weapons in the hood all the time. 2 years ago, a
Hold on
$1 million freight.
1 second, Memphis. 1 second,
Okay,
please.
go ahead, baby.
Okay, let me be clear. I don't know what happened to Erica, but she's an
I
admin in my
moved her and
club.
I'll leave because she called me a bitch and she's been disrespectful, and y'all have seen
Okay,
how disrespectful she has been to me.
hold on, chat. So, you know, y'all both kind of been going back and forth with each other. I did hear you. I mean, I did see you also call her a civilian, which she served for 12 years, right?
I don't
So
know
let's just
her.
not
How is
disrespect.
that
Hold
offensive?
on, hold on.
Y'all got it.
Let's not disrespect each other. That would be the best thing. But she is an admin in my club, and don't
Let
remove
me
nobody
say
else.
this though,
Thank
real
you.
quick, not to derail your room. I made a comment about we don't negotiate with terrorists because that's something that I stand on. Being I was in the military for 12 damn years and medically retired, and so Chat want to take it upon herself to be like, "Oh, these civilians." So yeah, I called her a bitch. I said, "Bitch, I'm not a fucking civilian." Y'all hoes always trying to be y'all.
Now I'm a
I'm
hoe.
speaking. I'm speaking. Y'all
Now I'm a
hoes
hoe. No, you're being
always in here
disrespectful.
trying to fucking
You're being
oh, because
disrespectful.
I gotta see I'm over it. Bitch, I had a top secret clearance in the army. Like, what are you
Ma'am,
talking
I
about?
don't know you. Why are you
I don't
taking
know
this
you
so
either, so why the
serious?
fuck you
Oh my
talking about?
Ladies,
Oh
ladies.
All right, y'all. I understand that this is
no,
a heated
because then
conversation.
she's still going.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah,
My
everyone
bad.
just
Okay.
chill
Go
out.
ahead.
Just chill out.
No, it's okay, babe. I understand this is a heated conversation. I understand that people are going to have their opinions, and y'all know how my rooms rock out, right? Everybody understands that everybody has an opinion. My opinion on this is that I wouldn't have traded her out for an arms dealer. I'm sorry. That's my personal opinion. That's what I believe. I believe she should be able to be free. I do believe that. I don't think that her chart, I think she was, given a lot more time than she deserves. Yes. But did y'all not watch Lord of War? I'm just saying. Did y'all not watch that? Okay. Did y'all not watch all the crazy shit that was going on? Okay. Did y'all not hear about all the things that he's helped with these different countries, providing them with weapons? I mean, maybe it's just me. Okay. So, welcome in y'all to Ed's house. Tap the greenhouse, follow the club, hit the square, share the room, ping some people in. This is gonna be a heated topic, y'all. Y'all gotta figure out a way to have a discussion without attacking the people, and maybe just stick to your points because that would help. Today's topic is Brittney Griner swap for an arms dealer. Hello. It is popcorn style, y'all. Welcome the new people to the stage. The floor is open.
It ain't popcorn. It's black and mild. This motherfucker.
So here we go. So here's the thing, because both of y'all had an opportunity to speak. I did not call anyone the B word or a hoe. First of all,
Are we still on this? Because if so, I need to speak the rest of my.
I thought the brother was speaking.
No, we can.
Who was in the
I'm not going
military.
back and forth.
Can we stop for 2 seconds? If she has something to say,
forward.
let her
Thank
say
you.
it so
Thank
we can
you.
squash it. Let her get it out. Erica can get it out, and we can move along. Sometimes we gotta let people air their grievances.
Thank
Okay, just let it out so we can get over it. Let's go.
First of all, I don't know you. So for you to get offended because of what someone says that doesn't even know you, if you're not a civilian, then I'm not talking to you. How do you get offended at something that don't apply to you? That's crazy. And then you attack me and bully me and call me a bitch. And then you just call me a bitch and a hoe. So understand that there was no bullying. I was not the aggressor. You're clearly offended. Okay? If you're jealous, that's on you. That's
Girl.
Hold on, y'all.
I'll be old. That's fine.
Hold on, y'all. This
So
is
you
how.
still being
Uh,
stupid and ignorant. That's
can
crazy.
y'all? Can
No,
y'all not?
Yahir,
Her
that
bobbleheaded
Hey,
bitch
go
ass
to the
just
Can
called
y'all
me
hear
moderators.
me?
jealous.
Can y'all hear me or not? Can y'all hear me? Okay. Yeah, we don't need to go back and forth. We don't need to be condescending, guys. That's how the shit continues and it keeps going, right?
The
So
victim,
let's
Ev.
yeah.
That's not fair because I haven't been able to tell the story. Like, she's playing the victim. I made
No,
a
I
comment.
don't feel like you bullied her. I don't
I
feel like
didn't.
saying the B word is the appropriate thing to
D told me to
say.
let it go 49 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I let it go. She was still gang banging in the chat throwing
Think
stuff.
I
Remember
better
the
let it go.
and she
Let
was
it go,
literally still trying
baby.
to she
Hey,
was
just
trying to
move
rally
on.
up
Shut up.
people.
Just shut up and
Like,
let's
that's
move on.
crazy.
Just shut up and let's
No,
move
because
on.
you don't want people to know
Looks
what
like a
you
no
doing in the
clearance
chat.
TKO. Ain't nobody got no
Ladies,
clearance and
ladies.
don't know.
Now these niggas want to be in the
Y'all,
parliament.
y'all gotta
Come on.
y'all gotta chill. Okay.
Please chill,
Brittany
because I'm
Griner.
just trying to finish this up real quick. It's gonna take
Kids.
like I didn't say nothing to nobody. Nobody. But anybody that was in the room knew what I said. Her and Biggie jumped it off. And I said something because when I said I was like, we don't negotiate to me. As soon as I said that, she said it in the chat. So I said, I don't know who she is. So I said, because we follow each other, what we did. And so I was like, bitch, I'm not no civilian because I didn't know she was in the army. I literally had just hopped out the shower when I said that. And so I was like, a civilian. Then somebody jealous. Girl, it's an underlying issue, obviously. Because like I said, D said let it go. I hadn't said nothing in the chat for 49 minutes. And she was still trying to rally up everybody. Oh, she was calling Deanna. Oh, you should have been here 30 minutes ago. Oh, Missy, you should have been here. Like, it was like, it's just doing the most. Like, it was just doing the most. And then I jumped off again and started defending myself in the chat. And now because her friend's in here, I'm in the wrong. I don't never say anything, Abby. You know that. And everyone that comes in this bitch know that. So I'm not even confrontational. But I'd be damned if a motherfucker gonna get off and get up in the chat and start just doing the most, and I'm not gonna fucking defend myself.
I understand.
I have a question.
I understand. But we're gonna move forward. She on the phone. Whew, thank the Lord.
Ebony,
I ain't
I
want
have a
that back and forth.
question.
Get back to the topic.
Yeah, Ebony, quick question. Let me ask you this.
And
I
Touch
understand
what he
you.
was saying. I'm sorry, Touch was in a very valid point, and I just wanted to hear the rest of it if he's still there.
Yeah, what I was just gonna ask Erica. You said we don't negotiate with terrorists, but we have terrorists walking around in the United States every day that
Baby,
sells
I'm a
drops
conspiracy
off.
theorist. I know.
No, I'm not, baby, I'm not done. And it's not a conspiracy theorist. I see it. You know what I mean? So my thing is, I'm from Chicago, to where they drop off a freight train full of weapons, and it stayed in the hood for 2 weeks.
Every damn day.
In Inglewood, it stayed in the hood for 2 weeks until somebody knew that it was there, and then it magically disappeared. And then now you have kids running around robbing people on the expressway with assault rifles.
Hey,
so my thing is,
okay, well, guess what? That's above my pay
on.
grade. That's above my pay grade.
All right. I don't have anything else to say. You got it.
No,
Yeah, because you
finish
keep
that.
letting
They
him
need to hear
interrupt,
this.
and then as soon as I interrupt, it's towards me. Okay, what
No,
the
have
fuck
this
do I have?
dialogue, Erica. Y'all had this dialogue because he's saying some real stuff. Now finish what you saying. I want them to hear
No,
exactly
but
what you saying.
Yeah,
young
can we?
lady,
Hold on, Miss.
I'm not trying to. He's agreeing with me because he's in my city. But my thing is, you're saying this. People can say that and spew that out of their mouth that they don't agree with or say what you said, but in actuality, we have terrorists right in our neighborhoods, right in our hood, in our own government that do our own shit in. And we don't fight as hard as we're fighting in this room against each other over a Russian man. We don't fight this hard in our own community about the same shit. Arms dealers that are a part of our government because they are, just like the guy said, the DEA arrested him. That's because he was working with them. And at the same time, I've had a high security clearance, and my thing is, okay, for an example, if anybody in here that went to Iraq, and when they was looking for Saddam Hussein in Saudi, do you remember the $65 million that they found that magically came up missing? So don't tell me about this bullshit that we talking and arguing about over a guy that, yes, he was traded for a young lady. Yes, she was a high profile in their eyes because she was a black woman in the women's NBA, and they know how he's trying to keep the black vote. So real talk, I think the Marines should have came home as well. But at the same time, in their eyes, and I understand what Milton was talking about, he had no value. In their eyes, he didn't have enough value. And that's trash and that's sad. And that's how they do us every day when we serve a military and serve an army and serve a country that really don't give a fuck about us, no matter what the color is. Because the simple fact is, as soon as you get out of the military, what are all your benefits is? Oh, you can buy a house. But how many motherfuckers is out of a job that's homeless? That's been in the military and served and got all this other shit that's happening to them. And they study dropping off weapons in our hood and fucking up our kids and fucking up our neighborhoods. I'm just saying, as far as how strong you feel about this topic, I want you to be just as strong as in your own neighborhood when these motherfuckers are doing it right up under our nose.
Okay, can I respond? No, because he was talking to me. He said my name though.
They are dialoguing, brother. Let them dialogue.
It's gonna
please.
be very, very quick. It's gonna be very, very quick. Well,
I want to ask you and Erica and Touch. I want to ask y'all a personal question when y'all done, both of y'all at the same time.
Okay. Well, let me tell you this. I never trample over how anybody feels. Everybody's opinion is everybody's opinion. It's like that when we come in here every day. So, I don't know what's going on in your neighborhoods. I'm not a part of that. What's going on? I know how shady the government is. Trust me. I know. I go down the rabbit hole. When I say the whole we don't negotiate with terrorists, it just seems as though is that like it was just made so publicly. Like I don't know. Maybe maybe I haven't been hipped, but I've never seen it being so public over a basketball player. So just me, it just puts us in harm's risk. Like it's like anybody can go over there now, and now we just gonna be trading like Pokemon cards, like I put in there. And so
It's a bad
I
look,
don't know.
man.
Like, do you know how many? Do you know? Yeah, there. That's what I'm trying to say. Do you know how many? Do you know how many prisoners of war we have lost because we didn't the U.S. didn't want to trade, and now we turn around our battles, regardless or not. These are our battles. We have lost so many people the U.S. didn't want to trade. And now we turn around and we trade for a basketball player. So yeah, me and Milton, we do feel some type of way. And that's why I said earlier we don't negotiate with terrorists. Even though we do, it was just a statement that I was making. And so I'm gonna just digress and stuff, and I'm gonna let Milton speak. But that's just how I feel, and I'm just always gonna stand.
Yeah, when
Can,
Trevor
all
Reed
right,
when
hold on,
Trevor
hold
Reed
on.
got
Let me ask.
He was up
Question.
next. Go ahead, Milton. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let me ask this question. All right. I know Erica in touch with soldiers. What's up to my battles? I don't know where Talk with D went. Oh, he on the phone. Let me ask y'all two a question. We at war, right? Y'all got captured, both of y'all. Y'all in the same position. But Brittney
I
got to come
fuck you
home.
all, baby.
But hold on. But Brittney got to come home before y'all two. How would y'all feel about that?
Milton, you already know how I feel. But go ahead and ask Touch.
Yeah, Battle. Hey, Touch, how would you feel about that if she got to come home before you and you was a prisoner of war? We both served in Iraq now, and we both know what we went through, and she got to come home before you.
And I
How would you
served
feel
in
about that?
Mosul.
But that's the
That's
question.
up.
I got a question I want to ask the room about what
So
you asked.
No,
Okay,
hold on,
let
his question.
Come on, don't do that, man. My bad,
so
bro.
so
Oh no,
so
no. What up, Meezy? Hold on one second, Meezy.
let me say this to you. I wouldn't be surprised, bro. Our country is fucked over us for how many years? I wouldn't be surprised. This is one of the reasons why I got out of the military, because I had a soldier get killed because of a fucking officer that didn't know a goddamn thing and sent them through an ambush the wrong way. So you can't tell me about the military. He had to come back through the same ambush and got shot through the truck. 18 years old, had a child. So I don't fuck with the military anymore. And I'm just being honest with you. I wouldn't be surprised and I wouldn't be mad because I know how they do and how they do us, especially us.
So can I ask a question? Because there's a lot of veterans and stuff in here. Like,
Yeah, go ahead, Meezy.
Because I don't want to act like I know all this stuff, but I want to kind of use some type of logic, and maybe this might not make sense. So y'all tell me. So it's like, okay, so you got a Marine, and then you got a basketball player who got caught up in some shit at the wrong time, doing the wrong bullshit crimes and doing it, right? I feel like this, me personally, right? If I'm in the service and I'm a Marine and I'm a prisoner of war, I'm not gonna cry that a civilian who got caught with a weed pen was freed before me, because I feel like that shit, like, I'm a soldier. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I ain't saying this right. That's my opinion. I want y'all to correct me if I'm wrong, but why would I be more happy that this person that got caught with a weed pen is gonna stay here longer than me, when this is kind of what I signed up for? This is part of the game of what I'm in. Not saying it's right or wrong, but I just wouldn't, you know what I'm saying? Just me as a soldier, if I was like a Marine that's locked up, I'm not, and they had to choose. You think I'm gonna choose myself over a civilian who got caught with a weed pen about who getting out first? That ain't soldier like to me. That ain't to me.
Exactly, and that's what
I agree.
you're saying. You're saying the same thing. That's why I wouldn't have had no problems, because I signed up for it, and it's just like I'm gonna take it to the hood. It's just like nowadays, back in the day, where it's not any more honors on the street. Like the honor used to be the honor of not fucking with kids, women, and children. You know what I mean? And grandparents and all that shit. And if you stood 10 toes up when you signed up for the shit, you should stand 10 toes down when you get caught for the shit. So that's what I'm saying. So everybody that's having a problem with the whole situation,
it baffles me that you can be really upset with this guy getting released because he's gonna be surveilled. There's gonna be surveillance on him, but at the same time, it's not gonna be like he would be in the States. But my thing is, we don't put that same effort into what's happening on our government land, on our land.
Yeah. Touch. The case I referenced earlier about the Marine that was released earlier this year through a prisoner swap, similar, same shit with what happened with Brittney Griner, except maybe it wasn't an arms dealer that was given. Does anyone know how that guy was captured, the American Marine that got released back in 2019? He assaulted a Russian police officer. Now, imagine what the crime or a penalty for fighting a police officer in a country like Russia, what that would be compared to someone having like a vape pen. You know what I'm saying?
That's almost death.
Yeah, exactly. The fact of the matter is, my question to the people in this room is this. Do you feel the American government has an obligation to you American citizens whenever you get captured anywhere, in any country, whether it's in Russia, Saudi Arabia, does the government have a responsibility to do whatever is necessary to release you? If the answer is no, then I'll mute my mic and won't say anything. But if the answer is yes, hold on. If the answer is yes, I'm not going to sit here and cry about the fact that Victor Boot was released. Again, you know who should be pissed off about this whole thing? It's the people in Africa that actually suffered from all the atrocities committed by this man.
Y'all could have hung the man. Y'all didn't. Be quiet.
You know, but at the end of the day, the guy went out, right? The government wouldn't just release him just like that without conducting some sort of an assessment to determine that, you know what, he won't be much of a threat. And if he decides to go back into this arms dealing business, bro, no one is stopping him. Any one of you guys in this room could become an arms dealer the next day. I mean, if you get caught, whatever happens to you, right? That's just what it is.
Much of a threat.
Yeah, but you know, the guy, they will be watching him. That's just what it is. But you need to understand, from the moment he got caught, all these years that he has been in prison, there's been way more sophisticated people that have been operating, okay, that are out there doing horrible things similar to what he is doing. Who the hell knows what the Wagner Group is doing in Syria? What are they doing in a place like Mali as of right now? And understand this, they're not just killing Africans, okay? There are US troops that are stationed in some of these countries. Things are happening to them. We don't talk about it. Anyway, I'm done speaking. Thank you.
So, Mamadou, what's your point then? What is your point? Are you saying because the Wagner Group and all this other stuff is occurring that it's fine to let him go? Just get to the point. Tell us what your point is.
Bro, my point is this. Brittney Griner got released. I'm not going to cry about it. The government did what they determined was the necessary step for them to get her out. I'm not going to cry about it. The next thing is, let's fight for Paul Whelan, okay?
So let me ask you a question, Mamadou. You do realize that there was another person, Mark Fogel, right, who was arrested at Shevchenko Airport in Russia. He had his marijuana card, his medical marijuana card. He was arrested with a small amount of medical marijuana, and he is also in jail, and we left him there too. You are aware of that, right?
Yes, I am. 100%.
So let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
What makes it so important to bring just this one and not the other?
Bro, it's quite obvious that her celebrity.
No, I want you to tell me.
Yeah, but hold on.
She's not a fucking celebrity. I wish y'all would stop saying that weird shit.
Just tell me what. Tell me why Mark Fogel isn't on the same flight as her back to DC.
Thomas, first of all, let's get one thing straight. Number one, both you and I, we don't work for the fucking State Department. They made their determination as to what is going to happen, who they're going to come take out. But remember this, when Brittney Griner was captured, there was a lot of outcry because she is number one. Okay, she's a black woman. You cannot deny the fact that played a role in this thing. You think the Russians, how come she wasn't freed prior to the midterm election, which would have helped Biden politically, right? They waited until this time for her to come out. The negotiations have been ongoing for months now. They just came out with the news today. None of us know what's happening. All we can do is just speculate on things. And then the other thing is this. with regards to the guy that you mentioned, Mark and Paul Whelan, I'm pretty sure the State Department are doing whatever is necessary. Maybe there's an opportunity that the U.S. has someone that the Russians might be interested in. Whatever they're doing behind the scenes, we don't know. We can't sit here and speculate.
Yeah, but I think you're missing a key point. What the key point is you can't.
Foundationally, Big E, we missing it because I still don't understand a ball player for a bomber.
But this the
because
thing.
when LeBron, a lot of people didn't. More people realize about Brittney Griner when they put her ass on the news when then her playing ball. Let's keep it 100, man.
But this the thing, though. This is the thing about it, right? See, what people are assuming in this conversation, which is completely false, that the United States gives a fuck about whether Victor Bout is out or not. They don't give a fuck about that. They don't give a fuck about what he was doing in Africa. They don't give a fuck about what he was doing in the United States has used the dude just as much as the Russians have used the dude. They don't care about that. The whole arrest of the dude in and of itself was political wrangling. You get what I'm saying? They don't care. You thinking, oh man, because this dude sold arms to these folks over here and these folks and in a genocide. The United States don't give a fuck about that.
And they arms dealers. They all do that shit, bro.
That's the point I'm making. And so the thing is this. The reason what happened is what happened before that. You got to look at what's going on in Ukraine. The United States, man, has shifted its position on the Ukraine. You get what I'm saying? They're shifting their position. In a minute, watch and see what I say. Within 6 months to a year, man, you get what I'm saying? The United States is, man, the Ukraine is going to be under the total motherfucking under rule. I'm gonna say rule, but they're going to be totally controlled by Russia, and the United States ain't going to do shit about it. You get what I'm saying? Because the United States is abandoning Ukraine. Because they see that they ain't shit they can do over there. The more that they participate in that war over there, the more of a collision course that they put themselves in Russia. They put themselves in Russia on a collision course. The United States ain't going there. I don't give a fuck what none of y'all think. The United States is not going there. You get what I'm saying? So they're shifting their position in Ukraine. So what they're trying to do now, what they're attempting to do, is they're not repairing diplomatic relationships, but they're bringing it back to where they can have, you know what I'm saying, some type of diplomatic relationship with Russia. Because you got to think when Russia went into the Ukraine along that time, the United States, Russia ejected the U.S. diplomats.
Bro,
the other thing is the United States threatened to go in, and then that's when she got held up.
But that's the point I'm making.
Now they releasing her ass.
But it's understanding geopolitics between America and Russia, right? And I just want to know, where was the outrage on September 21st, I believe, when two men from Alabama who went and picked up and went to Ukraine to fight and went missing, and we used our resources, and guess what, guys? We swapped for them, right? It was a prisoner swap. We swapped to get those men back. Where was the outrage then? Many know I am BG strong. I love BG. If you don't know who Brittney Griner is, that's shame on you. She is known on a global front, and this woman has given a lot to the sport. She is not a novice. She has spent her entire career in the off season. She has spent her entire career in the off season going abroad and playing. She spent 6 years playing in Russia. I believe the other 2 years she was in China. So this is not something new to her. What I'm more concerned of is, were you guys also outraged? I believe it was in 2017 when we swapped 10 Russian spies. You heard me, 10 Russian spies. Were you that outraged then? Were you outraged in 2019 when we also swapped Russian spies? Were you screaming from the rooftops then? No, you were not. Because guess what? Most were not paying attention. We negotiate with terrorists. I don't care what they tell you. We trade terrorists every single day. There are terrorists walking amongst us. There are terrorists walking among us. There are spies. The reason why Whelan was not released is because Russia believes he's a spy. Right? Let's call it what it is, people. And I understand the frustration. I want everyone that's locked up to come home, but I also want everyone that's locked up here to be free as well. We need to utilize this momentum to hold people's feet to the fire. We need to be saying, okay, that same effort, you need to start doing that here. If we really want to talk about people being arrested and incarcerated unfairly. So I'm just saying, what are we really talking about? Are we going to talk about it, or are we going to sit here and just use this app and in 6 months we'll be doing the same thing? Are we going to do the scholarship? Are we going to do the work? Or what are we doing with all of this knowledge and scholarship, but we really not talking about nothing?
Shannon, we have been talking about it. And the point is, I hear what you're saying about all these other people that were freed, but those people weren't swapped for someone that committed genocide, okay, against people that look like you and I. So that's my major point with the situation. Those people weren't swapped for an individual that committed genocide amongst people like that look like you and I, that have caused indelible harm to Liberia, Rwanda, the Congo, and I can go on and on. Okay, so that's the one point that you're not getting. So yeah, we could have had 10 prisoner swaps, okay, but the bottom line is when you let the agent of death out for this situation, to me that is a problem.
But Thomas, can I
because
respond
at the end of the day, it's not taking he was responsible for millions of people dying. Do we not understand?
So is America. Oh well.
Thomas,
okay?
Thomas. So respectfully, Thomas, I understand your perspective. I don't think most people knew he's been in jail since 2011. Someone can Google me on that. I'm getting feedback. Also, in 2011, this man was already deemed to be released in 2029. Right? He's ailing. I get the atrocities, but I also know our hands aren't clean in this. So what are we going to start to do? Are we going to start to be the morality police? And are we going to start to say, like I just said, we are swapping terrorists every day? The only reason that people know about this is because of Brittney Griner. That's why we know, and that is why we're talking. But this thing, Thomas, unfortunately, it's ugly when you start to peel back and look at who we swap, what we receive, and these diplomatic negotiations that happen while we're sleeping, right? Like, I get it, but I also know that someone across the seas can say, yeah, your country came over here and told us there was weapons of mass destruction and blew our country up, right? And there were none. Right? Yep. So we've got to be having an honest conversation here. I'm glad BG's coming home. I'm glad she's gonna be reunited with her wife. Hopefully she'll play again. But I think the bigger question is that do we have selective outrage here? Are you selectively outraged about the genocide, or are we going to talk about genocide that America does as well in its own interest?
It's the
Shannon,
even bigger than all of that, Shannon. Even bigger than all of that, there's another big point. And we can say all we want, but guess what? Okay? She was arrested for breaking marijuana laws in Russia. But at the end of the day, we have thousands of brothers, sisters, white, black, whatever color, in jail here for minor marijuana charges. Okay? So if we're going to bring her home, what I would have loved as soon as she touched down in D.C., all those brothers and sisters that are in jail on those minor marijuana charges should have been let out of jail today too. Okay? So all that bullshit, that selective outrage that you're using right now, that should have happened today. And if that ain't happening today, I'm not celebrating shit. Because at the end of the day, it's a loose win for us as a people. It's a loose win for us as a people. Because at the end of the day, every one of us...
One mic, y'all.
Let
Please
me
stop
finish.
speaking.
Every one of us in this room knows someone that is in jail on a minor marijuana charge. Okay? And the bottom line is they've gotten years for it. So if we're going to do this and have this selective outrage, oh, Russia this, oh, Russia that, guess what? We should be celebrating as a people, thousands of people coming out of jail today on minor marijuana charges. And if that ain't happening, we all fucking hypocritical. And I don't want to hear shit.
Well, Thomas, this is how, so hold on, guys. So Thomas, this is how I know.
Hey, free the real BG.
So Thomas, this is how I know.
He home, Nick. He home, Nick.
Yeah.
No,
So
that's not him.
Nah, he not home yet, fool.
So you're not gonna tell me I'm from. Somebody just went crazy.
Go ahead, Mama. Go ahead, Mama. Do.
Yeah, so Thomas, this is how I know you like to talk, but don't really pay attention to what's going on. You said we should celebrate. If we were to celebrate, we're to talk about all the people that have been captured. In America, at the federal level, Joe Biden already expunged records, forgave people. That was done about month or 2 months ago? At least
For
at the
gay
federal level.
people? We're not talking about gay people. We're talking about
He didn't
marijuana.
say gay. He
Bro,
said
he
for
said
gay.
marijuana.
He said for gay people.
He said for gays. He said for
He
gays.
said for gay. And Mamadou, you see how I know you
He
don't know
did
your
not
thing
say
No,
for
Thomas.
gay.
Tom.
He
Who
just
said
said for gay.
the federal law that Biden passed doesn't help. It helps a handful of people because there's only a handful of people in jail on a federal level for marijuana charges.
Bro, you're
90%
literally
of those
repeating what I'm
people
saying.
that are
And who
in
the hell
jail
said
on
for
marijuana
gay?
charges
Like,
are held in state prisons, Mamadou. So that law doesn't help us. It helped a handful of people. So stop the bullshit. Stop
Nah,
conflating
he
shit,
hold on,
man.
hold on, Mama. Do he slick? Like
I got
even
Thomas
though,
pissed off today.
listen,
I ain't never heard him talk like this.
yeah, Thomas be going in. Listen, disregard the part that Thomas got incorrect, but listen to what he just said. He is actually correct. Most of the people who get caught with simple weed charges, they are not going to federal prison. As somebody who's been to federal prison before, people who are locked up with weed have over 99 pounds. And like this
That's
little
not minor. What the
that's what I'm
fuck are we
saying.
talking about?
We're
Damn, Tia,
talking
what
about the
you
fact that Mamadou was saying that Biden passed the law on a federal level to free people on marijuana charges. And what we're saying is there's only a handful of people in federal prison on marijuana charges.
Where the
Most
fuck
people,
y'all drop me?
99% of people in prison on marijuana charges in this country are on a state level. So
yeah,
the
Thomas.
law that Biden passed
Point he's
doesn't
and it is the
necessarily
Okay,
help
can I just
us.
finish my
the
It's a
point?
point he's
small
saying is
minority, a
that
handful
the
of
law
people.
didn't apply to a lot of black people.
Yeah,
That's the
yeah,
point.
yeah.
what you said, William?
The
So
point
hold
is
on.
it didn't apply to a lot of black people because a lot of
That's
black
correct.
are not arrested on the federal level, and federal laws don't apply to city and state laws.
That's the fact.
States govern their own laws or govern their own
Listen.
laws.
The point is this, okay? With
You made the
regards to what happens, with regards to what happens at the local level, I don't know. By the way, I said something about forgiving, and I kept hearing the word "gay" like being repeated. I'm like confused as fuck. Anyway, what happens at a local level? What happens at a local level happens at a local level. That's something you're gonna have to talk to your own local governor. That's just the way it is. Unfortunately, I didn't write the Constitution. Okay, again, that is it. Shannon. She highlighted a reference a whole lot of prisoner swaps that have happened. No one complains about these things. When I talked about Trevor Reed, for example, punching a police officer in Russia, Bo Begdal, he was a U.S. veteran, right? This was a guy. Um, he went AWOL and was captured by the Haqqani network, by Taliban. Do you know how many people the Obama administration went ahead and swapped just to get that one single fella? Okay,
Mamadou,
nobody
you're not
complained about that.
making any sense, Mamadou,
Thomas, let me
because
just
the
finish my
bottom line
point.
is
Yeah,
those
yeah,
people
you know
weren't
what? All I,
swapped for
yeah,
someone that has
Thomas, let
caused
me just finish my
genocide
point.
among
Thomas,
people that look like you and I. Stop
okay,
conflating the shit, Mamadou.
yeah,
You're
yeah,
wrong. Those
but
people
Thomas,
were not swapped for individuals like Victor Bout. Why
Th-
don't you
Th-
get that into your head? Stop the
Thomas,
bullshit, Mamadou. You know I love
Thomas.
you, but you're bullshitting us now.
I'm saying
Okay,
no, Thomas. I hear what you're saying, but they don't give a fuck about what type of genocide he done because he's an arms dealer. He sell to fucking everybody.
the second thing is this, okay? Do you think it's the responsibility of the U.S. government to care about what happened in Africa or anywhere else? You think they give a fuck about that? Come on, bro. If we're gonna play the whole morality thing, we have a killer in fucking Texas painting George W. Bush who committed all kinds of shit. You know how many Iraqis died as a result of George W. Bush?
Yes, Lord.
Right? Come on, bro. I mean,
So
like this
one
is so funny.
one
Thomas,
wrong. So it's all cool then. So he could
no,
anybody could do whatever they want to
no,
do
I'm not
because he
saying
could
that.
just bring up a
Again,
point
don't
to
put
prove that
words into my
somebody else
mouth.
did it before. Come
Listen,
on,
bro.
Mamadou.
Don't put words into my mouth. I never said because of I'm just playing the game that you're playing right now. All I'm trying to say is this. Okay? An American citizen, the US government's responsibility is to US citizens, whether they are black, white, brown, whatever the fuck they look like. Okay? The fact is the US government did what they needed to do, at least from their own determination, and then got an American prisoner out. That's just what it is. They do it all the time. How come, bro? I don't understand our people. I swear to God. How come all of a sudden we care about some Russian arms dealer who a lot of us have never heard his name before? What the fuck?
Mamadou, we've never heard his name before. They made a fucking movie about the guy,
I'm not
Mamadou.
talking about
They
you.
made
See,
a
that's the
fucking
problem with
movie
you.
about the guy that we all watch called A Lord of War.
Thomas,
Mamadou.
None of y'all heard about Victor Boot until today.
Man, you bullshit.
Yo, Nick.
See, that's the problem with you.
They made a movie about the guy that we all watch.
And I don't give a fuck.
Listen,
Nah, that
listen,
movie
Thomas.
hard. Nah, I ain't gonna lie. The movie
You know
is
the
fire.
problem with Thomas? The problem with Thomas is he listens to respond. He doesn't listen to understand. Just because I said that doesn't mean you don't necessarily know him. I know a lot of people on Clubhouse probably never heard this guy's name before. That's what I'm insinuating, bro. What is
Thomas,
wrong with
let
you,
me
my
ask,
friend?
Let me ask you this, Thomas, because like when
Come
I listen to men on Clubhouse, I swear to God, bruh, the only reason why a lot of men, and I'm just talking on Clubhouse, are against this prisoner swap is because the girl is a lesbian. Let's just keep it real, bruh. It's because she's a lesbian. That's why a lot of niggas on this app.
What does that matter, DJ Friday?
Listen,
I ain't never heard no shit like that.
Nobody give a fuck about who she fucking.
Me being upset is not because she's a woman. Me being upset is because I know what he did in the Congo. I know what he perpetrated in the Congo. We know what he perpetrated in Rwanda. I didn't just hear about Victor Bout today.
No, that's what I'm saying. So,
Come on.
Hey, Fridays love bringing up sexuality.
Thomas.
If you read every time you be on, big boy,
Hold on, let me finish saying what I was saying.
If you
Let me finish saying what I was saying. Because Thomas, I know you're aware about geopolitics. I know that about you. That you know what you're talking about when it comes to geopolitics. But the majority of these niggas on Clubhouse don't give a fuck and don't know who the dude was. Their only outrage is because this is a person that they can't fuck, bruh. And I hear it. And when I hear these niggas on Clubhouse cry
DJ, you
foul,
stretching, my boy.
like
I mean,
how
you
the fuck
Alaska
is
woman
you
over there.
outraged? Like that's just, bruh, that's what it is, bruh.
damn, you pulled
Nah, you spitting
you
straight foolishness right now. I ain't never heard not one
I'm not
person.
saying you, bro.
You
See,
saying
you're
No,
Fantastic
I'm
taking it
Four,
personal.
no, bro, no. Fridays, I didn't say me. Fridays, I said I've never heard not one person on Clubhouse, and I've been up here for
No,
2
it's the
years. I never heard
undertones.
nobody.
No,
Nah,
it's
bro,
the
I never heard
undertones.
nobody say no shit like. Nah, we
No, I'm
outraged
not
because it's
saying
a
that there's.
female,
Listen,
a lesbian. What type of foolishness is
bro.
that, man?
Listen, I'm not saying it like I'm not saying like they're
Oh, we
directly
bad because we
saying
can't
it.
fuck
It's.
her. What?
I'm not saying. Look, I'm
Do you
not saying.
trust me? We
big
are
bro,
good.
big bro.
What?
Hear yourself.
He
can't finish.
said this fuckability
Can I finish?
politics.
I'm not
Go
saying that
ahead,
they're
Fridays.
saying it directly.
Fuckability politics.
I'm
Hold
not
on, let him
saying
finish. Go
that.
ahead.
I'm not saying that they're saying it directly. It's the undertones, bro. That's all I'm saying. You can hear it, bro. Like just niggas
Give
on
me an
Clubhouse,
example.
bro.
Give me an example.
I
Like
can guarantee
what you
Undertone, they
mean?
must
that
be
girl was
whispering because I ain't heard it.
if that was Beyonce, if that was Tom Brady, if that was anybody that motherfuckers like, bro, they wouldn't be so outraged about it, bro.
Have
Just
you
to
ever
be
looked?
clear.
Have you ever
Huh?
looked at athletes and
Hello.
what
When
they do
she first got
in politics?
arrested, I
Have you ever?
personally heard rooms about her, and then the conversation got deterred to, well, she ain't that cute. She don't like us anyway. I heard that on Clubhouse when she first got arrested. So
They
I
must
know.
have been
Oh
led by
wow.
Fridays.
Yeah, you heard that before, Nick?
Nah, they must have been. Them rooms must
I
have been
heard
ran by
that too
DJ
though. I ain't
Fridays.
gonna lie. I did hear them say that.
So because y'all heard some people saying that, that mean that's the
I,
sentiment to all black men.
let
No,
her
I
Oh,
finish.
said I
yeah,
didn't
we're
hear
gonna
that.
let her finish though. We're gonna let her finish though. Her voice not that loud. We're gonna let her finish. Go ahead, sweetheart. I apologize.
No, I know what DJ Freddie is talking about. He's talking about the fuckability politics. So the undertone of the message is, well, she over there, and then it's, well, she did wrong when ASAP Rocky got into a very big fight where he was the aggressor because y'all cared about him and loved his music. It was like, make sure he get home. But because she's don't play into a sport that y'all watch, she's not good looking.
You going in and out, or is that just me?
Brittany is a beautiful woman.
I ain't no hoopers in
She
this room.
went
Ain't
out
no
because
real
she
hoopers
lying.
in this room.
Wasn't nobody
I got a
caping against
question.
ASAP Rocky.
I heard that
I mean,
Listen, yo, plenty. Like,
several times
oh,
over on Clubhouse.
Okay, I got a question.
go ahead,
Cause
Tia.
I'm trying to figure out why the hell do we care about this man
selling arms to the Congo when we ain't worried about the people in the Congo using the arms on the Congo people? I'm confused. Because how the hell we gonna be mad at the man for selling the arms, but we ain't mad at the Congo government for shooting up their own motherfucking people? That's crazy. Fake outrage. That's
Okay,
bullshit.
so Tia,
I don't give a fuck about
Tia,
the
then
Congo.
it's cool then.
I don't give a fuck about the Congo
So then
because
it's cool
I
then,
am
Tia, for us
American.
not to worry about
I am
who been
American,
selling
and
drugs
that
in
shit
our
ain't got
neighborhood.
shit to do
And
with
for the
me.
brother that was
Them
out there
people
saying,
they don't
come
give a
on,
fuck
Tia,
that they
that's
look like
crazy,
me.
Tia, and I
When
love
they
you,
won't let
Tia.
me slide
Come
with a
on, Tia.
motherfucking penny when they come over here and open up stores and shit. They don't give a fuck about me. So I'm just trying to figure out. They don't be like, oh, she look like me. You can go ahead and slide with that motherfucking penny. So I'm just trying to figure out why the fuck should I give a fuck about them? I don't give a fuck. I'm American. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. And you can't make me give a fuck, Thomas. Sorry.
So Tia, that's your So that's your right. And to be fair to Thomas, hold on. To be fair,
Hold on. The thing about it is nobody's really talked about the three bridges that she connects on. She connects on as a woman, an African American, and a LGBTQ with thing.
LGBTQIA plus community, sir.
Okay, and WNBA. So all four of those lanes, she's gonna bring in votes for upcoming elections for the demos. They scratched her. They scratched her back. Now they're scratching their back for that. So the point of it is that they're gonna try to probably even make money off of her all through dragging her through coming back, putting her on ESPN because Malika Andrews ain't gonna talk shit about her. She ain't gonna criminalize her. She ain't gonna say she's a villain. She's not even a villainize her. But I bet you they'll be willing to bet you how to put butts in seats in the women's WNBA so that they can have money. So it's all a political, and athletes are influential in the politic game.
Yeah, so
you know what? I don't ever want
feel
to
like
hear
Sprite and
I don't ever want to
Coca-Cola
hear
and OWN and
nobody
all
on
them. They can't
Clubhouse
wait for her to get
talking about black people being locked up on weed charges and all this other shit. I don't want to hear none of that. That's because y'all talking about fake outrage. I've heard a lot of fake outrage in other rooms. Oh, they lock up brothers on small weed charges and all this other shit. But guess what? Today now, someone comes home from a weed charge from another country, but we got thousands of people in jail here on weed charges, and nobody talking about that shit.
Weed
So
illegal.
Did she catch her charge here in the States, or did she catch it overseas?
Y'all talking about fake outrage? Man, this is the real fake outrage happening now.
Yeah. So to be fair to Thomas, so Tia, you said something along the lines of you don't care about like what's happening in Congo, which is your absolute right. You don't have to really care. To be fair though, I mean,
why don't we? Why are
Hold
we
on, let
looking
him
at the people
finish
that's
though.
using?
Let him finish.
Okay, he can't. After I say what I got to say.
So
I don't understand why don't we care about the people that are using the arms instead of.
Johnny to stop you.
Why do you care about the person that's selling them, but you don't care about the person that's using them? That doesn't make sense to me. That's like even in America. Oh, these little boys getting guns. Where the fuck they getting guns from? We care about where they getting the guns from, but we don't care about them using them. That doesn't make sense to me.
The fact is this: Thomas has, again, I think he's full of shit, but he has every right to be outraged about what's happening in the Congo. For all I know, maybe he might have relatives over there. We all happen to care about people. And even if he doesn't have relatives over there, just because they look like us, you know what I'm saying? It's something worth caring about. But I'm saying from the perspective of the U.S. government, the U.S. government doesn't have any obligation to Congo. It sucks, Thomas, but that's just the way it is.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
The fuck?
Yeah, so I'm not going to sit here and cry. And you know what? A lot of these governments that Victor Boot was selling arms to, it fucking sucks that this is coming from an African person saying it. It's usually our own people that would want to do business with this motherfucker. That's just what it is. Using the same fucking weapons, killing people. I know this for sure because I was ruled by a leader that did the same thing. Work with people like Victor Boot only to assassinate his own fellow citizens. That's why I'm not going to cry about it. The U.S. will do what is necessary. Same thing. I mean, the British people, they will do the same thing to look out for their own citizens and stuff like that. I'm not going to cry about it. All I'm saying is I don't understand why this crazy outrage. For some reason, I've never seen a reaction like this. Another woman, a white woman, was captured in Russia back in 2019. She did the exact same thing that Brittney Griner did at an airport in Russia. Look this up. I'm not making it up, and I can find you the article and put it in the chat. You know how long she was there? 2 fucking months.
3 months.
Yeah. No, it was actually 2 months.
Mamadou.
But she not high
you see what I'm saying? This is
profile.
what you do, Mamadou. This is what you do. Because the bottom line is Russia, at that point in time, was Russia at war with Ukraine at that time? No.
That's the point, Thomas.
Now they were in war with the Ukraine, and they knew Brittney Griner was coming in and out of the country with these weed pens. And the bottom line is they used that. So if Brittney Griner was arrested 4 years ago, this would not have been an issue. But they used it because of what was going on with the U.S. and Russia. So why don't you just throw that little caveat in there before you try to make a point that ain't a point, Mamadou?
No, it is
Thomas,
a point because
Thomas,
that's
if you've
not
ever heard me on Clubhouse before, you would have heard me say this like from the very beginning that she was used as a political pawn. So you are the one that just talked for a few minutes.
No, because you brought up about the white girl. You try to make a fucking point using this white girl, and we know that was in 2019, and the U.S. wasn't at war with Russia at that time. So that shit is null and void, Mamadou. Come on.
It's not null and void because at the end of the day,
yes, it was, Mamadou. Yes, it was because we weren't at war with them. Now we are. So they're going to do every single thing in their power to strike against us.
Thomas, you're hard to understand, bro. Come on.
What do you mean hard to understand? It's a fact.
Listen. The fact is this, yes, she was used as a political pawn. Everyone knows that. It is not a secret. All I'm saying is, the outrage over here, that the fact that, okay, she's freed all of a sudden, and the US government did a trade that you didn't like, why cry about it when someone else, because from the beginning when she was captured, when the war started, right? People were complaining. When she was sentenced to 9 years, a lot of people did say, including people that said, you know what, she was guilty of what she did. 9 years was too much for the fucking thing. That's all I'm saying. Listen, if she was to be there 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, I have no problem with that. She would have paid for her time, come back here. I won't cry about it. But again, this is the way politics work. It fucking sucks. Politicians do what works for them. Right now, Sleepy Joe, the guy that y'all say he poops in his pants and stuff like that, I don't know if you've been noticing. He's been delivering a lot of victories, at least for his party. And you know what? Make fun of him. Chances are he's likely going to get reelected again back in 2024. Just watch.
Bullshit.
Okay, just watch.
That's why he went and got Brittney quickly. He didn't wait a year. Definitely not 9 years.
Yeah, he just locked up some of the Trump administration for tax fraud. I just seen that shit yesterday.
That wasn't Trump administration, bro. That was a company that Trump owned.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, something dealing with Trump. If you get the gist of what I was trying to say, goddamn it, all these fucking.
So the funny thing is that they're outraged.
Fuck, like, yo,
got your ass about Victor.
He did.
Why are you not outraged about French colonization of Congo? Why y'all ain't trying to boot them motherfuckers out there that are ripping off the goddamn countries in Africa by taking all the wealth and charging them interest on it? Y'all worried about one motherfucker that was getting ready to get out of jail anyway versus France, who is fucking over goddamn northwestern Africa for who knows how long. I don't see nobody protesting about that except for the black doctor living down there in the South who started a campaign to kick France the fuck out of Africa.
So Derek, what you're saying, Derek, we should just keep moving the goalposts?
We get ready to start selective politics in here. Yes, it is, because we got so much shit we could be outraged about now. It's about to turn into that. Like,
you're trying to move the goalposts. That's bullshit.
Pointing out the most. Victor Boot is no longer an issue.
What do you mean it's no longer an issue?
He is no longer an issue. The motherfucker's been null and void. The reason why he got locked up is because he decided to start fucking doing some shit against America. They didn't give a fuck about Victor when he was running guns until he started thinking about starting terrorist act in America. That's why he got locked up. But the shit that is the problem is fucking France controlling Africa for how long and threatening that if you kick them out, they're going to destroy those countries. Why aren't we talking about that shit? Why are we talking about getting these countries out of here that has been raping the fucking motherland for fucking eons? You're talking about one dickhead that probably is going to end up dead anyway.
Why are you so angry?
Are y'all politicians?
Are y'all okay?
No, I am not a politician.
Are y'all political analysis? Like,
no, I'm not a political analysis. So I'm here to learn. Matter of fact, this is what we could do. Missy, reset the room for us, please. Yeah.
Welcome to University of Clubhouse, where we have fellow students of the law department and political science department. Yes, yes, yes. With that being said, go ahead and follow EB's house, which is the green house above our head. Go ahead and get the moderators a follow as well. Please go ahead and bless Ebony's Cash App so she can get some coffee and tea and whatever else that suits her soul. With that being said, guys, welcome to EB's house. I'm done speaking.
We are war with Russia.
Are you slow? What rock have you been out?
Missy,
Where you did your time at?
Thought Ebony was getting me a DoorDash.
Yo. I want to hear for some new voices though, because y'all know how we get. Like, we've been hearing the same voices for like 5.
I just want to say something
like,
real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
And that's okay. Grand Risings. So, I remember when Brittany got in trouble.
Grand fucking biscuits with extra butter on them.
Okay.
Hello?
Hardwick. That was crazy.
Grand.
It was giving BET.
No jelly, you are?
Stop. I don't know what you said. I'm scared. So, I remember when she got locked up and everybody was in such disarray and it was unfair. She got sentenced to 30 years without using the bathroom and we were all praying. I know I was praying. And now she's free. Only thing I care about is this, does this mean we're going to be at war with Russia? Because I'm not around with no Russia. We can't beat no Russia. I'm all for America, but there's some things we cannot do, and we need to understand our lane. So can somebody tell me, her being home with her beautiful, beautiful, gorgeous wife, does this mean that we are at now war with Russia? I don't care if it's a silent war. I don't care if it's a Wi-Fi war. Because if that is so, we need to do another trade.
It's olive branch, man.
The only war that is
Let me get a piece of that pie. Let me get a piece of that pie.
The only war that's about to happen is between Popeyes and Chick-fil-A. Outside of that, you need
Anthony in here.
Hold on. Don't be serious. We're gonna be serious. We ain't gonna be silly about this situation because what's going on is what you don't understand. Ex-military vets understand that this was not the correct play to do this.
Are you military?
It was only
vet,
a political. It was only a political play.
Hardwick, are you military vet?
I'm ex-Navy. Listen, but I'm continuing. Okay. Don't interrupt me, please.
I'm
So
the
whole thing was right. You putting a known fucking assassin out on the streets, my nigga, on something that they have already had their policy. We can't tell people. The thing is that when you're going in foreign countries, it's for you to do your due diligence. Just like Baby and goddamn James Harden, when they had all that weed, they got their stuff about it because they had that money, because they had that bag. But politically, you cannot be going in these different countries thinking that our laws and regulations apply. They already got one against you because they don't like the gay situation, right? You can't get mad at these folks, man. That's their country. So if you think that your arrogance and that your boldness is going to get you out of anything, it's not. These folks had to risk a high card that they sentenced this man on some motherfucking evidence that he has done to us already. At the end of the day, we putting it back out there, and what y'all gonna be hollering about? For a basketball player? Really? Now you got tens of millions of thousands of people who are getting blown the fuck up. Make that shit make sense to me. The math ain't math.
Wait, can somebody give a deeper? Hold on. Can somebody give a
blown up?
Can you give a deep analysis of the person that we traded her for? Does anyone really know? Who is this person?
I'm Anthony. Okay, I served in the Marine Corps from 1996 to 2016. Yeah, 13 days after 9/11, I was in Afghanistan. Now let's in 6 combat deployments. Okay, you can look at my bio and I can tell you all about that stuff. And I train U.S. Marines from being civilians to Marines. Well, just put it this way. Okay, so for one, it was an arms dealer. Okay, he was an arms dealer. Now, first and foremost, shout out to Brittany for coming home. It's good to see a sister coming home, especially when our country is so divided in regard to the LGBTQ community, and then also an African American woman. Well, we already know that our lives are not valued. Okay, so I definitely want to say that I'm glad that she is coming home. However, now this is not we can't play the victim that this young lady made a conscious decision to go through several layers of security to put America on exposure in a country like Russia. So marijuana is legal over there, and she is a star. She should have known better. And then plus, she had an opportunity at amnesty points to go over there to make sure you get rid of you. When you go to Russia and places like that, you have several checkpoints, and you have customs, and people tell you not to do anything like that. So to me, I personally felt that she should have been held accountable for her actions. Now let's go back to this arms dealer, and I'll say how I speak on that. America has had this guy for a long time. Now, to Finn's point, Russia is not a threat to the United States. If Ukraine is kicking their ass, that's like Nashville going to war with the U.S. and Nashville kicking our ass. So we don't have any issues with. There's three big superpowers: the United States, Russia, and China. Russia, the way that they're fighting wars right now, based off of my combat experience, they are not prepared to sustain this war. And Ukraine is currently bombing Russia, so they're taking the fight to Russia. So if they wanted to end this war, it would have already been over if Russia had the power to do so. And they haven't been in a big combat situation in a long time. So Russia is not a threat. So I want to neutralize that. And in closing to this situation, okay, the amnesty deal, the arms dealer, he's going to be dead, y'all. I mean, do I believe in what we should have done? Do I believe that we had to give up something to get something? There's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that's happening right now, but there's a bigger what we were able to trade for information and with Russia, you guys would never know. But I believe that this guy's going to be killed as soon as he gets back. I'll give him a year, because right now Russia will want. Plus, he's a marked guy. So now he's not going to be doing any arms dealings now. I don't think that he's a threat. And I think that America has extracted all of the information that we need. Nobody's going to touch this guy or do any information with him because he's been captured by the enemy. So I don't think that he's going to be a threat to national security. That's just my observation.
I want to ask the room. I want to ask the room a question, right? I want to ask the room one question.
Russia's gonna
right?
Isn't what they said about
Brittney
Bin Laden,
Griner,
and Bin Laden turned around and act like a whole different animal?
Thank you.
I want to ask just one quick question. If Brittney Griner was arrested in a country where the penalty for drugs was death, how would you guys feel about that situation?
The same way we feel about the
Why are we
9
even
years that
answering
she
the
got.
question?
What the fuck,
Exactly.
Thomas?
Hello?
Hello? Huh?
Black Lives Matter?
What the fuck?
Fed, you missed what Tia said.
What
missed.
Tia said?
No, the problem is it's not about that, right? If she was sentenced to death, right, in another country, right, then we would have dealt with that. Like all these what if and hypotheticals. The bottom line is once the person or the asset has once they've been in any type of intelligent capacity, so whether that's interrogation, whether that's monitoring, right, they are forever being surveilled. I said this an hour ago. They are forever surveilled. So I don't believe he's a threat to national security because he's marked, and people around him they see him as an intelligence asset to America. So the people around him will always question whatever contact he gives them to. He's hot now, right? Not in a good way. So if anybody is seen doing deals with him, they're not going to trust him as much as they did because they feel like he's compromised. So from an intelligence, and I was an intel analyst, I was in military intelligence as an analyst. So there are things at play that will consistently happen with this man, and everyone around him knows that. So I agree with that.
But Chat, I have a question for you. First of all, that dress is always busting. How do we know, or how do we not know that Brittney has been compromised and she's now a spy for Russia?
Girl, what the fuck?
Please.
So actually, I've known Brittney since she was little.
You're reaching.
So I doubt that happened.
Okay,
Boy,
so
y'all
You
wild as
watching
hell,
too
my
many
boy.
James Bond movies. Watching too many
But the
goddamn.
truth is,
Yeah,
what
we're gonna move this
if she
conversation
isn't?
forward.
What if she isn't loyal to the U.S.? Then what?
Man,
That's what I'm
Victor
saying.
Victor
It
Bout
doesn't matter
is
what
going
the
to
fuck
be.
kind of information is she gonna find out from the U.S. government. What the fuck kind of information is
Thank
they
you,
gonna
Tia
fucking give
Beanie.
her?
Thank you,
How
The
to
Victor
Tia.
same
dribble up
Vic,
shit
and
that
down
we
the
Shad
finding
court.
and
out on
Anthony
TV.
laid it
She
down.
ain't get
How to
shit
dribble up and
special.
down the court.
Y'all reaching.
Victor Bout is going to
Tia is
be
right.
Victor
Yeah.
Bout, man.
That bitch
Let's see,
probably gonna be high
3
every motherfucking day anyway.
and that's it, right? Victor Bout in about 3 months or less, 90 days or less. Victor Bout is going to be in, you know what I'm saying? What y'all say in the military, in theater, business as usual. And then I'll even tell you this, right? And I'm gonna even tell you this, right? The United States is going to be doing business, the same kind of business they did with him before they put him in prison. You know what I'm saying, man? Yeah, man, y'all don't know, man. This shit is, man, there's no people are trying to like nail this shit down to some kind of morality. The United States don't give a fuck about the United States, whatever the interest of the United States are at the given time. That's what they give a fuck about. And
Talk
however
that shit, Biggie.
and however they need to achieve that, they're going to do it. Hell, look at and I'll tell you a good example of it. Well, I mean, there are many examples of it, but hell, look at motherfucking Osama bin Laden. Hell, at one time, Osama bin Laden was working with the United States, and then hell, shit, he was number one enemy. You get what I'm saying? I mean, but the only thing that shifted, you get what I'm saying, was the objectives of the United States. The political political environment shifted. That's the only thing that shifted. Hell, he was doing the same shit he was doing. But when what he was doing failed, stopped, you know what I'm saying, supporting or stopped benefiting the United States, the U.S. objectives, whatever they were, yeah, that's when he became, man, go get that motherfucker. The same thing with Noriega. You get
Hey,
what I'm
Big E.
saying?
The
Hey, hey,
arms
hey,
dealer will never see the light of day
hey, Big
besides
E.
his
Come on,
transport.
man.
Hey, Big E.
Arms dealer will never see the
The
light of
only
day
thing that
besides his
comes to mind
transport.
where I think Victor Boot might be allowed to do something is this modus vivendi agreement with one of our allies, Israel, with this proxy war against fucking Syria. Because as you know, Israel is working with Russia in that conflict. That's the only way I see Victor Boot being
But
alive is if he's going to run arms in that conflict.
but
And believe it or not, the United States government is providing weapons
but
for that
but
shit.
but
So
this the point.
He
indirectly,
is
we're
going to
still
be
dealing with that.
dead.
That's what
He
I'm
will be
saying. But
dead. I
I'm
don't know
saying
what y'all talking about. He
that's
will
not.
be
Listen,
dead.
the point is this. The point is this. This dude knows the fucking landscape. He knows how to do what the fuck he does. So whenever somebody needs that shit accomplished, whether see you acting like the dude is his loyalty is okay. He's loyal to these. He's a fucking arms dealer. He knows how to operate in the goddamn field. He knows that shit. He has a fleet of fucking planes, right? Cargo planes, right? You get what I'm saying? The dude knows, and so one day, hell, his services are gonna go to the highest fucking bidder. You get what I'm saying? Or whoever has the ability to, hey man,
Including America.
including the United States. If the United
Yes,
States
Lord.
needs this done, go over there. Hey man, drop these weapons, drop these folks over here. Do that. If the Russians, this and that, I mean, that's all it is, man. These folks are fighting proxy wars all over the goddamn world, man. And if you don't know that, man, you probably gonna try to buy some oceanfront property in the middle of Montana, some goddamn way. You
So
get what I'm
Brittany
saying?
knows how to dunk. Brittany knows how to dunk and block shots.
He will not be in operation. I don't know why y'all keep thinking that. The guy. Can I finish? I appreciate
Brittany
it. So
knows how to dunk and block
guy will
shots.
not be in operation. He is a liability. He's not an asset anymore. Does he have things that could be beneficial to Russia and or America? Yes, but the problem is Russia will not trust him. He has been debriefed in American soil for too long. Just even being there for a second
Brittany,
under
the
our
same
custody.
I don't
thing.
know. Why would they trade him if he wasn't an asset, though? That doesn't make sense. Why would Russia feel like that's
I
a
appreciate it. So
valuable trade?
Hold on, let him finish.
I got you. So thank you.
No part of that is true.
At the end of the day, right? It's called a debriefing. So they want to interrogate and or torture him to see what he actually said. They're not getting this nigga back for him to go to work. They're getting him back so they could see what the fuck he done told America about Russia. They don't want to use him again. You
He
already
will
got
probably
killed.
get killed.
That ain't true,
Right, he's
man.
gonna die.
No, that's true. They said that over and over again.
I got you. So
I
before
wouldn't do
every
my
time I say like two
prediction.
fucking things, everybody got to jump
Y'all
in.
let Wes
Hold
finish.
on, let him finish, y'all.
if you don't agree, I appreciate if you just let me finish. So what happens, right, in the military, when you get captured and you come back, there is a debriefing. In the debriefing, they need to know what you said, number one. Because if you know too much, you are a liability. You are no longer an asset. And if you don't break, they will break you and or kill you in Russia. This ain't United States. They have a completely different code of conduct over there. And I promise you, him being in America, knowing damn well that that's one of our biggest enemies, they're going to kill him before they allow him to go back into the field, because everything that he has, they can still obtain without him actually being the person to push the buttons.
Can I speak, please? As a Russian citizen, can I speak, please?
Victor Bout is going to be back in Africa within 90 days. Bet your life on that.
But
this is a fruitful
I bet
conversation.
I
think what's sitting with me.
I bet 10 is not. Y'all, Ayana trying to get in there, y'all. I think that's Ayana. Okay.
Yeah, and thank you for that. I love the passions. I would just love to see some of these high school transcripts when these U.S. pilots.
Here Ayana go. Y'all knew it was coming.
Please get those.
Go ahead, Ayana. Go ahead and shame us, baby. Shame us, baby.
I'm gonna need y'all 4.0 GPAs. Yes.
Shame us, Ayana. Shame us.
Ayana,
shame people for having a talk.
I'm taking
y'all
my apple
come
off
in
the
here
table.
and you got the shit down to the goddamn T. And
your
the
Lord and
world
Savior
needs
was a
you.
carpenter.
This is a loving message. I want to motivate a mindset. The world needs you and those talents that y'all sitting on while y'all in here sounding like a ghetto version of MSNBC. But I love it, and don't stop on my account. This is great.
Hey Ayana, I got a question. What if one of us is right?
Not talking about
What if one of
Oh
us
no!
is right?
I didn't.
Here.
No. You can keep your Clubhouse version of CNN, nigga. I'm just listening today. Y'all got it.
And Ayana got a little twist out and think she can talk to us any kind of way. I'm not going.
She got a green bean, man. She can
I
talk
love
to
you
how she wants to, man.
I talk to y'all without this fucking green bean, just
All right,
like
so
this.
move
Like
yourself to the
y'all
green
know
and come
better.
back.
You got that little
y'all know
blowout
better.
twist out and just think you can talk to us crazy.
Shut up. My twist out cute. You okay?
Malika Lewis.
Shout out to that moisturized twist out.
Hey, yo, but
Period. Shout out to my L products being on sale.
They got the merch in the death back for a reason.
They're on
First of all,
sale?
he's an
My God,
independent
your mic is
We
disgusting.
keep telling you this.
Where they're on sale at?
For the last 4
Who said something about my mic?
Mac
We're
God's
talking
mic.
to you.
Not Devon. Your name
Frederick
Mac God?
Douglass.
My bad. You know I am a Mac guy though.
All right.
No, I'm just saying, there's no way in the world, first of all, that they bringing that
That's
man
Ebony's
back. Yes, they
speaking.
are
We
doing that.
Can't hear you.
That is true.
Can somebody give me a
They are
reset
doing
real quick?
Mac
Cannot
God, shut
hear
up.
you.
Tell your mother.
Yeah, let me do it. I never got to do a reset before. Let me do it.
Reset the
Yes,
room,
Darius.
Hey, give us a reset, Darius.
It's your time.
Hey, one
It's time,
mic.
your time to shine, Darius. Let's get it.
Clear my throat, man. I'm ready. Okay.
Go ahead, brother.
Real shit. Don't do me like that. Hold on.
Why be using the mute all button when you ain't supposed
All right,
to
here we
use
go.
it?
Welcome to Ebb's house, where your weed better be laid or you gonna get played. Today we are discussing Brittney Griner being swapped out for arms dealer. Hello. Did I do a voice right? No.
No.
Hello. Okay.
Thank y'all. All right, there we go. Yeah.
Ebb's gonna get you.
So here's the thing in a debriefing. I'm hearing something.
Make sure
Yo,
y'all
who the
send
fuck watching
Ebony.
General
Make
Hospital?
sure y'all hit that Cash App. Hold on, Darius, because you half-assing. Make sure y'all hit the Cash App at the top.
Oh, my
Show
bad. I
Ebony
forgot
some
that
love
part. That's right.
for bringing this dope content to you. Click on the Cash App. I don't care if it's $2, $3, $1. You know, send a little something so she can get a little coffee and a
Lady O,
toast in the morning. Yo, what's good?
A little what, Lady O? A little
He's in the
coffee.
middle of a
Little
reset.
coffee.
What
A
is
little
happening?
coffee.
Little
Okay, in the head.
It's
little
coffee.
tea,
It's
little
coffee,
tea
Lady
and
O.
toast,
Coffee.
little tea.
Confession.
Trevor, just send the money. Damn. All right, go ahead.
Yeah,
Send the motherfucking
I'm
funds.
from New York, so we say things different. Okay.
Yeah, send them stamps.
Hey, Mac God, you need to get
Send
Victor
those
Boot.
in too.
You need to
Shit.
get Victor Boot to smuggle you a better phone, Mac God.
Nah, y'all don't want Matt Guard with a big mic. He ain't gonna never shut the fuck up. You ain't gonna be able to hear nobody but him.
So don't.
How
But
you
they
set
cannot
food
read.
stamps though?
Y'all
Boss
better
and start
appreciate that muffled mic.
Oh,
Hey, yo,
God.
The baby Mike boys.
Why you do me like that, son?
Yo, not too much of that.
Yeah,
That's
not
the
too
only.
much on not too much on New
It's
York.
crazy. It's crazy. Y'all keep
All
fucking up
right.
this
Easy
reset.
on us.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
reset is
thank
just
you.
in
Hey,
shambles right now.
I think Ebony's trying to hop in there, guys.
Oh no, I'm fine. I'm fine. Back on topic.
Ebony, I got you. Welcome to Ed's house. Today's topic is Brittney Griner swapped for an arms dealer. Hello. Make sure y'all follow the house, follow the mods, click the link above. Once again, click that Cash App and send her, a little couple of dollars. Everybody's 6-figure on this app, so I know you got it. It's 47 shares in here. It's 405 people. Share the room, ping the room. Invite some of your friends over to engage in this dope conversation. The floor is open. I know Ebony likes one mic. Please don't, tussle over each other's voices, and let's just have a productive conversation. The floor is open. Is there any new voices that would like to add anything to the conversation?
When do I get to
Have
give my
fun.
opinion? Can I say something
Yeah,
real quick?
I want to say something. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go, brother. You go first. I'll come after you.
Yo, Darius.
I just want to know how anyone would feel on this stage if it was them stuck over
Listen,
there.
one mic on Bender. One mic on Bender. Go ahead, Bender. Oh, never mind. He got on the phone. Who's next?
I want to know if anybody on stage how they feel if they were stuck over there and they were talking about sending Victor Boot over there to get their ass out of it.
Happy.
So I
Happy.
actually I
You
didn't,
better
but I
train
am
me.
close to
I
her
want to be
family.
traded.
So
I mean, who the
y'all
fuck
hear chat
wouldn't want to get the
talking.
hell up out of there?
I know y'all hear chat talking.
Go ahead, chat.
oh, thanks. Thanks, Missy. No, I've known Brittany since she was little. Like I said before, I hoop with her sister, so I've known her. Been in school with her sister, and been friends since elementary school. I'm so sorry, that is so loud. But here's the thing, right? So this morning, y'all know what happened. Y'all saw the video of the swap, right? So I believe she's still in. I can't really say too much, but what I will say is it has really affected her family, as you all probably could guess, right? I've had to make my friend eat because she was so depressed and she would not eat, right? And so I would either go by there and drop food off or send her food, check on her multiple times a week. And it just depends. Her mom, Miss Flo, has been a wreck. Her wife, her family, it's just been very hard and very taxing, and very depressing. And so I know a lot of you all are praying, but we're still not in the clear. She still has to go to the hospital, and be screened and evaluated. Then on top of that, there will most likely be a debrief. I'm not saying that because I've heard that. I'm going to make that clear. But as an intelligence analyst, a former military intelligence analyst, she will most likely be debriefed. They will find out what she knows. But understand, Russia also kept her in a prison away from everybody else for that very reason, because they did not want her to accidentally see anything or find out anything or talk to any other prisoners and gain intel from them and come here. And they knew that they would swap her. That's the reason why they gave her the dramatic sentence. I don't think they expected her to serve out that entire sentence, but they knew that they could leverage her and use her as a political pawn to make that happen, right? And so, with Russia and with America, understand that when what's his name gets over to Russia again, we'll continue to surveil. But I don't believe that Brittany is free and clear just because she's in the States. There are a lot of other things that happen along with this swap that we don't even know, that has yet to be declassified. So I'm sure it wasn't just a prisoner for a prisoner. I'm sure that there were other layers of that compromise that we don't even know, and we probably won't know until it's declassified, if that makes sense.
That's what's
Hey, I do.
Yep,
agree.
makes plenty
I
of
do agree
sense.
with one thing, and that is they did do a check, like a heat check. When they said 9 years, they wanted to see what the reaction was over here in order to decide how they could deal with her as a pawn, because that would be a way for them to know what to do and how to respond to the U.S. if they wanted to make an exchange or do a deal. I'll land my plane.
Well, I can tell you how fortunate she is, because do you know there are hundreds of thousands of political prisoners from the United States globally in a lot of countries? So clearly, a lot of y'all don't understand. If you've never lived overseas, if you've never had to deal, whether it's Japan, even some of our allies have some very strict laws when it comes to discipline for breaking laws. Like in Japan, you can end up in jail for 22 days before you even see a lawyer. So unless you've ever been there and worked there as an independent contractor in the military, you clearly can't understand how lucky she is, because I'm almost sure there are some people a lot more important to our country than she is, and they're still a political prisoner.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't want to say that just because how fake the outrage can be, and can't believe Ayanna said that. But I'm gonna be honest with y'all. It's like we hate accountability. Like, and what Derek said is facts. Like, do you know how many people that are actually worthy of being reunited with their families and their children? Like, the people you reproduce for something even worse off or more minor than what she did. Like, what honestly does she contribute to society to say, yo, we're going to make her number one, and then to swap her out? Well, who they swapped out? That's the point. I'm going to be honest with you. I know I can't believe Ayanna saying that. Fuck it. I'm saying it with my whole chest. Where's the accountability for the behavior? Nobody stuffed weed in her shit. Nobody put a gun to her head and was like, yo, if you don't sneak this over here, we're going to fucking kill you. Like,
no, they made her do it.
This was a decision, excuse me. This was a decision a grown person made going to another country. And at what point do we say, hey, yo, there's consequences for the shit I do? And that WNBA title might not be able to save you. But, if you say that, niggas get mad. You got to fight the ABC people and everything else. And I promise you I'm not trying to sound insensitive. I'm being logical with the shit. But it's like, oh, she's a black.
So logically, y'all want to unswap the bitch. That's what it sounds like. Y'all want to unswap the bitch.
No, what I want people to do is be mindful of what it is they're saying to you. I want people to be mindful of what it is we're fighting for and what's happening. Because this was the people's outrage. Let's be clear. This was the people that did this. So you ain't got to like what I got to say. I don't wake up to be like, I hope what I say is pleasurable to these strangers on the fucking internet. I don't give a fuck.
So
I'll be all day tomorrow, and I like me.
And I have a question. Hold on one second. Let me ask you a question, Ayanna, and then I'm going to pass the mic.
Daryl, hold on, Daryl.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, the impulse control is crazy. But go ahead. And no, I'm not answering no question. You got it.
Oh, damn, Ayanna.
Don't damn it. It doesn't need to go to hell.
You're feeling real sassy today, huh, baby?
No, it's not sassy. This is big energy here, babe. Yeah, this is boss energy all day.
Easy.
Yeah, but go ahead. Keep the conversation going. What we're not going to do is like, I'm going to tell you what we got to stop doing. We don't like an opinion, so it's like, oh, let's get ignorant or let's have fake outrage. It's okay. You're going to have multiple people at the table.
Come on, y'all.
I can't hear shit you're saying because I was still talking.
Easy on me.
I can't hear you because I'm still talking.
On me. I wouldn't give a fuck.
Yeah, I am going easy on you. The thing is, can you ease up off the mic? Right. Like, we got to stop the fake outrage. I just want to finish my thought. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't want nobody to take it personal. You got to say, go easy on me. This wasn't for you. This was Ayanna sharing her thoughts.
Yeah, but it's your mouth, though.
And so we got to, oh my God. And so we have to do a better job of composing ourselves when people want to share their thoughts. Because nothing about my thought was personal for anybody on here. But motherfuckers get mad and insulted by other people's opinions because freedom is not free. But y'all got it. I love y'all.
I got a question, Ayanna.
I'd like to jump in. Don't ask her no fucking questions, Sunrise. She said she ain't answering nothing.
Yeah, she did say that. Y'all got the floor.
Why you mad? What the fuck? Why you mad?
We ain't got to do this.
We don't have to do that. It's not that deep. I just wanted to finish my thought. Damn.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
You know, when all you're used to is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. But I get it.
Yeah, right. We know.
Can we talk? I definitely
Go
want to
ahead,
get back
Anthony.
to
Let's chop it
Next
up.
speaker.
I definitely want to be. I definitely want to have an
Bro, Anthony,
intellectual
you don't hear Anthony talking,
conversation.
bro? We gotta stop doing that shit, man. For real. He already talking, dog. Like, come on, man. That's the problem now. Go ahead, Anthony. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, I definitely want to have an intellectual conversation with our people, man, because I think that, there's a lot of people who need to hear, like what our thoughts are without making it personal, man. Why are we lowering our intellectual capital? I mean, there's rooms like this going on Clubhouse, and I want to hear y'all's opinion. I definitely want to say that, to Ayana's point, there's an amnesty period when you're going through these checkpoints. You got to go through like 6 checkpoints, and you have to sign all of these declarations before you egress and ingress to a country, right? So, to me, and I stand with Ayana. I believe she should be held accountable for her actions in regard to having a illegal substance and putting America in a position to where we're compromised to get her back. That she's not a victim. I mean, she made a conscious decision to take a marijuana pen to a place that doesn't allow marijuana pens. So we can't negate that because she's an African American, gay woman. That's not fair, right? So when we look at this, on its face, she did wrong, and she has to abide by Russia's rules. And unfortunately, we had to trade a high power person in order to get her back. So it made America have to make a decision. And I don't believe if it was the Trump administration would have done the same thing. It's not Biden, it's not political, and it's not anything else. In Turkey, when I was over there, a young man had stole a piece of candy. He was had to be 14 to 15 years old. You know what they did to him? They chopped off his freaking hand in the street. All at the wrist with an axe with children watching. So we can't use our political stance to dictate how Russia deals with a person who committed a crime. Now, I'll land with this. I want to go back to the Russia situation. Okay. Russia cannot fight with America. I'm telling you, they don't have the bandwidth. Right now, any dictatorship, and I want to be clear with this, any dictatorship will fall. And the reason why is because America volunteers to fight, number one. Okay, number two, we have military bases that can reach out and touch Russia within minutes. So we have military bases that are strategically located in different areas to where, we don't have to worry about Russia, because if they could fight well, right now they have logistical problems. I have friends that are in Norway positioning themselves to do whatever we need to do. And that right now Russians are surrendering because they don't know how to resupply the people that are on the ground. They wanted this to be over before the winter. And right now they don't have the logistics to do that. So if you know how war is fought, it's fought with communication and also logistics to resupply ammo and all of that other stuff. And right now they're getting their ass kicked. So we don't fight war like that anymore. You got to be able to maintain the equipment. A tank is useless if you can't do the maintenance on it. And weapons are useless if you can't resupply. I land.
Well,
Okay,
this has been
Hold on, y'all.
This
Calm
is
down.
real quick.
Y'all calm
Do y'all
down
know
a
how
bit.
much weed was on her to say that she should?
They said the thing was empty. They said it was empty.
Okay, she had 0.7 of a gram. 0.7. That's what they found. 0.7.
Yeah, that
So
be
for
surprising.
those of you that are asking, I'll be right quick. For those of you that are asking or saying that she needs to be held accountable for her crime, if you don't know how much weed she had on her person, how do you know how she needs to be held accountable? No, that's a good point. That's a good point. So this is what I'll say.
It was THC oil.
To Chad's point, that was a good point. This is the reality of it, though. Laws are not equal across countries, but you know what I'm saying? There are countries that have they're not lax. Dubai sentenced somebody to 4 years in their prison, and dude stepped on a little weed bud. Like he wasn't even smoking it, but that's considered an extent of trafficking in their eyes. So you got to understand, we're having an American view on something
That's an international matter. We have to take it into consideration. Everybody's not as lax about the matter, and how a country choose to pursue their law.
So it's actually very similar to what I know that you hear me talking.
Hey,
one mic on Rochelle. One mic on Rochelle. One mic on Rochelle.
Yo, why the fuck you throw me to the goo? I didn't even.
Why did y'all mute me though? That's some weird shit.
Why y'all drop me to the goo? Why the fuck
Listen, ladies.
Yo, y'all not about to
Ladies,
get it, Darius.
Stop. We listen. This, come on, ladies.
Emotions are running high.
Come on. No, stop. Because I'm tired. Stop, because I'm tired of the going back and forth. Listen, we all are going to have to respect each other. If you guys have an issue with each other, open up another room and handle it that way. But come on, guys, let's just have some respect for each other. Come on. I didn't drop anybody.
Tia and Rochelle were both. Hey, hold on.
Bring up Ayana, Bray, and Lady O.
Tia and Rochelle were both asking to speak. Ebony, I'm sorry.
Hold on, wait. Rochelle was trying to speak. Oh, go ahead, Ebony.
Y'all real goofy.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
I can barely hear you, Ebony. Barely.
Hey, bring up Lady O too.
Is Lady O? I don't see.
Oh, yo, one mic in here. Go ahead, Ebony.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, everybody stay on mute for a second.
Thank you. Y'all need to respect my space. So let's start off there, okay? Because this is my space, okay? Thank you. Nobody should be kicked down. Y'all shouldn't be modding people, especially if they don't follow me. That's crazy. That's crazy, right? So let's all kumbaya together. If y'all have a problem, you can definitely leave, but do not move nobody else down. If somebody else gets moved down, I'm moving the mods. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Go ahead, Rochelle. Miss Rochelle, you was speaking when all this.
Well, I mean, I know I was talking and got muted, but it's cool. And shout out to whoever pushed me down. We love that for me.
Okay, so I kind of lost my train of thought, like everything that's going on. Okay, all right, y'all got it. I'm good. I'm not about to do this.
No,
So
go ahead. Oh, wait.
Right?
No, hold on. No disrespect. Hold on. Rochelle, go ahead. I think he probably didn't realize he was off mute because he was chopping.
Okay. So I've been listening to these rooms like all day long, and I'm just really stunned at the hypocrisy of my own people. I definitely understand that there are laws in other countries that should be followed, but what's interesting about like this case is that guy Victor got the minimum sentence for what he did, which was 25 years. That's the minimum that he got. And when Brittney was sentenced to 9 years, the maximum is 10, the minimum is 5 for the amount of like drugs or whatever that she had. And it's just amazing to me that we sit here and we talk about, criminal justice reform in our own country, how people are in jail and in prison for life because of weed charges and this and that. And then we turn around and justify a woman being sentenced to almost 9 years for a vape pen, all because she was in another country. And I think that we have to be mindful of the things that we say, because this can be used as a political talking point to say, well, look, Black people didn't support Brittney Griner, so they shouldn't be upset that we're not going to change these laws in our state, but we're going to keep Black men and women incarcerated for grams of marijuana. Like, I just think that we need to understand that our narrative, like when you are Black, you're Black like everywhere, and it impacts us right here at home. The next thing I'm going to say is, and probably the last thing I'm going to say, because this is a lot here. I studied abroad in Russia for 2 months when I was in college. I studied in Moscow and St. Petersburg, and it was terrifying. And I could not imagine being in a penal colony, because a penal colony is not necessarily isolation. It's an isolated territory where you're kept away from like regular Russian citizens, but it's not complete and full isolation. I couldn't imagine basically being a modern day slave in a penal colony in Russia where I can't even drink the water. Because when I was there, you can't drink the water. You can't even brush your teeth with the water. I remember we were in the Red Square. It was a student exchange program. I was the only Black student. We were in the Red Square, And the Russian police, if that's what you want to call them, they kind of came up to one of the students and we were taking pictures. This is the Red Square where Lenin's tomb, St. Basil, all that, the Kremlin, all that where obviously people are going to be taking pictures. And they gave him a ticket and they charged him for violating some sort of policy about photos. And then they took his film. So the entire time we were there, the U.S. embassy or whatever, not the Russian embassy, the U.S. embassy was making sure that his passport wasn't getting flagged for him not showing up to court because they could have thrown him in jail. And it's that simple of things that they can do over there to try to incarcerate Americans. And I just think it's unfortunate that instead of celebrating this woman coming home, that we are pretty much downplaying the significance of her release.
I don't think it was that. I feel like, she was just trying to comment and just tell people to be mindful that, other countries do have laws and regulations. So it is a celebration, but at the same time, everybody not going to be up in arms for whenever, somebody just randomly across the country getting in trouble. I think that's what I got from what Ayana said.
And I just want to make it clear. Hold on 1 second, Anthony. I just want to make it very clear,
opinions and not everyone thinking the fucking same.
Okay, I just want to make
sure. Not me being muted. That's weird.
Okay, I just want to make sure for people in the chat, I'm not boasting. Why are y'all muting me?
Bro, can y'all stop being fucking weird? Anthony, what the fuck?
Yeah, hey, y'all, real quick, y'all. Can we please just stop being weird for a minute? I'm just listening, but let's just be a little respectful for once. Just a little bit. Please, y'all. Go ahead, Rochelle.
Rochelle, I just had a question.
I just want to make sure that people understand. I don't do the clout. I do shit in real life, so I don't have to do the clout chasing. I actually really did go to Russia. So it's not that everyone's been to Russia. I really did go over there for a student exchange program. And it wasn't just that I went to Russia. I was in Eastern Europe as well. And then Russia was the last leg of the program.
Man, fuck these folks. They never left their city. You gotta argue with these people. Fuck them.
Yeah. Listen,
I just had a question for you, please. I want to have a question for Rochelle, please, if you don't mind.
Before you ask that question, I got one little statement. One point is that we
Will, hold on, man.
We do because Bill Cosby.
Will,
not you bringing up Bill Cosby.
Sir,
come on, man.
Sir,
go ahead, man.
There's no decorum on this stage right now.
Man, it's crazy, man. But you know what? I have patience.
You do a reset
for my people. Okay, so Rochelle, I just had a question for you. Good to see you again. How do you believe that Russia should have handled it? That's the question that I have, because I absolutely unequivocally, one thing that we have to go off of is facts. She had an illegal substance. She knew that she was supposed to go through all of the checkpoints. You've been to Russia. You know how many steps. It's like 7-8 layers before getting in the country, an opportunity to make sure that you check all of your stuff. How do you believe that Russia should have had it? What would have been a fair sentence for her with the vape pen?
The minimum sentence over there for what she had was 5 years. And when I just look at what the other case of the white woman that was over there, she had 19 grams of THC and spent, I think, 3 months and I guess had to pay a fine. So when I look at 19 grams and less than a gram, I don't understand. I mean, I understand why Brittney was penalized a lot more. Obviously, because there are some political things happening with Ukraine and Russia and US, and she's a WNBA star, so what she represents, I get all that. But to me, I feel like they should have went for the minimum or made it equal to what the white woman that had 19 grams was given. And this is why I was saying, Anthony, that we as Black people, it don't matter if you in the United States, Russia, France, Paris, you go still be treated like a Black American wherever you go in the court system. And that's why I'm saying we have to, sorry, I got a call. That's why I'm saying we have to be mindful of that. But anyway.
Rochelle, can I ask you a genuine question as a Black woman in America? Are we
are we really going to be surprised that Black people, particularly Black women, cannot get away with the things that other people do? Like, are we really shocked about that?
No, I mean, I'm not surprised. I was just, when Anthony asked me what would I have thought Russia should do, I'm looking at it that way. So I'm not looking at it like,
and I'm not. I swear, I'm not attacking you. I don't.
No, I know you're not.
What I know, it's some fragile motherfuckers in here. What I'm saying is that, and I agree. I don't want to seem like I disagree. I 100% agree with you. Like, damn, you had somebody do the same crime and get less time, and they had more things, right? Like, I 100% agree. That same shit carries over here. It's kind of like why do we expect to go to another country with Europeans and think that it's going to be better? And this isn't to you. This is just kind of like a probing question. You know what I'm saying?
But to the point of Brittney, she never assumed that it would be better. As a matter of fact, she was quite clear.
I'm sorry, so you're whispering. We can't.
Yeah. I said to Brittney's
point. You got to get your phone sex voice off. There you go.
Yes. So
nah, stay right there. Don't holler. Stay right where you at.
So to the point, Brittney was very contrite about what she did. She took responsibility. I mean, we're talking about a repressive government, like a very clearly repressive government. We know governments lie. We know prosecutors lie. We know that they sometimes, make up evidence and put all kinds of things before them. But what concerns me is that we assume that these are all the facts, as if like there isn't some kind of suppression of facts. It's assumed that Brittney was intentional about what she did and that she was just flagrantly bringing drugs into the country. I think what needs to be clear is that it's easy to just try to assign responsibility to an entire institution and organization and state that is committed to suppressing its own people quite clearly, so they have no problem doing it. The odds are very much against you. And so for me, I think it's much more effective to have a conversation about the ways in which states engage in these kinds of practices, rather than saying, well, she should take responsibility and be held to account, when that's exactly what she did. She didn't even try to fight the case. So for me, it's kind of a moot point to talk about accountability, but that's exactly what she did. Well, no,
she did plead
you gotta do both, bro. No, you gotta
hold on. Y'all let Dr. Campbell finish. Hey, let him let his point.
She pled guilty. She didn't fight it. She didn't even fight it. And they still imposed damn near the maximum sentence against her for something that was absolutely inconsequential. And I don't think this is having rose-colored glasses or an American view of it. It's about having a justice view of it. It was absolutely wrong what happened to her. And to Rochelle's point, if we're serious about criminal justice reform in our country, all right, and criminal justice reform at all, then we can't just simply look at this and say, you know what, well, that's just another country. You need to know what's what. And
it cut out, babe.
Is that my phone is?
But this is my question. How do we reform a country we don't live in? That's the part that y'all are talking about. And this is a real question. I'm only passionate because I'm frustrated.
Ayana, I ain't offended. He wanted his phone to cut off.
I thought his phone cut off.
He back though.
He came back.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Stop fucking muting me, weirdos.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly say, injustice, is problematic everywhere. And it's not about, trying to reform what's going on in Russia more than it's a matter of trying to address quite clearly the ways in which someone was absolutely railroaded by another country. So I'll land there.
Yeah,
I got a question.
I don't think the people are saying that we want to reform Russia criminal justice system. It's just Black Lives Matter. Like, I think the conversation originally started.
Your bots tripping.
I think the conversation originally started when she got arrested, that we didn't think that America would.
I modded you back to you. I got you. Missy on y'all. Stop.
Oh my God. Am I not talking?
I'm sorry, babe. It's a lot of bullshit.
I had a question before I got dropped. I'm confused.
This shit blowing me now.
Go ahead, Plenty. My apologies. Go ahead.
Give me 1 minute, please.
Like,
Is
I
Ebony
get
here?
that y'all feel all
Is Ebony here? Hold on 1 minute, y'all. I'm so sorry. Is Ebony here? Ebony is not here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave the room,
Y'all have a great day.
No,
I've
don't
reached my
leave.
capacity.
Wait, Missy, why are you
No,
leaving?
It
because
has
I'm
to be
getting
somebody
tired.
new. It
All
gotta
right,
be
we're gonna
somebody
holler
new.
at
I've reached my capacity for fuckery today. So y'all have a great day.
Thank you, sis.
Wow.
Who just asked to speak? Who?
Hey, let Plenty finish. Hey, one mic, let Plenty finish.
Go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
No, I think her coming home and them actually doing just anything means a little bit more to us, and I will hope it would mean a little bit more to a lot of the other Black Americans, because I thought the conversation originally when she got arrested that we didn't think they were going to do anything. I don't think they thought there were no conversations was going to be had, no trades was going to have, because we think that Black lives do not matter to the American government. So I thought we should have a little bit of celebration for the fact that they actually made something big happen to get her home. Whether we agree with it or not, that's another American that is being returned back to American soil. And yes, she is not a military vet, but she is an Olympic winner. Like, how can we just diminish her accomplishments because she doesn't do as much as y'all do, or if you don't think that she's important? She's important to a lot of other people. A lot of people cried and hurt and protest because she was arrested. So why are we not celebrating that some type of effort was made to return that woman back home? That Black woman at that.
Because
Why?
I
Hold
think
on
because
real quick.
the
I needed
effort,
to say
real quick, I
something.
think it's because
No,
the
no, no, no,
effort
no,
was
no,
only
no.
made.
Who is that?
Is that
I
a
want to
mod
mute you.
speaking?
Yeah,
It's
it's a
Lolly.
mod. It's a mod real quick.
All right.
Until Ebony comes back real quick, please don't mind anybody else, because somebody has lost their damn mind dropping Missy. Like, we all might not agree, but Missy, it was here before any of us. So please do not mod anybody else until Ebony comes back. Thank you.
Yeah, and what's fucked up is she said don't drop nobody, and yet and still that's the game people been playing. Like, that's some weird ass shit.
It's okay. It's okay. You know, we gonna move on. I'm gonna let Ebony know, but yeah, somebody lost their mind dropping Missy. That's crazy.
Yeah, Missy.
I do have a question for you guys though. Do you guys believe that one of the biggest issues that I feel that we're going to be facing is that I fear for this sister's life coming back. I think that's what we're not talking about. Regardless if she, the fundamental fact is that she is coming back, but I also believe that she's going to get a lot of lashback from, because they're already comparing her to now. And let's be clear, there is a American in the news. If you Google, there's an American U.S. Marine that they're comparing him being over there. Don't get it twisted. This guy got a bad conduct discharge from the Marine Corps. So he's not like a patriot. He just went to boot camp, graduated, and he did do some time, but he got kicked out of the military for, that's the worst discharge you can get, is bad conduct for doing stupid stuff. That means that he doesn't have his military benefits and all of that stuff. And they're comparing him for still being over there, but he was accused of being a spy. So, you cannot compare the two just because he served in the armed forces or why he's still over there. You can't. So I just want to be clear. So when you guys see that, you're armed with the information, you're talking to someone who is a U.S. Marine, retired, that this guy is not the same. So his conviction is much more egregious than a vape pen. So you can't compare a guy that committed murder to a person who committed assault. It's just not one and the same. So when you guys hear that, you're armed with the information. Look that guy up, and you'll be able to see that he got out on a bad conduct discharge, and what he's charged with is much more egregious than a vape pen.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that, Anthony. Because how I thought, I was just looking at it. I didn't know that, bro. I appreciate you saying it, because I was just like, well, why the hell they leave the Marine over there? I thought the Marine was supposed to come get the Marine too. But then somebody else is like, nah, he wasn't even structured in the deal.
Anthony, this is Ty. I'm an ex-military guy, United States Air Force, top secret clearance when I got out. What was his DD-214? What did he exit?
Ty, respectfully, Anthony on the phone, so I don't think he can't hear you.
He said a bad conduct. He got a bad conduct discharge.
So Sunrise, to help you understand, there are a lot of military individuals who commit crimes overseas that don't get out. what the military tries to do is they try to extradite them if there's an extraditing treaty and then bring them back and put them in Leavenworth. Even here locally, there's a UCMJ, which is discipline above and beyond regular public justice, meaning that if you commit a crime in the military, you not only have to deal with the crime from the civilian sector, you still have to deal with justice through the UCMJ.
Absolutely.
So you have to understand, if you really want to understand how the extradition and these treaties work and the discussion about bringing political prisoners home, just go to the special presidential website for hostage negotiations. It's called SPIHA. And that will tell you everything how that's worked out. They didn't create that presidential envoy for black people. They made that for white people. Because the majority of political prisoners overseas are white. When you go to any of these,
but that's because the majority of service members are white, though, Derek.
But I'm not talking about service members. I'm talking about people. Period. People that go over there to try to smuggle drugs. People that go over there to try to smuggle kids. If you've never lived overseas, you won't know and understand the demographic of people that are expatriates that live over there. They don't have to be military. Remember, the military is one of a very few organizations that can travel overseas without a passport. You travel on something called the SOFA agreement. It's the Security of Standards Agreement. You can travel to any of these countries that have a military base there without having a passport or a visa. That card is used if you ever get arrested, whether it's in Korea, whether it's in Europe. That's the card you immediately show to the authorities there. And they, because of the Geneva Convention, they have to notify the United States military government immediately. Whereas if you got locked up in Japan and didn't have that, they don't have to notify anyone for 22 days. That SOFA agreement card supersedes anything because that's a Geneva Convention agreement.
So I did kind of intel, and well, go ahead with the sign, Darius. I was just
I wasn't signing because I'm just signing because I'm trying to talk. Everybody else talking, but you got to say it.
No, you got it, Darius.
No. I've never been in the military. I want to learn. I'm gonna come after you. It's all
that's the only reason. That's the only reason I was asking.
I would only sign because.
I mean, it is. I mean, I did sign. I ain't gonna lie. I did sign. I did sign.
Hey, we go to chat, then go to Darius.
What up, my G? What up, my G?
Okay. No, I'll be real quick. I'll just say it. No, I'm saying that so that's what I did overseas, right? It was one of the missions I had was counter intel, where I was CID. Immediately when a service member is picked up, I know you said that there are other contractors, but we all know that if there's a military base in that particular country, that most of the people that support them are held under the same laws, right? Except they aren't held by UCMJ if they're not service members. What I'm saying is, as soon as a service member is apprehended, their unit is the military unit is automatically notified. Automatically. But I don't know why we're having this conversation about service members being POWs when Brittney is a civilian. I'm trying to understand.
I didn't understand that either.
There are all kinds of people overseas in prison. They're just not service members. There are people who move and live. There are people who separate and become citizens in those countries. People who have dual citizenship.
Yeah, I
those
said
people
that.
get
Thank
arrested.
you. Go ahead,
those people end up at
okay. I'm gonna keep this simple because Chad, actually, thank you for saying it because you kind of led right to what I was trying to say. Can we make a very clear distinction in the fact that this lady is not military? She's at the end of the day, she's a fucking civilian that went over to Russia with a vape pen. All right. So when y'all making all these comparisons to POWs and Navy SEALs and niggas that want to be Rambo or whatever, like, let's have a real conversation here. Like, she a girl that got caught up in some bullshit that really ain't had nothing to do with her, but they just want to make an example out of her. Can we at least agree on that, right?
I agree.
Yeah, okay, so they found a nigga. I'm gonna use the word nigga for people that don't like it. They found him a nigga to make an example out of, right? Now, when we talk,
found a celebrity.
They found a celebrity nigga to make an example out of. That make you feel better? So cool. They found that person, and that person happened to be a black woman, right? I hear all of the damn moral things y'all talking about. Oh, she shouldn't have had it. She shouldn't have did that. Well, she did, damn it, right? And she a black woman that fucked up. When y'all cousin get locked up, it's free Puda man. When your sister wore a damn skirt that was too short at school, oh, these rules are too strict. But then when she get caught up, well, she should have did better. She should have knew better. Man, people fuck up every day, man. It's like y'all taking the humanity out of this discussion, man. Half of y'all ass was high all the way through college and high school. Now, when she get caught with
playing with y'all nose.
you know what I'm saying? Like, come on with the bullshit, man. Like, y'all, this is killing me. Like, y'all act like y'all ain't never fucked up before, man. And respectfully, it's too strict. Y'all can talk in the circles y'all want to talk in. They overdid it, man. At the end of the day, they overdid her punishment. And if ain't nobody else willing to say it, I'm willing to say it, man. I'm glad the young lady's home. I don't think she should have been traded for what she was traded for.
I don't think they overdid it.
Okay, well, I do, nigga. How about that? Shit.
Don't call me no nigga, black man.
Oh, okay, King, Black King, don't cut me off no more.
And you don't understand. No one is hearing. No one hears you. You're very low. So stop getting upset.
Yeah, I wasn't done yet. For one thing. At the end of the day,
go ahead, Darius.
At the end of the day, you can feel how you want to feel about what she did, but it's like y'all only get these feelings when it's like somebody ain't connected to you. When people's connected to y'all got all the damn empathy and sympathy in the world. But because you don't really know Brittney, or because you just trying to make a point on Clubhouse, now it's like, no, throw the book at her ass. She fucked up. Like, man, get out of here with that. Half of y'all asses locked up, playing to get out of jail. When y'all, I ain't even gonna do it today, Sunrise. Y'all got it, man. I'm about to get pissed off. These niggas are talking to talk, man.
Yeah, let me say this.
I just have a question.
Can I get a little?
There was a woman that was speaking first, and then there was another one.
I have been.
Can you say your name?
Let that woman go, and then that brother that was trying to speak after her, let him go.
Y'all don't hear me? Oh,
yeah. Go ahead, sweetheart.
Hello.
My name is Samantha.
Okay.
No, Samantha, you can go after a lady.
Okay. So I think we're trying to put humanity, or the way that we feel about this, in a humanity way. We're trying to overshadow the political aspect, right? I don't care how much time she got. She was a pawn. It's just that simple. You know what I mean? And whether they gave her 5 years or 25 years, she was going to be a pawn regardless. Whether she was, you know what I mean? It was the wrong time, the wrong opportunity for the right moment for the two countries. That's basically what it was. But you know what this remind me of? Have y'all ever seen the movie Broke Down Palace? Because it's kind of like the same premise. Two girls go to Two girls go down to Thailand. They get caught smuggling. I think it was cocaine or something like that. But it really wasn't them smuggling it. It was somebody that hid it in their wanted a man who hid it in their backpack. They wound up getting a whole lot of time, and it was negotiated for them to get out, but the DA was crooked. And one of the girls negotiated with the king for her to stay in prison while her friend was released. So I mean, these type of things are not uncommon, right? It's just that what is in the best interest of that country for whatever reason. It could be war, it could be presidential election, it could be coke, it could be drug smuggling. You know what I mean? It could be whatever. You know what I mean? Well, whoever is going to benefit. Are we glad that she's released? I mean, yeah, right. But at the end of the day, beginning, middle, and end of the day, she was just an opportunity waiting to happen. They chose her, and that was it. Or the way that we see justice as regular civilians is not the same as political justice. That can go any kind of way, any way that the government see fit, any way that lawmakers see fit, any way whatsoever. We cannot equate how we feel about justice and equate that with what is in the best interest of political parties at hand. When you just can't, it's not synonymous. And it's unrealistic to try to be like, pull the sympathy card or the black card or whatever. When it comes down to politics, any and everything goes. And I'll land there.
Hey, Em, can I go after the young man?
Yeah, you go ahead, Moon. Who was that trying to speak?
There was a lady after her.
Okay. Yeah, y'all go ahead.
It was Samantha at the bottom here.
Okay, go ahead.
I just have a question. I just have a question for the people who are so upset that she's home. Like, would y'all be this upset if it was somebody like a Tom Brady or a LeBron James that was caught with the same gram or whatever and sentenced to the same time frame, and the U.S. government decided that they're not gonna do anything about it? Like, would y'all be this upset?
I woke that up earlier. They claimed they would, but they wouldn't.
Like, it's so ridiculous.
Nigga better go get Carmelo Anthony, my favorite player, if he get caught. I'm sorry.
Jordan over that damn, we going out with gun. I'm like, hey, look,
Sweetheart,
I need to stop capping, man.
If it was Beyonce, they would be outraged. The fact that this is a girl that a lot of these men don't want to fuck is why they don't.
Thank you, Friday. Thank you, brother.
Man,
Wake that up,
Friday. That's not true.
But did she land?
Friday, we had to say.
No, that woman. She did ask a question though.
I did kind of land, but I also want to say, the people that are saying, oh, they Russia's not going to do this, Russia's not going to do that. First of all, are you guys sitting in Putin's office having conversations with him to know what he's going to do, what he's not going to do? Like, let's not. This is serious times that we're living in. Let's not play off this like this move just happened because it's a good deed or whatever. This was a political move, and there's something that we don't know. There's things happening in the background that we don't know that could affect North America, and we need to take this shit seriously. Like, I know, like, we like to laugh about things, but this is some serious shit happening. And I land.
How can this affect?
Can I say something?
Yo, what up? This Bender. Can I say
It's
something?
my turn. You can say it's my turn.
Now, Anthony is speaking, and then he'll throw it to.
I thought it was my turn next. Yeah, I said I can.
Was it Moon?
Lady.
Yeah, Moon and Daryl.
Yeah.
Moon and Daryl. Who is that? We got Moon, Daryl, then Anthony.
Fin.
Go ahead, Moon.
Go ahead, Moon. You got it, bro.
Okay. First of all, I want to say, we glad that BG home, and this is all, back in the day, DJ Esco had a legendary mixtape, 45 Days, from a similar situation. So
56 nights.
Wait,
Moon, which
BG
you talking about, Moon? Which BG you talking about?
Yeah,
Moon, which BG?
Lord,
Brittney Griner.
He talking about stop playing.
I thought you was talking about Cash Money BG.
Hey.
Hey, Chad, that's my homie. They know how to play with me. That's my homies. I know them. They could do that.
I know, but the quicker they keep interrupting you. But go ahead, baby. I'm sorry.
Okay, but what I do want to be cautious of on a serious note is, I know this is mostly adults up in here, but I got kids. I coach kids, and we want to be careful with saying she was a pawn, and nobody put no drugs on her. A pawn would be somebody, the black riding in the car and the white man throw some crack on them. That's a pawn. She did something. So I just want, while we happy she home, there's kids that's paying attention to this. It's a serious situation, and we also got to explain to them kids that she did, in fact, do something wrong. I'm smoking weed as we speak, but when I'm out of town with my family, I'm as cautious as possible, just in Houston and Detroit. So how you think I'm not going to be cautious in Cuba or motherfucking Russia? So that's my only thing, where we keep saying, to the seriousness of all. This could affect North America. I think Anthony asked the question. I'm with you, Anthony. I want to know how swapping two prisoners could affect the relation. We already have relations that's ongoing with these countries. 50 to 100 years, they change all the time. The political status of that we have with these people change. We swap off prisoners all the time. She's just a high-profile person, so that's why we get. But this happens all the time behind the scenes, and that's why I want to land that I want to be careful for young black males and young black women, telling them that she was a pawn when in fact she did something wrong, because we can convince them that, hey, she didn't really do nothing wrong, and they was just using her, when in fact she did something wrong and allowed herself to be used.
It was 0.7.
I'm gonna get a T-shirt that says 0.7.
It was 0.7 in Russia. It wasn't 0.7 in Georgia, baby. If I'm talking to my son, I'm gonna tell my, hey, look, let me land.
1 second.
Okay,
There's
go ahead,
a lot
brother.
of people that look like you and I in jail here in this country for that same amount of weed.
Okay,
And
so at the end of the
I'm
day,
very concerned
while
with
I am
them.
That's
happy,
apples and
while I am happy that
oranges.
she's out of jail,
It's apples and
I would be
oranges.
ecstatic.
Thomas,
I
stop
will be
bringing that point
ecstatic.
up. That's
Let me just
crazy.
finish. I will be ecstatic when all the brothers and sisters who are in jail for bullshit marijuana charges also get the same treatment and are out of jail.
I agree. Yo, Darryl, you still there?
Imprisonment
Yeah,
in Russia too.
I
Yeah,
agree with
I'm
Imprisonment
Thomas.
here,
here,
man. I'm
y'all.
just
That is not all things equal, Thomas. When you say
It's
there are
not
other
about what
people
is
in
It's
the
equal.
states,
When
hold
I
on.
go to
My
another
point
country,
is, I'm still
yeah.
talking though. My point is
Go
that
ahead, Chad.
have you ever been overseas?
have I ever been overseas? Of course. I've traveled all
Okay.
around
Yes,
the world. But
of
at the end of
course.
the
Right.
day,
So have you seen prisons
when you go to
overseas?
another country, you still have to observe their
No, you
That's
laws.
what
don't.
that.
You
I'm not
still have to
talking
Okay.
about
observe their
that.
laws.
I'm not talking about
Now
that. You're
while I do
saying that
admit,
they're go ahead. I'm not gonna
You saying it's
it
not
was
equal, but
egregious to
she
say
didn't
that she
observe the
got,
law in a foreign land.
but it
Hey,
Like,
was
hey,
in a
like
maybe we
foreign
should put a
country,
pin in
just like
this
when
part and
foreigners
move on
come
with the
here,
queue.
they have to observe our
yeah,
laws.
I land my rebuttal right here. You can't say that everything's equal when you go to Dubai, when you go to Cuba, when you go to Mexico. It's not equal. They have different laws. You have to observe the laws of the land you are in, and that's called privilege. If you think because you're American, you could go in someone else's country and do it. You can't even go in somebody else's county. And I live in Gwinnett County. They're gonna lock your ass up for smoking a .5. If I go 2 minutes south to motherfucking Atlanta, I could ride with 28 grams. So you can't do what you want. And to teach that to children is a bad thing, young lady.
First of all, I don't know where people getting called honeys, sweeties, and young ladies. This is crazy. But what I say is this: y'all remember the guy in Singapore?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
No, you're okay. It made me smile.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought that was respectful.
I
Like,
was
I'm sorry.
joking. It's okay. I was joking. So here's the y'all remember the guy that got caned in
Damn, I
Singapore
need
for
some weed
stealing?
now.
Yeah, back in the day, yeah.
Y'all remember that, right? So
Uh-huh.
so that's what I'm saying. Crime and punishment. The consequences are different. Imprisonment in Russia, the if Brittney was in prison in Korea, she would have similar conditions, meaning like she's very tall. Koreans are short, right? On average, they're shorter. That the prison height, and I've even seen that when I had to pick up soldiers from Seoul. The conditions there in Seoul are good, but it's still different because it's in a foreign country. Laws are different. Imprisonment looks different. So when you say there are people in the states that are locked up for less, that's apples and oranges. It's if you took a prisoner that was in Russia and asked them if they would rather come to the states to finish out their term, I guarantee you they wouldn't mind.
But
I'm
we
just saying
understand
it's
that.
different.
We totally understand that. That's why when we go somewhere that is different, we don't do no shit like that. When we go to Jamaica or something, like we as careful as possible, bro.
Can I say
And we
something?
go out of
So
town. If you go to
But
one of
visiting
the rules.
Jamaica and
Hey,
visiting
hold on.
foreign
We're gonna move
countries
in
is
with
a
the queue.
Yeah,
different.
we got to move.
this is
Yeah, we done
crazy.
cut Daryl
T,
off
I'm
about
gonna
for
move. I'm
20
gonna add you
minutes.
to the queue.
Yeah.
We're gonna make sure you get in there.
Yeah,
Daryl,
let
where
that.
you at, King?
Yeah.
Can I go or no?
Hold on,
Yeah,
fam. Let Daryl go. We done over talked him for 20 minutes. Go ahead,
Come
Daryl.
on, good service,
Hey,
man.
I appreciate y'all giving me the chance to speak on this topic, man. I've really been I can't just say me, you know what I'm saying? I'm right here at Port Seal right now. I've been out for 3 years, but a group of us actually sat and got together and really discussed is the juice worth the squeeze when it comes to her being the only one to get out, you know what I'm saying, for this arms dealer. You know what I'm saying? Knowing the capability of this arms dealer, man. You know what I'm saying? I heard it say earlier that he's going to be debriefed and everything, yes. But there is some aspect, you know what I'm saying? They wanted him for whatever reason to put, you know what I'm saying, her under what they put her through, you know what I'm saying, to give her that 9 years, to sit back to use her to get him out. There is something that they know he know, you know what I'm saying, to use against us, Ukraine, to try to get, you know what I'm saying, whatever with NATO. That man knows something, and they wanted to get it. Was it really worth the squeeze? Man, we've been sitting back picking our brains at this shit all morning, and we come to it like, not really. Yes, we glad she home. You know what I'm saying? It is great. You know what I'm saying, to see. You know what I'm saying, the government do something good for. You know what I'm saying, someone other than someone that's not melanated. But it's like, damn, man.
So
What?
can I say this? Can I say this to what you're saying?
Did you serve in
I
the
just
military?
hold
Wait,
on.
I
So
just
here's
Man, I did
Did you
17
serve?
uh,
years.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. So you should. Yeah. I got you. I see the uniform. The reason why I asked that question specifically is because this proves to you guys right here on stage that all military people are not created equal. Okay. No, I'm joking, man. I'm joking. I'm
That was
joking.
funny.
Shout out to you. No.
Did you land, Daryl? Sound like you were still talking.
Let me finish, man. I mean, we serve together. He understands what I'm saying. That's like a military banter. We always joke back and forth. But I definitely will say, listen, America has had this guy for a very long time. He is a marked asset. He cannot go anywhere without America not knowing where he's going. It's not like we swap him and he just disappears. Come on, guys. You got to understand, like, imagine a snitch getting out of jail, okay, with going back into the community. Don't you think if the hood community would kill this guy, what do you think that Russians are going to do? He's already given up all of the information. We've already extracted all of the information we possibly could. So even if this guy gets back on there, people will be cautious with doing business with him, specifically because he's been under our capture. You guys are not thinking. This guy is useless. I'm telling you, he's going to be dead. I partake in our interrogate. I did this. This is what I used to do. I'm telling you, this guy is done. He's done.
You think they're going to kill him, Anthony? You think they're going to kill him is what you saying?
Okay, so Anthony, I said the exact same thing.
He can't sell dope over here no more.
Hey, we tried to rehab insurgents.
All right, hey,
I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all.
Hey, Rochelle did ask him a question.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. When she finished, Rochelle had asked Daryl a question too.
Okay, go ahead and work that in.
Well, I tried to. I can't remember what the hell. Listen, first of all, Daryl, I think it's super dope you're at Fort Sill. My first reporting job was in Lawton, Oklahoma at what was the station? KSWO. But that was many years ago. So I'm familiar with Fort Sill. I guess I think that this was more of an optics thing for Russia. I don't think that they really have any benefit or use of this guy. And I do also agree that I don't see him lasting that long in Russia. But I think that this was more of an optics to say, like, hey, we got America to negotiate with us and give us, one of our people for a celebrity. So I don't think that this was necessarily something where it's like, oh, they're gonna use him. Like, use him for what? Like, he's in a federal prison serving time. Like, what could they possibly use him for? Now, the United States was probably definitely using him, especially when you consider this man spoke like multiple languages. So they could have been using him to learn, translate different things, because he was a translator, first of all, when he was in the Soviet military. That was his job. So now they are able to use him to get information, and eventually he might have started feeling like, you know what, I'm gonna start kind of working with the US, because there's certain things you get when you're in prison where if you show good behavior or you do certain things that, you get little perks or whatnot. So I wouldn't be surprised if the United States used him more than Russia was probably going to use him as he returns back home.
Facts. Big. That you're absolutely right. And this is the reason why, when we're speaking, you got to understand this decision wasn't made by the president himself. This is a decision that was made jointly on the repercussion. America is not going to make a decision like this without weighing the benefit from it. Now, I also believe that it was a political play too for the Democratic Party to get Brittney back, African-American woman, with her sexual orientation. I mean, you got to think bigger. Don't just think at the action with her coming back. You also got to look at, okay, well, we're able to get an American person back. That's a win, regardless of what you say. She is American. She did talk trash about, being an American. We were able to get her back, but you also got to think, too, pushing that person back out there and then letting them go. He's done. He's not going to create a threat. Watch, you'll see. I'll give him a year tops. He'll be gone.
And we also don't know what the deal is. Like, all of us, everybody's like, we don't know what the deal is. We know that Brittney came home to the U.S. and this guy is going back to Russia.
Exactly.
That does not necessarily mean that's the deal. we don't know if all of a sudden Brittany's going to get over here and they're going to say, okay, you're on house arrest for this amount of time, and he's going to go back over to Russia and say, okay, you got to serve the rest of your sentence out. Like, we don't know
Boy,
what
Brittany is going to the WNBA. Brittany ain't going to no house arrest.
Okay, I'm still talking. What I'm saying is that we don't know what the deal really is. And so all of this is speculation, what we're talking about. But again, I think it was more optics than anything for Russia.
Well, the deal is already out there. Brittany is coming home. She's going back to playing. That is for sure. With regards to Victor,
yeah,
the deal is already out there.
Thank you. Hey, we're gonna
hold on
move
a
the
second.
conversation.
I don't do this giggling, laughing shit. Okay. What I'm saying is that we really don't know. You don't know if the WNBA is going to say like, okay, come back and play. Is there a statement from them yet? Y'all read one? Because I ain't seen it.
I haven't seen one. Team say they can't wait for her to get the practice.
Hey, all right. Hey, T, we on you, T. You there?
Yeah, go ahead, T.
Yeah, it's just, of course, you guys know my position, right? I mean, she's a basketball player, a Black woman. I want all Black people free from nonviolent crimes. And she's not a criminal. Even according to the Russian law, she did not contain enough paraphernalia to land her in jail for as long as she was in jail. And my biggest disappointment is in Black men, because y'all are the loudest about a Black woman coming home from a Russian prison, although the WNBA prioritizes Black male lives with their voices. Anytime, Black men are, abused, beaten, targeted by the police, the WNBA was intentional about having y'all's backs. And finally, like, the government overvalues Black life, right? Because who knows, I'm not getting into all the, what's her life worth it or whatever, because I'm not windmilling for non-Black prisoners in America. In another country. To me, I'm just happy that a Black woman is coming home. So I'm not going to, go into that, but I think that for once, our life is overvalued and y'all still have a problem with it. And I think that all of a sudden care about foreign policy that you niggas are doing when they just traded like a Taliban member for a construction worker like a couple of months ago, and nobody said a word. Somebody's off mic. And nobody said a word about it. And now all of a sudden, when it comes to freeing a Black person, y'all have all of these opinions and y'all really don't give a fuck. Y'all didn't know Victor's name. The only Victor y'all probably know is Oladipo and other niggas in y'all family. Like, y'all don't know him.
And Victor from the Young and the Restless.
One mic on T, man. One mic on T.
Y'all don't know
Queen speak.
One mic on T, man. Go ahead.
Y'all don't know Victor. Y'all don't know none of them other people who are over there. Y'all know none of these people. And then y'all act like since Victor's been in jail, whoever the fuck I'm saying it like I know him. I don't know Victor, but y'all keep saying his name. So like when he went to jail, did the weapons dealing stop? And just because he has this like Avenger name, the God of Death or Legion of Boom, whatever his name is, y'all think it's like, ooh, he's super scary. Like he's the Atari of weapons dealing right now. When we on the Xbox X or we on PC.
Hello?
Game, like he gonna have to hold his phone way back from his face in order to.
See, we on PS5s. What you got?
PS5.
Check out that man in Nintendo.
Go ahead.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
Hey, Tommy,
All right, hold on, y'all.
Hey, y'all gotta relax, gentlemen.
But it certainly is an Atari. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. And I don't understand the vitriol. Like, I think maybe y'all got crossed up by a woman back in the day. And here y'all are bashing. Y'all always bashing the WNBA, a WNBA player. Like, I think y'all should, like, really search and figure out what the anger truly is. Because pretending that y'all are experts in foreign aid is looking hella corny. But I yield with that.
Yo,
T, I hear what you're saying, T. I hear what you're saying,
I really
T.
haven't said much
But
all day, bro. I haven't
your point that you're making.
Hold on, because we got a couple gentlemen
I'm
who
speaking.
respond. Who is that? I see we got Chief.
I'm speaking. This is Thomas.
I've been quiet as shit this whole time.
All right, Thomas.
This is Thomas.
Let Chief respond, Thomas, and then.
All right, go ahead, Chick. Go ahead, Chick.
Yeah, like you know.
Go ahead,
Hold on, Chick. I'm gonna let you rock out, Chick. It's all right, but y'all stop modding people. You know how many times I gotta tell y'all that shit? Y'all don't listen, but please, respectfully. I know y'all don't respect me. If you don't respect me, just say that, goddammit. Okay?
I
Stop
respect you,
modding
Ab.
We
people
love
in
you,
my damn
Ab.
room. Thank you.
My
Go
name is
ahead.
Sydney
Hey,
and I don't
Ab.
respect you.
Go
I'm
ahead,
dying.
chick.
Yeah, I'm fucking weak, right? Because it's funny. I've been sitting here, and this is one of the few times, honestly, I've really sat here and not said shit. Like I think I said like 4 words earlier, and that was it, like hours ago. It's just funny though, because I just heard Shorty talk about man, and it's all, and we've been not supporting. I really ain't heard a single man on this stage since I've been here for a couple hours say that they were not happy that she was coming home. Like I didn't hear anybody be like, "Yo, they need to send her back." Like that whole little spill and whatever on the man. I was just like that. I was very confused in real honesty because most of the men are like, "Yo, nah, it's good. She back. Good sister back." Like I ain't really heard nobody say, "Man, take her ugly ass back to Russia." Like I don't understand where all that even came from. So I was just really confused. But go ahead, Thomas.
And we watched them
I've
double
heard
way
it.
more than
So I don't know
anybody.
what
No,
y'all
it's
listening to.
just crazy.
Because I've heard y'all niggas going in like this woman needs to be locked up.
Yeah, the military guy did say
So
we
I don't know
overplayed
what
our
you're
hand,
talking about.
though.
I mean, for me, it's just crazy that we create a gender war to prove a point. And my whole issue with this is I have not heard no one in this room say they didn't want Brittany back. I wanted her back, but to not look at what this man has done, okay, to people that look like us, to me is insane that we're not looking at that. He has literally been the person that has allowed for the death, for the genocide of millions of people that look like us. And if we're not going to really look at that point, and if we're only going to focus on that one specific part of her coming home, then to me, we're being very, very hypocritical. We're being very, very hypocritical. This guy in Rwanda, over 600,000 people dead because of him. In Liberia, Congo, I mean, we can go on and on. So if we're not going to really look at the whole picture instead of just one point, we're being very hypocritical. Very.
Thomas,
Thank
then
you.
in that
Can I
case,
ask a question?
Thomas,
so
that's the first time I've heard that today.
Somebody
I've been in 10
can
rooms.
somebody pin the
And I
statement?
didn't know that. I
Can
agree with that.
somebody pin the statement to the top where the
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
The WNBA said that they can't wait for her to get back to practice. Can
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
put that in the chat because I just read the WNBA statement and they don't say that shit.
Exactly.
Can I
Hey,
speak
can
to
you
you?
post what they did say in the chat, Rochelle?
Yeah, I will.
Appreciate it.
the
Hello,
other thing
everybody.
is this, Thomas, can I just say this? In that case, from your argument, then we all are a bunch of hypocrites. Let's just accept that. Because you know what? The CIA too has been funding wars, fueling wars all around the country. And you know what? You know who's funding the CIA? Your tax dollars, bro. So
Yes, Lord.
with that bullshit. We're not looking at the bigger picture. The U.S. government did what they needed to do to secure an American. And then Anthony Glenn, earlier you said something, bro, which was, it was a political ploy from the Democrats. I mean, think about it, Anthony. Every single thing is political. If it was Trump that did it, it would have been political. Joe Biden handing out student loan forgiveness, it was political. That's how politics work. If I were president, I would have done the same goddamn thing. Simple. Why are we complaining, guys? She's out. She's out.
Hey, he cooking. Let him cook. Nah, shit, he cooking.
Let that man cook, man. Let that man cook.
Hold on, Evan,
Hey,
he's trying to
one mic
talk.
on Ebony. One mic on
I'm
Ebony.
just trying to fry some bacon and eggs real quick, okay? I know I got my non-pork eaters, but it's okay.
Swine.
Leave that swine alone, baby girl.
All right, so y'all, like, I wanted Brittany to be home too, right? I was just championing that the other day, like, yes, bring Brittany back. She need to come back to America. Period. Black woman. What? They got her in another country? Huh? Like, that was me, right? But when I found out that they were getting the man from the Lord of Wars movie, okay, swapping him out for Brittany, somebody should have called Brittany and been like, yo, Brittany, I'm going to need you to sit this one out for a little bit, all right?
Not Lord of War.
Because this is crazy, y'all. Like, y'all know Russia got all kind of political shit going on right now too, and they all got all this nuclear shit. Y'all don't know what the fuck these niggas got going on over there, right? And y'all think that it's smart to let her out and possibly destroy thousands and thousands of other people's lives, even if they are not American. You
Can
know
I
what I'm
ask a
saying?
question?
No, but hold on, hold on.
A
But
lot
I
of
really want
guns,
to know
man.
what
Like,
is
Ebony
the
is still
reaction.
How
talking.
y'all gonna
But
ask a question in the middle of somebody talking,
It's a
bro?
question for
thank
Wild.
you.
you. Thank you. Okay? Because this is my opinion, right? And everybody is allowed an opinion. Like, I've heard y'all banging all day. Banging all day. I ain't said shit, right? But that's what I believe, y'all. I'm sorry. But
Can I ask my question now?
No,
Ebony,
it's
go
actually my turn to
go
speak.
ahead, girl.
anyway. So this is my thing. Where was the reaction? Like, what did y'all think when Obama released 5 Taliban members for Bergdahl from Guantanamo Bay?
Go ahead and still cook it.
They weren't on the level
We
of Victor
wouldn't
Bout.
trip
They
that
didn't
fuck
cause
with
the
the
genocide of
Taliban.
You
millions
think
of
that
people.
5 Taliban
They
members
did
got
not
on the
cause the
Listen to them
genocide of
stuttering. They don't know how to
millions of
answer that.
people like this
Crickets.
guy did. So
We
y'all
stop.
fuck with the
y'all don't know how to
Taliban. We ain't
answer
got no
it.
beef with the
listen.
Taliban.
One mic in here. One mic. Listen, hey, Rochelle. I ain't even going.
Just said though, love. You
Hold.
said 5 for that one. You know what I'm saying? For what? For what? Brittany, you know what I'm saying, has done for the community is great. For 5 Taliban members to bring home one, we should have. I feel like it should be the same numbers in reverse. You know what I'm saying? For that one arms dealer, we should have cleaned up everybody the fuck up out of Russia. You know what
Speak.
I'm saying? Because of what this man is capable of. And this is my whole thing. That's why I say the juice is not worth the squeeze. As you said, Eb, damn, sit this one out, man. It's too much weight behind just you coming home. Man, it should be the other way around, man. I'm a lad, but this is real. This is one real big political thing that I'm really invested in, because 10 years from now we're gonna see where this man is, and I bet he won't be dead.
I don't think
I don't
he's.
know
I think
about
he's
that.
still gonna be alive, bro. I
The
think
thing
he's
I
still
don't
gonna be
think
alive.
nobody is
In your
really talking
hearts that a
about.
black woman is home. Y'all
I
know
feel
she's a
like
woman.
Yeah, no, I don't think nobody said like we don't congratulate that she been home. It's like no, I don't
No,
think
but it's
nobody
like
said
this.
that.
It's
But
like, why do y'all put other white lives of the other people that are over there, and and this person, like, he hasn't been replaced over the life of a black woman? Would you want your mother, your daughters, or your wives to be in that
Wait a
position?
minute. Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
you can
no,
keep my
No,
mother.
no
Hey,
You
one
can
so
keep
so
my
let,
understood
mother.
let,
that.
let
No
me
one
let me
Damn,
let
said
right?
me
that.
get in
What
here.
we're
Let me
literally
get in here.
saying
This
is that
is
this man
Rachel. Let me
caused
get
the
in here.
death
listen.
This
of
is
millions of
Rachel.
people that look
Let,
like
let,
us, and he
this
should
is
Hold
have
on, I
been
can't
Rachel.
hear all
punished
y'all at one time.
for
I can't
this.
hear
This
all
is
y'all at one
Rachel.
time.
This
Come
is
on.
Rachel. Let me get in here. So first of
Yeah.
all, if Brittany was anyway, if Brittany was not of the LGBTQ society and she was all fluff and frills and girly, super girly, a lot of these people would be feeling differently about her. Number one. And additionally, there are so many arms dealers that are much worse than this particular person that we managed to apprehend, that we managed to catch, who was not the only arms dealer that we have in our jail system. It's just the one specifically that Russia wanted released. So at the end of the day, that one arms dealer is not as detrimental as the other 100,000 of them like him that's out there in the universe. You knew you're dealing with Russia. You knew Russia was going to play hardball compared to what we wanted because of what's going on in Ukraine. And the reason they captured her to begin with was political, not because she had some cannabis. She played for their freaking team. And the only reason she played was to get extra money because she's not being paid correctly over here in the United States for her talents. So at the end of the day, it's a black female who was detained for political reasons and she was released for political reasons. It's a prison swap. It's not the first president who has done this. There's been presidents throughout the history of the presidency who have done prison swaps. That's why they exist. I land my plane.
You know what? If you read
Can
the
I
statement,
speak now, please?
if you read the
Hey,
statement
that
from
man, hold on, please let that guy go, please, brother.
No, no,
Go,
no.
go,
And
Because I
please
don't
go
don't
ahead.
cut the
understand
man
like the
off.
ramifications of this. Like, it's a bunch of Americans that's overseas working in the military. Some of them are athletes. Some of them are studying abroad and all that. Y'all don't even understand Pandora's box that this shit is opening up at the end of the day. That wasn't the first, second, or third time
Brittney snuck a fucking vape pen on the plane, man. They were hip to it. She was trapped off for a reason, right? Now everybody want to make an excuse. Now it's, oh, bring the black woman home. I love BG. We all do, right? But this is a bigger picture. So now every American is in jeopardy now that's overseas, because now we see America is going to negotiate. So now you're put on you. Your targets now, because problem with society in a whole, like everybody's made aware of the laws when you go into these countries as an athlete. I've been to I've been to a bunch of these countries to watch people I know play basketball. You are made aware of the laws there before you actually go there. She knew the laws over there were strict. She was doing it anyway because they were allowing her to do it because she was an athlete. But she was used as a pawn, and they're going to do us. Do you know that they didn't even give a fuck about what was going on with BG until all the people in America started posting on social media? It wasn't that big of a deal. And then that's when they realized, oh, we got something. And they leveraged her for somebody that the nickname is called the Merchant of Death. Like, this is not something to be joking about. There are people's lives that are really at stake. Like, there's people overseas right now that are going to be targets because they're Americans, because now they've seen that, hey, if we kidnap somebody big enough, or we falsely imprison them, or we make a big deal out of nothing, the Americans will negotiate. So this is just bigger than her having a vape pen and going to jail at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Like, this shit is about the rest of us traveling aboard, going over there to work. Yo, first of all, Russia's official no-fly zone for Americans. Any American that want to go to Russia right now is out their motherfucking mind, first of all. Second of all, other countries are going to see this and think that this is the way to go too.
Thanks.
And it's dangerous. Like, so like for me, I'm happy as hell BG is home, because BG is a good person. She's not a bad person at all. But I know the ramifications for this. And there's going to be smoke behind this. This ain't just as simple as people make this shit thing. At the end of the day, it's not.
I agree with Matt God.
You surprised me, Matt God. That was pretty good, man. I ain't gonna lie.
All the other prison swaps that have taken place, Matt
Yeah,
God,
but I
before
said this is
BG.
not
What
the
about
first
those?
time.
Exactly.
What about those?
But
y'all missing it though.
About
We're not sharing a living document
Y'all
just
missed the
because
whole
she's a
point. Y'all keep
celebrity.
talking about all the other prisoner swaps, but
No,
none of those
it's
prisoner
not
swaps
missing
were for
it.
a guy that literally caused the genocide of millions of
That's
people that
not
look like us,
true.
and we
That's
are not.
That's not
Yes, it is true.
No,
What are you
it's
talking
not
about? He
true.
was the reason
the
why
reason why it's
Rwanda
not true.
occurred. He
All
was the
right,
reason
y'all.
why
One mic.
Charles Taylor was allowed
That's
to kill
not
millions of
true.
people in his country.
We
It is
get it.
true.
You
No,
care
it's not.
about
The
the
reason why
It
it's
is
not
you
true.
care
true
about the
is because
conduct,
the
but nobody
Taliban
else does.
5 were high commanders in the military, and they were responsible
This
for the
man
murder of
caused the death of hundreds of
thousands of
thousands of
Hey,
Shiites.
people in
hey, Matt
Rwanda.
God, let
He
her
did the same
respond,
thing in
bro.
No,
Hey,
no,
let
Liberia.
her
no,
He
no.
did the
respond,
That's
same
bro.
not
thing
Matt
in
God.
That's not
No,
Matt
Nigeria.
God.
Just
it's
because
not.
you're
My
black,
bad,
it
bro.
don't
My bad,
matter.
bro.
Hey,
Let her
this is
respond.
bullshit, man.
Hold on,
Yeah,
one
you
mic.
are,
Hold up. One mic in here. One mic in here. One mic, please. Listen, I want to hear this discord between Rochelle and Thomas. And Thomas, respectfully, just let, you know what I mean, let her finish a little bit of this shit. You know what I'm saying? But y'all go ahead.
So I'm just gonna say this: the
Both
Taliban
sides.
5 were definitely very dangerous men, according to the United States. They were supposed to be incarcerated at Guantanamo Bay indefinitely. They weren't even they had no sentence whatsoever. They didn't even really have charges. They were just really being held at Guantanamo Bay. And they released 5 of them back in what is it, Qatar?
This was during the
Probably
Obama
should say it.
administration.
But here's the thing. They were responsible for the murders of thousands of Shiites. They were high commanders. One of them was directly associated with Osama bin Laden. They were communications people. They were colonels. They were very, very high profile people. So to sit here and say that, yeah, those other prisoner swaps happened, but those people weren't as bad as this merchant dealer who sold guns and used his airplanes to transport guns to Africa and Asia and South America, to sit here and say that he's more dangerous than being directly tied to the September 11th attacks is just recklessly. I mean, the rhetoric of that is just ignorant. And it's just not true.
Rochelle, I hear what you're saying, Rochelle, but respectfully, I will say that's bullshit. And you want me to tell you why? Victor Bout, literally took $32 billion worth of arms out of Ukraine and sold them. You can look it up. 32 billion. Okay, I don't know if any of those Taliban men were responsible for literally selling $32 billion worth of weapons out of Ukraine. Okay,
How many
this
Americans
man
died
was
on
let me
9/11?
finish because I didn't cut you off. This
But
man,
you just want
okay,
to be
this man
right. That's
sold
the problem.
weapons to Rwanda, where 600,000 people that look like you and I died. 600,000. This man was responsible for keeping Charles Taylor in power and allowing him to kill hundreds of thousands of people. This same man was responsible for doing the same thing in the Congo.
No.
So for you to conflate it and tell me that those 4 individuals were worse than him, the numbers don't
Get
say
something
it.
right.
Our own Attorney General at the time when he was arrested said, and I quote, "Today, one of the world's most prolific arms dealers is being held accountable for his sordid past." That's what he said. I didn't say it, he said it. Now I
The fact
understand
that you
that we all
think
feel a certain
that
way,
this
and I
man
want Brittany home, but to
Hey, let him
negate
land his plane.
is so annoying.
this man's sordid past and the debts that he caused, just so that we can make it seem as if it was a fair exchange, to me is ridiculous.
I'm gonna keep it.
And I land.
Y'all acting like the Taliban were Boy Scouts just to keep y'all
Hold
narrative
on,
as
Big
what's
Sis.
wild.
Hold
No,
on, Big
man,
Sis.
So
the
let me
bottom
say
line,
this.
the
So,
Hold
bottom
on.
so
Hey,
line
let
Tommy,
the
is
sister. Hey, let the
if
sister
his
do it.
Hold on, let her
if his
respond. Let her.
crimes
Go
were
ahead.
so
Everybody
bad,
go on mute.
if his crimes were so bad, Thomas, and I don't know where you're getting all this, he was responsible for the Rwanda genocide and all this other kind of stuff. But if his crimes were so bad, why was he sentenced to the minimum time by the United States? If it was so bad, 25 years. That's the minimum. But you sitting here, we can say this. I'll say Victor's a bad dude. Absolutely. My problem with your statement is the fact that you said, so what? There's he's the worst of the prisoner swaps compared to other prisoner swaps. That's my issue. That's not true at all. And it's 5 Taliban members. So for you to say, and those were attacks on the United States, our own soil, our own people. We went to war over that shit and lost more men and women in our military. He did not, the deal that he had that got Victor, it was an attack that was going to happen in Colombia on U.S. forces. It was not an attack that was going to happen here on U.S. soil. That's what he got charged with. It was never a direct attack on our country, per se, as far as like physical attack in the United States. It was an attack that was going to happen in Colombia. And luckily, because of our intelligence here in the United States, they were able to intervene so that did not happen. But September 11th definitely happened. And we definitely did go to war because of September 11th. So for you to think that this guy, Victor, is more dangerous than 5 high-profile Taliban members is just crazy.
Okay, so let me tell you why you made a lot of misstatements just now, and I'm going to read you from the Department of Justice. This is what they said, because firstly, he was not looking to kill people in Colombia, U.S. people in Colombia. They were conspiring. And let me read it for you. Victor Bout was arrested in Thailand on March 2008 based on a complaint filed in Manhattan Federal Court. He was subsequently charged in a 4-count indictment in May 2008 and extradited to the Southern District of New York in November 2010. Bout was convicted today of conspiring to kill U.S. nationals, conspiring to kill U.S. officers and employees, conspiring to acquire and use anti-aircraft missiles, and conspiring to provide material support to a designated foreign terrorist organization. This is what our country said. Okay? So at the end of the day, we can go back and forth. However, the proof is out there. I just read it. Secondly, we know what happened in Rwanda. We know what happened in Liberia. And if you'd like me to post what happened there and how many lives were lost there, I can do that. But to sit here and tie 4 Taliban members when you can't tell me specifically what they did, okay? And I'm telling you specifically what this man has done and how much hurt and pain he's caused, to me is ridiculous. And I land.
It's
And
ridiculous that you're
Brittany's
more
still
concerned.
free.
It's ridiculous that you're more concerned about what happened in other countries than the lives that were lost here on September 11th. It's
Bing
ridiculous that
bong.
you're more concerned about the fact that
knew
there were
about that.
U.S.
So who's
men
to
and
blame for
women
that?
that fought in a war caused by the Taliban. You're more concerned about what happened in Rwanda. Not saying that what happened over there is like it's horrific. It's still horrific in many places in Africa. But to ignore September 11th, the most horrific attack on our country, that, sir, is absolutely ridiculous.
Rochelle, you have not proved anything. Show me the proof that those Taliban members, okay, that were taken out of Afghanistan had something to do
The
with
fact that
9/11.
you would say
I have shown you,
Taliban
Rochelle,
members.
I have shown you
The
how
fact
this
that you would
man
Do you
say
want me
has
to?
Taliban
Do you
caused
want
the
me
members.
to
death of
tell you?
hundreds of thousands of people that
Can
look like us,
can
and you
people
haven't
speak?
proved
Thomas,
anything
you're
to me.
ridiculous.
Hold on,
You're
let
weird as hell. It's just that's the bottom line. We can end the argument.
Talking the whole
Yeah,
time.
can
All
I
right,
just
bet,
also
bet,
can I
bet,
can I
bet.
So
add
does
Hey, we're
global
gonna end right there.
anti-blackness end now that
Hey,
Victor's
they say they
free?
can end it.
Will they
Hey,
stop
hold on,
targeting
T. Hold on, T.
Africa?
Hold on,
Will
T.
they
Hold
stop
on.
God
raping
bless
Africa?
America.
Hey,
What's
hold
up,
on, one mic.
Jonathan?
Let
Hey,
Nigel do it. Let Nigel do it. Let
Oh,
Nigel
and
do
just
what's
and
going
just to be clear about Colombia, since
Hey, hold
since
on, Rochelle, hold on. We're gonna get this cue together. No, we got some. We're trying to get them new
no,
voices
I'm
in
gonna
there.
correct the Colombia comment,
All right. Go
and
ahead.
then I'll be done.
Land your
Why
plane.
the
Then we're
fuck
gonna
y'all
get the
be
cue.
yo,
Go.
So he was going to
Max,
airdrop
relax.
things in Colombia. So
don't tell me
Thomas, since
nothing
you're
when I talk.
reading
Fuck
the
you.
Department of Justice, you should also go and read about how he was airdropping weapons in Colombia. He was definitely going to attack U.S. forces in Colombia.
All right,
Anybody
thank you for
defending
that.
anybody
Hold
from the
on. I see
Taliban?
y'all.
Did
I see
anyone
y'all.
hold on? Did anyone see the video of them doing the swap? How happy and
Yep,
cheerful
I
Yeah,
just saw it.
I saw it about
I
10
just
minutes
saw
Bernard?
ago,
it.
fam.
Okay.
All right, hold on. Hey, we're
Yeah,
gonna get this
but
cue
but
together
here's
so
the
we can keep the
thing.
Let's gonna let
dialogue.
Why does
Nigelon
anyone?
moderate. Damn, go ahead, Nigelon.
Yeah.
I'm
We're
sorry,
gonna
Why
get
does
this
Jonathan.
cue
anybody?
together so
Hold
we
on. Why
can
does
keep the
anyone have a
dialogue moving.
problem?
Hey, mute up, whoever that is. I seen Coco. I know she came off her mic. We got Erica at the bottom, and I see Jonathan. If there's anybody else who want to jump in, let me know.
I was
Shout
talking.
out to that exchange though.
Hold
Shout
on.
out to that
I
exchange.
was talking.
Yeah, that
All
was
right,
a good
Moon.
one.
Hold on.
That
What
was
you
a
got
good
to
Yeah,
one. I
say?
that
like
was a
that
good
one.
one, Moon.
All right,
I was
Coco.
talking.
Go ahead, Coco. Then we go.
Yeah, so I
Jonathan,
Why
we
feel
does?
got to be
like
putting the order
there's
together.
some discrepancies here that are a little strange, and like we also have to realize one of the big reasons from from their eyes, from their perspective, they see Victor's arrest as something that was purely political as well, right? We can debate the nuances of what it is and blah, 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 all of that. But that is how the Russian government and the Kremlin sees it. And I'll tell you why. It's because if we're really being honest when it comes to the whole the black market or the industry of arms dealing, the biggest complicit actors are actually nation states, such as America, such as the UK, such as Switzerland, right? We, as Americans, as the US government, have literally funded over $100 billion in arming not so great people, right? We've spent over hundreds of billions of dollars. Look at South America, how we, as the US government, armed Contras, right? How we, as the US government, armed Syrian rebels, right? That were actually committing genocide on other people, but because they were somewhat politically aligned with us, we let it happen. When it comes to Victor, I'm not saying he's a good guy at all. I'm not saying that whatsoever. But we have to recognize that there are some indiscrepancies in the way that he was arrested, right? And in the way that we apply these laws to other people. The dude was arrested in a sting operation that happened in Thailand by the DEA. Like, I don't know why we aren't wondering what the fuck are taxpayer dollars doing with the DEA in Thailand, right? What's going on there? And another thing Rochelle is really, really right about is understanding that he wasn't really a threat to American people. Yeah, we charged him with all those things. And Thomas, thank you for reading all those charges. But the only thing that actually matters were the convictions, which was only one conviction of conspiracy to sell arms. They couldn't get him on anything else regarding trying to harm Americans, American citizens, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we really sometimes when we talk about this and understand the role of arms, war, and what's going on, yes, him funding the Rwanda genocide and the bad guys in there is horrible, absolutely horrible. But at the same time, we can't sit here and act like us as an American country, like we're just we actually give a fuck about arms dealings, right? Like we probably really don't, because we ourselves are very complicit in it. What's probably going on is Victor was arming some people that we didn't like, right? Which is okay. But at the end of the day, that is political. And that is how Russia sees it, right? So I think when you put the headspace in there, I'm not trying to say sympathize with Russia or anything like that, but I think we also have to recognize this whole merchants of death thing is kind of laughable coming from the United States.
Very much.
Not especially
Coco, you got 2,000 cool points for Coco. That was very unbiased and very educated. I love that take, Coco.
Thank you. Erica, you there, Erica?
Can I say something?
Yeah, I'm here.
Too?
Listen,
hold on.
at the end of the day, at the end of the day,
Yeah, go ahead and get that off real fast.
At the end of the day.
So let me get this straight, right?
Wait, whoa,
I've traveled
what are we
abroad
doing?
a million times. I've been to Russia several times.
I don't know. I don't know.
I was perfectly aware that if you try to
hey, bro, your
marijuana,
mic too little to be talking right now. Hey, respectfully, big bro, we gonna move on. Erica, we on you.
I appreciate y'all.
Hold on.
Hey, Jonathan, we still got you, Jonathan. I got you, big homie.
All right, I'm gonna try to be as quick as I can.
What is this? A cue?
Take your time, Queen.
Yeah, it's
Hey, Matt God, we not doing that, bro. The lady speaking. Go ahead, Erica.
Matt God, your mic is too loud. You gotta let the lady speak first.
I appreciate y'all. Like we're getting away from the motherfucking fact that the semantics about who was funding who. We all know that America is corrupt, that most of these countries are corrupt. Just got out of a master's class that just reminded me that the last 3 out of the 4 empires on this planet were funded by guns and opium, and the shit is real. America is the last one. Yeah, shit is real out here. Guns and opium from China, everything after Mansa Musa in Africa, opium and guns. So, like, no country is not guilty of some. This whole earth is a crime fucking scene, if we're going to be very frank. We're playing semantics, and I'm really sick of it, because I really feel like a lot of y'all are just fucking anti-black, anti-woman as fuck. Y'all are really just forgetting the fact that they held up the Tom Brady, the Michael Jordan, the whatever of female basketball, one of the greatest fucking competitors, an Olympic champion, for a fake vape pen that probably wasn't even there. I'm like,
wake that up. I ain't gonna go there.
Let's get all the way back to what the fuck. A vape pen that wasn't there. Now, we can get into the semantics of who they were trading off, but if you were smart, you would have known that was going to happen regardless, because as soon as she got caught up, they traded off a military Marine that they had been held up for 9 years on some, he was acting drunk in Russia. And they held him for 9 years in prison on some bullshit. So let's just be frank. America.
We got to be honest, though. She went Michael Jordan status. But you were doing good.
Hold on.
Let me go ahead.
Why we keep trying to make this a gender war? I don't understand.
Stop. I didn't say gender. I didn't even say anything about a gender war. Look at the sensitivity. I didn't say anything about a gender war.
You keep trying to make it seem like that.
Can you please let a bitch speak when I'm speaking? You really weird and rude.
Please don't call ladies bitches. Don't call ladies bitches.
Please.
He called her so.
This motherfucker.
Okay.
Y'all chill out.
My bad.
Sensitive, but calm down. So, I don't know who the airplane was, but God bless. It's not a gender war. It's the fact that they're gonna pick a black person who happens to be a woman, but you got really weird and sensitive and tried to derail. I'm not gonna let you do that. Back to the fact that they're holding a fucking well-known, famous sports person. Since you want to play gender, I can neutralize the fuck out of it. A black person who is known for their contribution to sports on a theoretical fucking vape pen that no one has seen. Let's get to it. And then they would try to trade her off for this guy who is also the second part of a trade where, if you would look it up,
A couple of months ago, they released a man. They had to trade off a dude in the military who's in the Marines, like I just mentioned before somebody tried to derail, and traded him off for Victor's fucking cousin, essentially. This shit is really, really, really deep. So, like, I need y'all to really figure it out. Thank you for finally getting to the point of America is evil. This shit is corrupt. We have also funded all types of shit. I'm from LA, where the Contra, we're selling the drugs directly to my niggas in Compton.
Oliver North. Excuse me.
Come on, all in Oakland. We don't have these boats. We don't have the money to ship this shit in. Who's doing that? That's federales, okay? And it's been federales. This is the same thing. They knew what they were doing as soon as she passed through. 6'5". It's a fucking shame she had to even be over there anyway, playing for the extra money. But she's over there playing for the fucking money. She's minding her fucking business, and this shit happens to her. And yeah, that release video is fucking disgusting. That's a fucking bar for forever. That should show you what the motivation is.
15 seconds, Erica.
Really
15 seconds.
I'm literally on the last 10. And the fact that we had to wait this long to get this bitch free, and if she wasn't who she was, we may have never even heard of it. Period. And that's
can
where
we,
I'm
can we
landing.
not call women the B word? Go ahead, Jonathan. I'm sorry.
This is the whole point, right? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if she's famous. It doesn't matter if she plays sports. I can give two fucks about the WNBA. The reality is she's an American. That's all that fucking should matter.
Black female American. That's it.
Right.
And they gonna hold you the fuck up.
Erica, no. Let Jonathan finish. Let him finish.
Hold on,
let him finish. Let him finish.
Man,
if she was
women.
a teacher,
I'm co-signing. Go ahead.
If she was a teacher from Arkansas, it's an American that's held unjustly. And you obviously know that Russia's not playing fair. So you do whatever you have to do to bring our people home.
Thank you.
If they can grab Americans for no reason, then none of us are fucking safe.
Boy, why you saying no?
And here's the other thing. Let's be honest. The CIA isn't a bunch of angels. But at the end of the day, this shit is like a fucking game. And we're Americans. So I'm riding with my motherfucking country. I don't give a fuck what they do overseas. But at the end of the day, you have an obligation to bring everybody home. And if you have to let that motherfucker go, then let that motherfucker go. Suppose that was your cousin. You want your cousin sitting in a penal colony because of what? Whatever you have to do, you do to bring the American home. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
That's a great, Jonathan. That's a great point. Is she the only American in Russian jail right now?
No.
Fuck no.
Fuck no.
So
Nigga, they got thousands.
Okay. No.
Yeah, but Jonathan,
let Nick finish.
Let him finish. There's a brother in jail there's another person in jail right now in Russia who had a marijuana
in jail right now
and
for nothing.
And a marijuana card, and he got arrested with a small amount of weed. He ain't home.
Yeah, he's not coming home.
Why did we not do everything?
One of the senators
is a journalist in jail.
Why did we not do everything to bring him home too?
Is this man
Hey,
black?
Nick, one of the senators' nephews is in jail over in Russia for like drugs too. Like, so there's a lot of people in Russia.
Are they black?
Hunter Biden smokes crack.
Nah, they white. I ain't say they was black.
Yeah,
I
he
just
definitely
pointed
smoked
that
a piece
out.
of crack.
Y'all the one keep bringing race into it. I don't think race and being 6'5" got nothing to do with it. Y'all the ones brought that up.
Hey, let's
So
move
do
the
y'all think that she should just stay there? I mean,
Right.
do y'all want her?
I don't. I'm glad. No, I definitely don't want her in jail. I don't never want to see her in jail.
Nah,
I
I'm
feel like
glad
she shouldn't be in
came.
there.
Yeah,
let her ass be. Hold on. But let her ass be blonde hair and blue eyed. She'd have been home a long
2
time
weeks.
ago.
She would have been home 2 weeks.
That's not
man.
She'd have been home a
true.
long time ago.
White people still locked up.
Okay.
Y'all
Yeah,
just say,
But
Hold
you
on.
know what's crazy?
real
Russia
quick.
cares more about their criminals than America cares about their athletes.
There it is. That one. America cares about its people in general, and y'all got to realize it's not so much about gender. It's just about being safe when you travel the motherfucking world, y'all. As somebody who has to do this and like work.
I said that
like,
2 hours ago. Thank you, Miss Erica.
It ain't got nothing to do with race.
Let Miss Erica finish.
Gender and all of that.
Go ahead, Miss Erica.
Like, yeah, it ain't got nothing to do with gender or none of that, or like what it's like bitches got passports, and like I literally have to think about where I can't go Eastern. I gotta be. They're already telling you to be funny about certain parts of the Philippines. If you're
The
gay, they got
Dominican
certain. The
Republic.
Dominican Republic is hot right now. You can't touch Guatemala.
They
Like
say for dark skinned African Americans
for
not to go
dark
to the
skin,
Dominican
don't go
Republic. Think
to
about
any
that.
border. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a
Think
fact.
about
That's a
that.
fact.
Yeah, that's
They didn't say
cap
light
though. They
skin.
move. They
They
move.
say
That's
dark
cap.
skinned
They
African
say
Americans
that.
shouldn't go to the
Yeah,
Dominican
but that's cap
Republic
though.
right
Hey,
now.
let's do this. Hold on, hold on, hold on,
That's
hold on,
cap.
hold
So
on.
hold
Let's
on.
do
We're
this real
kind of
quick.
hold on. Yeah, just real quick, just to tie that up.
Go
But
ahead,
that's
Lynn.
the
Let me
point.
got
It's
it.
like, thank you. Yeah, just gonna land this and then we can move. Like, I really want y'all to think about just the safety of what the fuck y'all are doing, how this illusion of fucking freedom and this illusion of being even American. Like, I get that we rocking with Americans. We got to get my girl free and it's free Britney on whatever the fuck it is. But also, like, the illusion of being American, the illusion of being safe. This motherfucking passport is getting judged. Like, blue passports is getting judged over red passports. I see it. It's real out here. So the bigger thing for you, everybody right now, especially, and I'm sorry if y'all felt like I was trying to turn into a gender war. So let me correct that real quick. I just want Black women to be safe. Let me talk to that real quick because
We
it's weird
appreciate
out here.
that. We appreciate that.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with like, no, it's just like Black. It's already hard enough for me to move when I go to France. You know what I'm saying? If I was from Africa and going to France, they would try to kick me out. But because I'm American, they treat me like I'm the exotic bitch. Shit is weird out here.
What's weird? What's weird about that? What's weird about that? What's weird about that?
Yeah.
Can I just correct
Yeah, well,
something, please, for our people that was
Erica,
said?
once you make some good points, we forget about your bad points, baby. So you back in order.
It wasn't really any bad points, but I mean, here's the thing. It's just I want y'all to be safe about what the fuck y'all are doing. This country doesn't care about you. Yes, there are a couple of white people that are overseas right now. That doesn't matter, the race thing. But again, there are white people. There's some cute little blonde white girl over there who's trying to be cute and smoke weed and be dumb, and now she held up somewhere, and her parents got to fight. Like, they don't care about y'all. Y'all got to be financially and legally ready for whatever the fuck is popping. Because
I just want to correct something real quick, and I have to do this. I'm sorry, this is like my journalistic integrity, because this is why sometimes our people are so ill-informed about shit. So there definitely was. I think it was you, Moon, who said something about it not being like white people or something like that. Something you said about a white woman. A white woman, her name was Audrey Labor.
I don't think it was me. I don't think it was me, Rochelle, but you can continue.
Okay.
It was you.
But somebody said something, and I'm like, there was a 19-year-old girl over there that had 19 grams of THC, and she was released in 2 months. So we have to understand that anti-blackness is a global issue.
Global phenomenon.
And that's why we can't sit here and be like, well, that's the law over there. So it's a global issue. If you go to the DR, you go to Russia, Italy, wherever you go, don't we all want to be treated like fairly under the law, regardless of where we are?
Yeah, we can barely. I gotta ask one question, right? I gotta ask one question. One question. Give me 1 second. 1 second.
Hey, hold on.
Question.
Hey, one mic on me real quick.
Audrey
Hold
Lauber.
on. Y'all been doing a lot of talking.
Who muted me?
One mic on me real quick. Let me rock out. So this is what I'm gonna do. For 30 seconds, you know what I'm saying? For all my people who want to celebrate BG, you know what I'm saying, returning home and being free back on American soil, back reunited with our family.
Let's get
Turn up in the chat, turn up on the stage, you know what I'm saying? A moment for our lady. We gonna celebrate a little bit, and then we can get back to the dialogue.
Wow, man, we happy that BG home, man. I can't wait to see her in the paint.
There they go. Jamaican air horns. Bring my bitch home. Free Brittney.
She already home. You ain't gotta bring her home. Pot them bottles.
Get her home faster.
You know what I'm saying? All my ballers.
Should have been home.
Hey, July, I've been pro Brittney.
Roll that weed up, you up?
I just say don't. I just said don't encourage the children to have drugs on them, but I'm pro Brittney home.
Oh my God, damn, mute up, bro. Where we at?
Niger, can I say something?
I just wanted to make a statement, my brother, because the case with Audrey Lauber, the white girl from Staten Island. That occurred in 2019, right? If Brittney Griner had gotten arrested in 2019, which was obviously 3-4 years before this Russia-Ukraine tension and Russia being upset with us, do you think Brittney Griner would have gotten the sentence that she gotten, or she would have gotten a slap on the wrist, or nothing would have happened?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I think nothing would have happened. So for us to use the Audre Lorde case to prove that point when it happened in 2019 before Russia was before the Russia-Ukraine war, to me is a little bit ridiculous. Because we now have
responding to me because you probably in your
She
feelings
wasn't
because you laughed
saying
at that
that.
DOJ
Russia,
statement.
hold on, y'all. Can I just say something to put a little
She was
perspective
not
into
saying
it?
that.
No, I'm
Hey,
gonna
y'all let
follow up
Lolly
because
talk.
it was directed to me.
Thank you.
So
Just real quick, just to put a little.
Hey, hold on, just yield.
hold on,
Rochelle,
ladies,
just
really
yield
quick.
for a second.
So
All right, go
I know
ahead.
you're directing that at me, Thomas, and I get that you're
No
probably in your
problem,
feelings because you completely lied about
Right.
that DOJ statement about having nothing to do with Colombia. So I get it. So this is the deal. The reason why I said that is because someone said something along the lines of like, white people are over there now, serving time and doing this, which is very, very true. But we are able to compare what happened with Brittney and this white girl, Audrey, and say that is unfair sentencing. Now, if you want to say that it was political because of the stuff going on with Ukraine and Russia and all that, fine. But we should not be political pawns in any justice system. It should be simply fair. So it's ridiculous for you to excuse it because you're okay with people being used as political pawns as opposed to the criminal justice system being applied fairly regardless of political wars.
Exactly. And then you got
there's no pause. What are you talking about?
So hold on.
There's no pause. That's why we're just
Can I say something just
Russia.
real quick?
Hey, one mic on Ebony.
Yeah,
One mic
man, ain't shit here.
One mic on Ebony in here.
Back, yes.
Period. Shawty is off work. Let's get a hand clap for that. Amen.
Yeah.
Nah, put in some overtime, black woman.
I'm in that thing.
Where's
Submit.
that her femininity?
I got too many businesses for overtime, my nigga. All right. Welcome in, y'all, to Eb's house. Okay. Make sure you tap the greenhouse and you follow the club. Hit the square with the arrow pointed up, y'all. Share the room. Ping some people in to let them know Tupac back. Okay. Oh God. What did I say? Shout out to my Cash App, y'all. Shout out to the people that's been blessing me while I've been over here working like for the white man, okay? Working for the white man, okay? Today's topic is Brittney Griner. Swipe for an arms dealer. Hello? It is popcorn style, y'all. Welcome. Oh my God, is it flooded over here? That's crazy.
Okay, shout out Ebony though for having the only rooms that I want to. Yeah, shout out Ebony though. Shout out for having the greatest rooms on this thing that I'm only logging in to check for. You got good rooms, Ebony.
Indeed.
Yeah, I love Ab.
Period. Hold on, because you have 400 people in here and not even 100 shares. So let's try to get them shares.
Oh, yep.
Share the room. Share the room.
Get your friends in here. You know what it is.
Period.
Ab definitely got the dopest rums.
Yes. And also, I do want to say something, right? To just put into perspective. Russia do not play about weed. I don't know what it is, but the drug dealers over there to buy weed over there, they have like an app where you basically leave the weed hidden somewhere and then you take a picture of it and send it to the person that's gonna buy the weed and they send you the money virtually and they gotta go and try to find the weed from the. It's a whole process in Russia just to get some weed because they don't play about the weed over there.
Sound like Easter to me.
Yes.
Not niggas looking for the golden egg.
And that's all I'm saying, man. You can't be doing illegal stuff in other countries.
Them folks playing Where's Waldo for a .5.
This is the last thing I'm gonna say.
Y'all let the sister finish.
This is the last thing I'm gonna say, right? When we bring up that Audrey girl versus Brittney, the Audrey girl, she was 19 years old. Whether she was black, white, what doesn't matter. She was 19. Brittney Griner, I'm sorry if I'm chopping up her name, is
31 years old. So I think
Both
that
adults.
Wait, what'd you say?
Both adults.
Both adults, different though. One is able to buy
Not according
alcohol.
to the law.
One is not. One.
The law looks at adults as the same, whether you're
Yeah,
18
you
or
can buy
51.
18.
I mean,
You
well,
can
we're
buy
not in Russia,
alcohol
so
at
we
18.
don't know how the Russian law, maneuvers.
No, the
but
laws
I
are
think
probably
that
different.
the
All I'm
age,
saying is they treat adults the same as all I'm saying. They're not going to treat an 18-year-old differently or a 31-year-old differently just because she's a little bit older
do
than
y'all
an
not
18-year-old.
care about who they let out though? Do y'all? I mean,
I care.
I wanted
definitely
Brittany
care.
out. I wanted Brittany
I
out.
just
But
want Brittany out, and I
y'all-
want y'all to know also
knew
that
who is that?
what. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, Queen.
Who that? Hey, Erica. No, I want Brittany out, right? But damn, y'all, for an arms dealer, I don't know, man. Like, y'all see how the nuclear shit is going on, how they thinking about nuclear war. They say they won't do it, then they say they will, then they say they won't. You gonna get the damn, who's the head of, I'm trying to think of a big drug dealer that everybody would know. You gonna get the Pablo Escobar of weapons, okay? Out of jail to help these people secure whatever they need. Like, do y'all think that that's good? Like,
he's gonna be making hella guns.
okay,
I
to
do.
say, the other day I just saw where Nigerian people were getting AK-47 out of rice bags, y'all. Like, out of big bags of rice. Like, it's that kind of thing. Like, are we really champion Pablo Escobar of the fucking weapons, okay, to get out just for one person?
Girl, yeah, girl,
Hey, Ab, you know the number one arms
girl,
dealer in the U.S.
So excited.
girl.
Hold on, y'all. Or are we so excited? There's some beautiful homes over here. This is gorgeous. Are we so excited only because she's a black woman? Is that it?
No,
No,
we're
we
excited.
excited because she's home.
How long was her sentence? Listen,
Because we're black and she's a black woman. Is that what we're so excited?
Yes.
Eb, you're breaking up a little bit. But did you see the video?
Okay, go ahead.
Did you see the video of them receiving this man? They did not look like they was gonna put him in any cell. Okay,
Right.
they looked like they had a mansion ready for him to live comfortably and supply them with all the guns in the world. They looked so happy that man got there.
So y'all still think he's
Let's say something, please.
So I'm going to
Did he
respond to
have
two things you
nukes?
said. So two things you said. Okay, earlier you said Russia does not play about marijuana laws, right? 100% true. You know what else they don't play about? Punching a fucking police officer, which an American veteran, a soldier, did, a Marine guy. And you know what? The Biden administration freed him in the middle of the Ukraine-Russia war.
Marine, and I don't think that Marine did that, but that was
Trevor Reed. Go look up.
He was the Marine, and they said that he drunkenly assaulted somebody, and there's no proof of that one either. Just like there was no proof of the
let me respond.
Hey, one mic on Ebony.
Hold on, that's Eb, yeah.
I'm off work now, so just relax for a second. Thank you for coming up. But y'all, we should have had a mansion, a Rolls Royce, a Bentley waiting on Brittany when her ass got out.
She got all that shit waiting on her.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, we could have had that waiting on Brittany and told Brittany to just hold up a little bit longer.
She got all that.
Instead, we're getting an arms dealer for man, that's crazy. I don't know. But
they
go
tried
ahead,
to.
y'all.
Wait a second. I got a
respond?
quick question about this weapons overlord.
One arms dealer in the world.
Does he have nuclear
there are
weapons?
Other arms dealers that have been arrested as well. So
why y'all gassing him up like he's
Man,
a big
I heard,
weapons
but he had some
overlord of the
Glocks and
globe?
switches.
Somebody that nigga got a motherfucking Mac 11.
You know what makes him different? He makes the Glocks and switches from scratch.
And they get a pat.
Okay, so if you make
Nigga said that boy got a Mac 11.
Yeah, that nigga got a Mac 11. That's with the shoulder strap on that shit. He ain't got shit up.
Wait, how long was your original sentence? How long was you supposed to be in jail for?
Ukraine over there fucking them niggas up, man. Why I ain't scared?
25 years. Can I just ask a question? Because I just need some clarity. Because you guys are in the United States. I'm in Canada.
Cannabis is legal here. I love cannabis.
Sis, be free.
Yeah, I'm really obsessed with it. But right now, I know that you guys are in your process, and Biden just brought it up about doing some stuff. Do you guys know how much people are in America right now sitting in jail for possession of cannabis?
Well, cannabis is legal over here now too, sis.
Not in every
not
state.
everywhere.
Not everywhere.
So here's the thing. So, and it's not even like it's who cares if it's legal. There are people in jail today that have been there for more than 25 years. Some are serving life sentences in the United States. A lot of Black people. And we're talking, I think it was Rochelle who brought it up, like we shouldn't be political pawns and stuff like that. But when you look at the history of cannabis, that it was exactly just that. Black people were used as political pawns, as well as the Mexicans, as well as the Chinese, to get them in jail. America is supposed to be the land of the free, and you guys are the most incarcerated in the world. It's ridiculous to me that Brittney Griner went to jail in Russia for something like a vape. But people are going to jail still to date for just a bag of weed in the United States for the same exact sentences. But nobody's going down the street and free them. Let me trade this guy for that guy. Like, it's a sentence for weed. Honestly, people have been serving it. They are serving it. I don't think women should be in jail. Black women should be in jail in anywhere, any place. But realistically, an arms dealer for a person, I don't care who you are, realistically. If you're a Black woman, granny, little kid, this, that, and the fifth, you should not be traded for an arms dealer. Right now, Russia's at war with Ukraine, and they're getting back an arms dealer. And not just him, but all of his networks.
Except your Canadian business.
So I know that might hurt your guys' feelings, but I just
finish, Shanti. But not to mention how much money America is putting into this war too.
It's crazy to me. Like, what are we really talking about here? A person is coming home. Congratulations. I'm sure her family is very happy. And yes, she is 31 years old. She does know the law in Russia. She works there. She understands what's not allowed and what is allowed, regardless if they caught it on her and there's any proof of it. I mean, you guys live in America. Look how much people get caught and set up every single day there. Like, Russia is not any different than America in many different ways. But, to this whole entire cannabis business, like, mind her come home to America and she's smoking a vape in America accidentally at the wrong place, and she goes to jail there for the same exact crime. Imagine how the irony, how possible
it could happen.
It's very possible.
Yeah, we could go.
At least we could go.
Don't worry about your free health care.
Yeah, we got to do.
At least we could go bail her out.
It's not free. We pay
these one-offs.
And we about to send Tory Lane's ass back to you for fucking with Americans.
Please do. I don't care. But regardless of that fact, like, literally consider the fact that there's still so many people today sitting in jail for cannabis laws in America.
Yeah, well, so have you seen the fight?
We got due process in America. Come on.
Have you seen the fight? Have you seen the fight for sentencing reform that's taking place in the United States regarding marijuana?
I'm seeing the reform and all that jazz.
The second thing is the United States is the biggest arms dealer in the world.
Exactly.
So Ukraine has the U.S. on their side, along with the other NATO countries. So
shout out to George W. Bush.
So when Russia gets back its Russian person, who cares? At the end of the day, we have
who cares? The people who are going to be attacked.
We have a person.
That's right.
Who said
that?
One at a time. I want to hear this. One at a time. Rochelle versus Shanti. Rachel versus Shanti.
We have a person who was detained.
People dying and shit. Y'all see all these little Instagrams, pray for Ukraine, all this shit. But then we say we don't care that, one of their largest arms dealers is now free to go. Like, y'all don't care about that?
That's wild.
No, Ebony.
Can we hear Rachel? Can we hear Rachel? Y'all talking over Rachel.
We don't care, Ebony. We don't.
Can we hear Rachel, fellas?
Because at the end of the day, your tax dollars. Can y'all stop muting me while I'm driving? At the end of the day, y'all's tax dollars are.
Oh, that's lame. Don't do that. Don't do that shit. Don't do that, dog. That's lame.
Ebony, see what happened when you be monitoring people?
Y'all don't care. That's crazy. Cause I care. I care.
I care as well. That's what I'm saying.
Let me clarify. When I say who cares,
Y'all care.
We have our person back. They have the person they wanted. That's what arms swaps are about. Again, the U.S. is the biggest arms trader and dealer in the world. So let's talk about that fact. Secondly, there are numbers of arms traders that exist that the U.S. have caught that we do have in prison around the country. So at the end of the day, we made a swap for Brittney. We felt like she was valuable enough to do that particular swap for, because we're talking about Russia. That was the only person that they will let us swap for. They won't even let us have the second person we were trying to get. There's like, she's the only one that they're willing to give to us. And so we did. We got her back, period.
I cannot believe this. It's breathtaking.
What's not to believe about it? It's
but
America,
also,
though.
Hey, but also,
He can't even
hold on. I want to talk about the arms dealer, right? The arms dealer, Victor Botten, right? And for all my Marvel fans, right? He's the Ulysses Claw of Marvel, right? Of arms dealing, right? He is the numero uno, right? He funded the Tutsis and the Congo and that Congo war. He funded Liberia, the civil war in Liberia, right? So when people say, "Oh, this don't affect them," right? When a civil war pops up and these countries get destabilized in Central and West Africa, and then they got busloads of them flying to your local city, then you're going to be crying. Then that's when it's going to affect you, right? When you get a flood of people that's coming from other countries.
Why?
Listen,
what are you going to be crying about other people?
But it did affect us.
Let
It
him
did
finish,
affect
bro.
us. It affected our black communities. They sold drugs in our
Let him
communities.
finish.
Hold on, let me land.
Stop that. Let him land.
What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Yeah, I just want to land.
Let the man land. Go ahead, sir.
Brother, you got
the merchant of death. He is the real deal. Listen, I'm happy Brittney is home. I am complete happy. But when people say, "Oh, this ain't going to affect us," we have to look down the street and around the corner, because it will affect you. And another thing too, that's why I encourage all my black folks here in America: if you travel abroad and you think you're going to stay somewhere for long periods of time, check in with your local embassy. All it is one little check-in. Say, "Look, I'm in town. I'm a U.S. citizen." Don't think you can go in these different countries without the most powerful military, not behind you. I check in every country. When I go to Africa and parts of Asia, I make sure I check in with my embassy, y'all. Listen, you got backing. I'm just saying, I land there.
I like that. Omar. I'm gonna start
So I
doing
wanted
that.
to add something.
That's your saving grace is the U.S. Embassy. You
Can I
got to
say
do that.
something super quickly?
Jail
I think
dropped.
I've been
that
waiting for a while.
Expert been trying to say something for a minute. Go.
But I won't be long. I'm not long-winded. Like, y'all got to stop saying that it hasn't hit home. They actually sold drugs in our community for weapons. So it has already hit home. And the thing is, global anti-Blackness will always be a thing, right? So locking him up did not stop global anti-Blackness. So that's all I want to add.
T, real quick, just to enhance what you're saying.
Would you care,
Hold on.
if this woman wasn't black and if she wasn't a basketball player? Because I know that you like basketball players, right? You're in that industry. But if she wasn't black and she wasn't a basketball player, would you recommend that America traded her in for the Pablo Escobar of selling weapons?
I'm not for me, because I consider myself real. I don't like to proclaim it, because 2 months ago I didn't pay attention to when the Taliban members were exchanged. I'm not going to all of a sudden pretend to care when I don't. I care because it's Brittney. She's a black woman and she's a basketball player, so I'm definitely biased and I care.
That's the only, and that's the
Hold on.
standing that you're That's unfortunate.
So just
Canada. Come on, Canada.
Quick, hold on now, real quick. It's not so much that people don't care. Also, like, we automatically, as human beings and as citizens in the world, if some collapses over here, it's gonna hit us over there. It's just the way the shit works. So we're hyper aware of the fact that this motherfucker is evil. This is horrible that he is free. I can't believe that they would even. That's where I'm more concerned about. Is I need to combine the concern for Black people and Black Americans traveling abroad, our safety, and them using us as pawns for fucking arms dealers. They just use a Olympic star as queen, as whatever, however you want to identify, for an arms. That's what I'm worried about. Like, also, I get that he's a murderer and that shit is horrible. But we also, like, I'm really concerned as a Black woman, not trying to genderize, but just, because I'm me. And I be traveling. And please check in with your embassy. And don't ever don't even say weed in Japan, my niggas. Oh my God. You really got to be safe out here about what you're doing, because as soon as you step outside, you're not really American inside, especially when you get outside. Shout out to the chick that was from Canada, pointed out, like, we incarcerate the most people over here as it is, so we have our own issues to deal with. However, like, damn, like, you really traded an Olympic star for and they knew what they were doing. They knew that if they held up some type of special sports entertainer, something, we could use this as leverage to get at this fucking arms dealer. I need y'all to think about it like that. They're specifically targeting.
Erica, are you aware that the man was getting out in 2 years? Early release. In 2 years.
Damn.
He was gonna get out for nothing. All we did was just speed up the 2 years. This man, it's not like we had him for life. It's not like they were gonna sentence him to the death penalty. He was finna get out in 2 years.
So he was
He was getting out in 2 years. Free Brittney for real, BT. BT, I didn't know that.
He was doing 20.
Bill Cosby was finna buy NBC.
Free BG.
Y'all gotta allow people. Y'all know.
Y'all didn't know that though, did y'all? Y'all didn't
Man,
know
you're
that.
wrong, my brother. He was doing 25 years. He did 14. He had 11 more to go. It wasn't 2 years.
But the fact that he was able to has an ability to get out as one of the world's biggest terrorist dealers. I mean, that within itself. I know motherfuckers that is serving life off of, like, a couple of packs. So really weird. Regardless. And then hold on, and just let me finish. I'm gonna just finish this one thing. All I'm worried about, I'm happy that Brittney is free. No, I'm not happy that motherfucker is free, because there's a duality of the situation there. Two things can be true at the same goddamn time. So no, I'm not happy that motherfucker's free. Yes, I'm happy she's home. Free that bitch all day, every day, in any Black prisoner anywhere out there in the world. But also, hold on, let me finish. I'm landing. Let me just land. But the final thing is like, Black people, they are out here using us as political pawns to get other motherfuckers free.
That's the whole point. Exactly. We're in America.
Already coming home early on good behavior.
Like, how can you ever even compare an Olympic star to a fucking guns dealer? We are now fucking, if you have weight to you, or if you are notable, you can be easily used as a pawn to get bitch motherfuckers like this out. That's what I'm scared about.
Erica, the only problem. So hold on. So guys, you need more evidence. You need more.
One mic.
We have a lot of smart people in the room. I know a little bit about a lot of things. What they say, jack of all trades, master of none, or some shit like that. Maybe that's me. I don't know.
You're Jill of all trades, Ebo.
Okay, thank you, baby. Now, my question to y'all is, aren't they all in war right now? Aren't they going through war right now?
Yes.
Country,
okay, so even though he had...
It's a white-on-white war.
Some people said 11 years. Some people said 8 more years. I don't know how many more years he had left to go, right? But he has this amount of time left. Don't y'all think that there could be a possibility that war would have died down a little bit by now? They need him right now because this is the height of them in the middle of this war.
Boom.
Like,
And we hold Russia.
Yeah, that's scary. Yep.
Now that is a good point.
That was a good point. Can I, Ab, can I ask you?
No, let her finish.
Even though
I thought she had paused. My bad.
I heard people say this is a white people war, but they sending our Black people dollars around to fight these wars. Y'all understand that, right?
Hello?
So
and Black bodies.
And Black bodies. Let's not forget our men and women. Thank you so much for your service that they throwing out there to fight. Okay, so y'all mean to tell me that this is not bad? That y'all don't care? You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't know nobody in the army. Y'all niggas don't pay taxes. Y'all don't care about
I don't think we should be
You're
there.
asking the great questions right now.
I don't think we should
That
be there.
that was
Fighting
a
their
good point,
wars.
Ebo. I didn't think about that.
I'm just trying to figure out what the hell y'all care about. Now,
So,
yes,
wake it up.
it is one black life. It's one black person. She got 8 years. Like, that's horrible. Yeah, that's bad. But one life for thousands and thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands. Y'all don't even know yet. We don't know the totals at the end.
We really don't know.
Maybe hundreds of thousands of deaths over one person. Like, do y'all really think that that's worth it? I don't care what color, because I know a lot of y'all are black and proud, and I'm black and proud, but I think about everybody as a people too. What about all the people that's got all the children and mothers that are gonna lose their lives during this fight? Y'all not think about that too?
Thank you.
Let's think a little bigger. Let's think a little more outside of ourselves about just being black. Like, I get it, but y'all niggas is people too. Y'all realize that? Because that's what I thought I was, a person.
Yeah, man.
If I was about that.
But the Ukraine didn't prioritize black people. The Ukraine actually deprioritized black people when it came to the safe passage. Like they said, woman, you get on this train and you go to Poland, but not you niggas. You niggas stay here. So it's like, I don't know. I get what you're saying.
They targeted Nigerians.
I don't disagree.
Oh yeah, that wasn't no
all.
black Americans.
As far
They
as
targeted
humanity,
Nigerians.
because as cliche as it sounds, I do have white friends, but I just cannot picture myself going ape over white wars. Like, it's just not in me.
One person
No, but it's not
thousands of people versus hundreds of thousands of people. Like, yeah, we don't want a black person going down, but niggas going down by the police in America every day.
Thank you.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
so
and that's wrong.
It's
I mean,
like one person versus thousands of people.
Can y'all let her talk?
But y'all go ahead. Go ahead.
So, Ebony,
Jesus Christ.
with regards to
the
Ukraine war.
I just want to ask, can I say something, please?
Yeah,
I said when you finish.
So, Ebony, you were trying to say something about the war in Ukraine. As of right now, this guy is not going to play any significant role because Russia is literally buying weapons from Iran, which is where they're getting their drones to.
You don't know if he's going to play a significant role or not because nigga is locked up. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what his reach
I want to go after Mamadou.
You don't know what his reach is going to be once
exactly
he gets out, the
his network
that he might have
his
whenever
network.
he gets out.
Okay.
Let's wake that up. You don't know what the hell. Why do you think that's begging for this man to come out? It's not for no reason.
Okay, so let me just say this, okay? When this guy was captured in 2008, the weaponry that is being deployed right now at the battlefield, this was not what this guy was selling. He was selling fucking AK-47.
That's what I was trying to point out.
Okay, that's one. The second thing
that's what I was trying to point out, Eb.
Let me just finish. The second thing is this, guys. People are not actually aware of this. Did you know it was actually the U.S. government that came up with the proposition to release this guy, use him as a trade? It wasn't even Russia asking for him directly. It was the Uncle Sam came out and said, for some reason, maybe they felt like there was, and he was going to come out at some point, regardless of what happens.
10 years ago, there was men out there being nickelback kings selling dime bags on the corner. Today, them niggas is selling heroin, fentanyl, every goddamn thing, okay? So just because he was selling AK-47s back then, that don't mean that's all he got access to now. Years down the road. Come on now.
That's all he got, AKs and Mac 11.
Except for the fact that he literally just got released today. So are you telling me for some reason, number one, when this guy got captured, right? I am pretty sure the US government would have gotten every single information they needed about his network. Okay, they've got spies. If they can get Bin Laden somewhere in Abbottabad, Pakistan, trust me, they got this guy. Just like when Trump went after what's that ISIS guy? I don't even know what his name is. My point being this: when it comes to his network, whatever it is that he's been doing, the US will be watching. But if your concern is, okay, he's out today, boom, he's gonna be fixing stuff and basically influencing the war in Ukraine. Russia is already a weapons manufacturing country. They already have weapons manufacturers out there. This guy was just an arms dealer. Come on. It's like a broker, a middleman right now in Clubhouse, a bunch of people arguing. Then you have the middle guy come in and basically try to swap a trade. Like,
and let me go, Mama.
Like a lot of us have watched too many fictional movies to a point we're seeing things that are just completely fucking insane. I am not worried about this guy. You know why? He did a lot of terrible shit, but at the end of the day, he was gonna come out anyway. He was not in prison.
And the piggyback off of
Can I
Mamadou,
finish, bro?
Mamadou.
Can I finish?
Oh,
Let me just finish. S'il vous plaît. Whew. Okay.
I'm
My
trying to
point
catch it
being
before
this.
somebody else, Mamadou. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good, man. All I'm saying is this. He was going to come out at some point, regardless of how long. He wasn't sentenced to life in prison. Okay, this guy was going to come out. So the US no longer needed him. They decided to offer him as a trade. And listen, do you want to know why I'm celebrating this? My personal reason is that for the first time, call it political, I'm not going to cry about it because every fucking thing the president does is political. That's just what it is. That's how politics work. For the first time, America
Every president
decided
does something because it's political.
for the first time, America put the life of a black person in front and sort of was like, you know what? We put a fight. You were worth it. We did what was necessary.
Yeah, Mamadou made 3 good points.
That's why I'm celebrating this.
And now I'm coming.
And you know who else is celebrating?
I'm after Mamadou. I waited, brother. I'll pass it to you, whoever that is.
It's Bender. I've been waiting about 2 hours.
This is what
I'll pass it to you, Bender.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I got you, Moon. But y'all, this is the point. They do one thing for niggas, and y'all champion and not worrying about what the hell is going on here in the States. You know what I'm saying? Like it's almost like they put band-aids on black people. Like they put band-aids on us so that we'll be satisfied and shut the fuck up for a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
I guess you're voting for Biden next time, huh?
Fighting here for?
Listen, you know what?
Yeah,
Shanti.
Do you got family in the military?
But anyway, I'll let Moon go because he really has been patient. Thank you, Moon. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you, Ab. You know I love your run, baby. I'm happy to hear you. You know I'm talking about cooking your shit. I'm gonna pass it to Bender. I'm gonna be a little bit more controversial off of all of Mamadou at the first 2 points Mamadou made, because that was 2 points I was gonna make, and so he took 2 of my points and ran with my brother. So you saved me a lot of talking. The third thing I would say off of what you said is being unbiased. Do the other side don't have the right to arm their self? Because I don't know if Mamadou made a point. I don't know if y'all know the weapons that we're supplying with the Ukrainians with, and probably not just supplying them with. We're probably actually fucking the ones that's using the weapons for them. You know what I'm talking? The drones and the shit that we don't send over there. The missiles that we say we wasn't gonna use that was supposed to go like 15 kilometers, and them bitches going like 55 kilometers. And the tanks, the shit that they got. Do the other side not have the right? Because we always look at stuff from an American perspective, but whenever there's a war, if China is gonna take someone's side, they're gonna try to arm them with the most technology, like the newest technology, and it's just what everybody doing. To be naive to that is just naive to war, because you know the good thing about us, we spend so much money to have the best shit. Like even when it comes to the tanks that they're using over there, I'm gonna land my plan, BT. Even when it comes to
you good, brother. That was going right there with you.
Even when it comes to the tanks that they using over there, they fucking outdated and things of that nature. So these people on the other side at some point are going to try to catch up to the American technology, and that's just part of war. So I'll land right there.
That's a fact, Moon.
I don't know.
All facts.
Do they deserve to be able to arm themselves during
There's
a war?
nothing to know.
What?
People be laying down simple
They
facts
definitely
around, y'all
deserve
still
to arm
going
themselves.
around
We
with
talking like.
But why does that even
just
matter?
laid it
Like,
down.
what type of game are we playing here? Like, are we
just
playing
laid it
president
down.
or something like that? Is this a card game? Like,
I'm just being honest. To think war isn't gonna happen and not know how war go. I'm not saying, hey, let me pray right now and say let's end all war. I'm with you. That's not reality.
I don't care about the
In
war or
war,
anything
let me
like
finish, young lady. Let me finish, young lady, and then I'll pass it to you. I don't want to talk with you.
No. You gonna pass it to Bender, bro.
Okay, and I'll land right here. I'll land right here. I'll be 10 seconds.
And then I'm gonna ask.
Yeah, I'll be quick because I'll be real quick. That to be naive to things that aren't gonna happen. I'm just saying that in war, we Americans spend the most money to have the most advanced technology. Other countries are going to try to catch up. That like we are always in an arms war with other countries for the newest technology, the furthest flying missile, the newest drones that they like taking our people off the front and using technology to fight wars. For other people use chemical wars when they can't get the things we get. This is part of fighting wars. And I'm just being honest. This is you could be mad at me for saying it, Ebony. It's life. You could be mad at me for saying it. We arming the Ukrainians right now and they tearing shit up. We arming the Ukrainians and they tearing shit up. We giving the Ukrainians shit and they tearing shit up.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Hold on. I'm not disagreeing with you. But when y'all think about the people who got the most nuclear weapons, right? You got Russia, which is number 1, United States, and then China is way down there. Bloop, 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 bloop.
We got our weapons from them.
I agree with you. I agree with you. You didn't say anything wrong.
People, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we trading? Why are we trading a one person out for somebody who is stronger than us and got, you know, I don't want to talk about them.
We arm Israel. I'll land right here. This is my last 10 seconds. We arm Israel and the Palestinians don't have any weapons over there. So why don't we bring that up then? Why don't we stop arming Israel and because the Palestinians don't have anything? That's just part of life. Somebody's gonna arm one side that they're allied with, and I'll land right there. And if you don't think that's gonna happen, we do it all the time. Israel attacks the Palestinians with advanced technology that we send over there, and the Palestinians are fighting with missiles from the 1940s. So what are you talking about? So if you're gonna say it on one side, let's stop arming Israel.
So let me ask you a question then. Which weapon will take us out the quickest?
Some nuclear shit.
And them niggas got more than us. Hello?
We got that though.
No,
but they got way more than us. Come on now.
Well, Israel got nukes and Palestine don't have any. Egypt don't have any. Nobody around them have any. So how is it fair right there? We gave them nukes, but nobody around them got nukes. So that's part of fucking war and allyship.
Hey Moon, hey, hold on. Hey Moon, let me say something. Let me say one thing. This is what I feel like people be forgetting. Like George Bush did some shit back in the day. That's why we like the Ukraine is our ally, because he signed some shit. I'm sure Mamadou Thomas know exactly what I'm talking about, where we got mad fucking arms from them people, from the Ukraine and a couple other places. But the deal was, if they ever need help, we got to go over there and aid them.
Facts.
Yes,
and Canada signed the
what, guys? I just
okay,
so
that was
because at the end of the day, this was a bad trade politically, but it was a good trade to create goodwill for Black sentiment in this country. That's just the bottom line.
Yep, and Thomas, you're 100% right.
I'm more concerned if the Saints win Sunday, nigga.
Oh shit, I forgot. Bender was trying to talk.
From the truth. I'm more concerned if the Saints win Sunday.
Well, let's just give a group hug for the Black community, but I need them niggas to fix some shit that's fucked up here in America.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
like
Ebony,
when the shit reverses on us,
Ebony, let me say this real quick, Ebony.
People out there in the prisons and all kind of shit, but we got one person versus a damn crazy ass arms dealer. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but look, you know what, Ebony?
One regular
let me
ass.
say this real quick.
Regular ass.
Hold on 1 second. One mic.
To free people in jail, especially because of marijuana. We act like in the United States there are not people, entities, organizations that's fighting for the liberties of people who are falsely imprisoned, wrongfully imprisoned, with
but it's not the government.
Unfair
it's not the government though.
Unfair sentencing and what have you. So that is existing in the United States.
Well, let me say this real quick. Let me just say this real quick.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Gregory. 1 second. Now, I understand what you're saying, Rochelle, and I'm not discounting the work that our community is putting into a lot of different things. That's not what I'm discounting. I'm talking about the bigger picture of this particular situation where this arms dealer gets to get out of jail for one American citizen, who had 8 years. So I'm just trying to have this conversation because right now they're at war, right? So what are we really doing here? Like, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that there's no black people doing the work for us. Like, yes, there are a lot of them. But a lot of bills that are even being written, they're not even passing them shits fast enough for black people. And the inequality, is that a word?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, baby, that's a good word. That's a big one.
Okay. I can't say it. The inequality of our people. You know what I'm saying? So that's the point. So I don't want y'all to get this confused because I heard you say there's a lot of activists on stage, and I appreciate the people doing the work. But can we speak about the bigger picture? But go ahead.
All I wanted to say was this, real quick.
Picture, the U.S. is the biggest arms dealer in the world. So
Yeah, that's a fact.
Ukraine and all the
That's
other
what I
entities have
basically
our
said.
support against this person who's been in prison forever, who don't even know the new landscape of arms dealing.
Will I get to speak?
If you were a company,
Yeah, I got you,
My
Bender.
bad,
I got you.
Bender. I was supposed to pass it to you.
if you were a company,
I'm sorry, Bender.
right, and you had a way to strengthen your company by bringing another partner on, or somebody else, a great employee, sought after a top employee, would you not bring the top employee on to strengthen what you already have?
Yeah.
Definitely. You would definitely bring them on, but would you bring on someone
What I don't know, look, I don't know why we sugarcoating this. I don't know why we sugarcoating this. Can I just say this real quick? Because history best rewards your research. History. Look, you know how many goddamn Black Panthers still are political prisoners? You know how many goddamn people from MOVE still political prisoners? You know how many goddamn people part of the Black Liberation Movement still political prisoners?
That's a fact. I was in prison with him.
Let me just say this real quick. You gotta know the history of America. Look, the CIA, none of those people, and that's why I know you mean well, Ebony, when you say thank you for your service. I don't say thank you for your service because some of these so-called services have been atrocities on innocent people, lies from the American government about weapons of so-called mass destruction. I mean, this government, look at how we deal with it. After 300 and some years, 400, whatever, we still dealing with racism and anti-Blackism. So at the end of the day, they do nothing as a humanitarian gesture. This is all based on how it benefits the rich.
Gregory.
They don't give a damn about no. Let me finish my point. They don't give a damn about no Brittney, nobody.
Thank you.
You dig? That's why they spend all day. I mean, how foolish can you be when you got American companies right here that's ran over in China, Nike, blah, 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 blah. Man, this whole country. Here's a crook, Rahm Emanuel, here in Chicago. I know this devil. This devil, his brother is the same devil who came against Kanye West, Irie, Emmanuel. See, what the real enemies, man, they sit back and, you can say, oh, I'm happy the sister is out, but don't you believe all of a sudden they talking about keeping up from 20 years, there was no discussion, to all of a sudden somebody have gotten her out? Are you kidding? You got to be prepared for the underlay for the overlay. There's always an underlay. And they get us caught up like we got caught up with who gonna be the goddamn senator in Georgia when neither one of them Negroes is gonna make a difference for Black people moving forward. That's how
All right, hold on. Hold on, y'all. Wait. Hold on. Because we done gave Bender the floor for like 30 minutes and everybody just talking over. Yo, Bender, you still there? Oh damn, he got a phone call. That's crazy. I just cleared the lane for him and he on the phone. Yeah, that's crazy. Damn, son.
When he come back, we gotta get him in. I wrote in the chat, my bad.
Yo.
Hey, Raj, can I address this?
Yeah. Give me 1 second, NBA.
All right, y'all. Whew, shit, this is intense, okay? Welcome in, y'all, to Ev's house. Make sure you tap the greenhouse and follow the club, okay? Hit the square with the arrow pointed up, y'all. Share the room, ping some people in, let them know we're waking it up tonight. I'm proud of y'all.
This a fire conversation.
Period. All right, so shout out to my Cash App and everybody that's been blessing it today. Okay, thank y'all so much. Today's topic is Brittney Griner swap for an arms dealer. Hello.
She got a phone call.
Krista, what up, sis?
Y'all shut the hottest club, Eb's house, Shaya, while she wait on our phone call.
Yeah.
And I do want to make sure that I say something in the spirit of peace. I do not want anybody to feel like my joking is making light of anything that this human being has done to anybody, especially Black people. Right? Joking is a part of our culture, and I'll be mindful not to tell jokes about something like this. So my apologies for anybody that I've offended with me joking about Victor and what he's done, because that's certainly not my intent.
Nah, you good. I ain't
Somebody must have hit you in the back channel.
That was real big of you, T. I don't know who was. I don't know who you're referring to, but just the fact that you made that statement, that was big of you, sister.
Yeah.
One love.
Hey, yeah. Can I address this? U.S. is the largest arms dealer in the world.
About to report you for hate speech, T.
Yeah. Can I address this? The United States.
Yeah, go ahead, NBA.
Listen, by de facto, United States is the largest arm dealer. Look, when you talk about arms, you're selling airplanes. We supply Israel and stuff like that. So, I hear this talk. Oh, the United States is the largest arm dealer in the world. It's very anti-American. I think.
What?
And we got to put it in. Hold on.
NBA, shut your ass up.
Hold on, let him land. Let him land. No, y'all, let him land.
For 2 seconds, let him cook.
Let him crash if he gonna crash. Y'all chill out.
Listen, United States have the most powerful military probably in the history of mankind, right? So I gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop saying, "Oh, United States the largest arms dealer in the world." Of course, it's by de facto. It ain't like we're supplying this rebel group like the Tutsis or somewhere that's killing our people. When we talking about these arms dealers, y'all know specifically who we talking about. These rogue rebel supplying groups like Victor, that's killing Black people.
But and America just supplied him back to Russia.
What makes you think the United States doesn't supply these groups, man?
Yo. Okay. Hold on. One mic. Hold on. No. Hold on. One mic. NBA and Big E. They gotta exchange. Let them have the floor for about 5 minutes. Like 5 minutes. Get them to that shit.
Yeah. Listen. It's like we pick and choose. We pick and choose when we want Black lives to matter, right? Victor Bout, he done killed millions over there in Central Africa, right? But it's no smoke for that. We was America, they the number one arms dealer. Come on, man, we gotta stop that. I land.
Hey, George W. Bush killed a lot.
I'm with you on that, NBA.
Where you at, Big E?
I'm confused.
I'm trying to understand the point because you know what I'm saying. This is the point. You know what I'm saying. There's no version of geopolitics that or the world dynamics where the United States doesn't arm. You know what I'm saying? These different groups. And the United States, Russia, China. Man, these folks are involved in proxy wars all over the fucking world. What are you talking about?
10 points to Big E.
You see what I'm saying? Like that's the game to it. And I'll negate and I'll just shoot all that shit down just with one simple thing. You know the United States used to fund the Taliban, don't you? You know that, right?
That's a fact.
10 points to Big E. I was gonna say that.
What are you talking about? As long as the Taliban benefited. As long as the Taliban benefited, you know what I'm saying, the objectives of the United States funded the Taliban, and when that shifted, then they went after the Taliban. It's always come on now. Let's not be
down 2 rounds.
And it's not just the Taliban.
You down 2 rounds to 0.
Okay, NBA.
Turn NBA.
Hold on, one mic.
2 rounds to 0.
Hold on, one mic.
Let
NBA.
One mic
NBA
on
fight
Bender.
back.
No shit. One mic on me. Because
Y'all
NBA
got it.
wasn't making no sense to me.
Thank
So
you.
I'm trying to get him to break it down. I mean, I'll let him respond. But Biggie, I really want to know what you feel about the swap. Because I ain't heard you say nothing all day. So go ahead, NBA. I'll let you respond, and then Biggie, I'ma switch it up, and I want to hear what you feel about it.
Going in round 3, Big E up 2-0.
Ultimately, what I'm saying is, right, because everybody on the stage, we benefit from America being a powerful military, right? We got that blue passport. We can go anywhere around the globe, right? But I think, to say that, America, no one, of course we are. We the #1 superpower, and there's nothing wrong with that. But for us to pick and choose when we want Black Lives to matter, because Victor, he was supplying. Listen, he was supplying arms to kill Black people, right? Millions of them. I'm talking about by the boatloads, right? And now we want to have this grace. America did this. No, this is about Victor right now, and we didn't get the better of the deal. Let's call it what it is. I land there.
Thank you.
That's all I'm saying, NBA. I said the same shit. Oh.
Well, that
I
point,
agree. I agree with NBA. I agree with NBA that by de facto. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, because I want you to finish that.
I agree with NBA, because I was on the other side, but when he worded it in the first one, I just think that Big E had a better point that while by de facto we just because we spend so much more money than the rest of the world on arms, we are going to supply people that are our allies with more stuff by de facto, by percentage. But I think Big E had better points by in this. Don't act like throughout history we haven't switched sides. Even in Iran, bro, we switched sides in Iran. We switched sides in Iraq. We switched sides in all up in Ethiopia. So throughout history, we have armed who we thought was the right side and switched that. We did it in Pakistan.
You guys are flip flops.
I'm with Big E on that.
I'll let you in on another little piece of, you know what I'm saying, a little fun fact. Hell, the United States used Victor Bout to supply troops in Iraq. You know that, right?
This is what I'm saying.
You may not have known that.
Floppy.
You might not have known
that.
I didn't know that.
And it's not even because you guys want to do it. You guys are getting tricked to do
we
this
used
stuff.
Gaddafi, then switched on him. So that's why I think Big E won that exchange, just because I do agree that by de facto, we're going to arm our allies better. But
yes, Lord.
Don't act like we don't switch sides and we don't name 5 right now. We could go. Shit, we did it in Cuba. We've been doing it throughout the history of
in
America.
The interest of capitalism.
So can I ask a question? Does that not make America bad? Like in that
the
sense?
interest of white
don't make us bad. Somebody got to survive.
There's no sense of loyalty. There's no sense. It's flip flop.
We
it's all
protect y'all ass. Shut up
it's
before we let somebody attack y'all.
It's sick. Who attack who? Canada?
We protect y'all ass. So you better watch your mouth.
We definitely protect Canada. You can't. Ain't no argument about that.
With y'all, so you better watch your mouth.
Listen, y'all. Listen. So, the bigger, the higher you go, the harder
we stop protecting y'all tomorrow, Mexico take y'all shit. Y'all ain't got no
white supremacy.
It's
white supremacy.
And we ain't protect y'all border. Motherfucking Ethiopia beat y'all.
I think part of this of the earth. I'll flee to the jungle. I know how to live off the land, so I'm good.
But I think part of
the situation is like when NBA was saying, I don't even know why he was doing that voice of you guys are the biggest supplier de facto. Like, you guys are flip floppy. There's no sense of loyalty, and you guys will just do whatever you guys want to do. And
I don't like how you talking. I don't like that shit.
Who we supposed to be loyal to? Some goddamn devils? We supposed to be loyal to some crooks?
Know what's happening when it's happening.
I'm asking you a question. We supposed to be loyal to some devils?
No, I'm not saying
supposed
you're
to be loyal to some No. Let me finish. We supposed to be loyal to some people who every move, every decision they make is based on for white supremacy. Don't
What are
you
you
realize
talking about? I'm
ain't
sorry.
no. Ain't none of this shit done to make black life better. It's all to keep those who are in power in power. Have
Yeah,
you
no,
lost
that's
your
what I'm
mind?
saying. I'm agreeing with you.
We
So
get
I'm just
nothing
saying
from this
America
shit.
in general is not, when they go and partner and deal with one sort of country. I think it was Moon who was saying it, who was saying that, oh, like, you know, you funded this one and funded that one. And then when the sides switch up, you need to switch up. Like, there's no sense of we actually got your back. Look at Victor. In his case, honestly, this whole entire thing just smells fishy for me.
But
I
Canada
just
would
think
do
that
the same thing. Your
I,
leadership.
Canada
I
would
guess
do
I
the same
agree
thing
with you,
because Canada.
Shante, but I
But
just don't
guys,
like how
listen.
you saying it from a Canadian perspective.
Why is this? I'm not even actually
One
like
thing,
against.
guys.
Like, please. But
One thing you
I
guys
just
aren't looking at. We like to talk about history, but there was an arms dealer before Victor Bout, whose name was Adnan Khashoggi. Right. This was literally the guy, okay, that put up the money, the initial money that the U.S. needed to start the Contra situation. He was the one that put up the money and complained to Reagan that he got shorted by 10 million. But this is the same guy that went to jail and came back out and was still arms dealing. So I mean, we got to look at history. We got to look at history. So all those who are saying that, you know, this guy's gonna get killed, Adnan Khashoggi in papers stated that he was the guy that put up the money for the Contra situation that we were involved in, and said that Reagan shorted him 10 million. This was in papers when they went to court because they siphoned so much money from the Philippines that he went to trial with Imelda Marcos. He got out of jail and was still hustling.
But
I'm
this
just
is why it's
saying,
fishy.
you know, so for those who think that this guy is just going to all of a sudden leave what he was doing before that made him a billionaire, to me is insane.
I don't think anybody said that. I think that we're saying that bringing Brittney home is important to us at the end of the day. That's what's being said.
I understand that, but I want you guys. What is bothering me is that no one is saying that what he did, killing millions of black people in Africa, was wrong, and that's the only point that I want to be heard. What he did was wrong, and you can't just say that, oh, nothing matters but just bringing her home, because at the end of the day, if the shoe was on the other foot and he was responsible for killing millions of fucking Americans, okay, we wouldn't want his ass out of jail.
Hey, Thomas, let me ask you this, Thomas. Hey, let me ask you this, Thomas. Let me ask Thomas a question.
Thomas, but you gotta be
Let me ask
careful,
Thomas.
Thomas, because
Okay.
they'll cut you out. If you say something the fake outrage is crazy, they'll cut you out if you stick to your own
we ain't
opinion.
gonna
It's
cuss him out. We
crazy.
gonna build. We gonna talk. Let me ask you this, Thomas.
Yeah, would nobody getting cussed
Let
out
me
out
ask
there?
you this. Let me ask you this, Thomas. So when the Rwandans started that, you know, when they started their conflicts, which were already initiated with the Hutu and the Tutsi, wasn't somebody gonna apply the sides? Like, you know, and both sides was getting supplies from different countries.
I hear
One
what you're
just used
saying, but
theirs
at the end
better
of the
than the
day, I
other.
can only go by the history. The history shows that Victor Bout was the one that was supplying the armies to the party in Rwanda that caused the genocide. That's what history shows.
That won the war. So when we supply a certain side that wins a war, we're just as wrong, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't understand. Like, it's 54 countries in Africa. That was 2 wars you pointed out. Shit, they fighting in Tigray right now. There's always going to be conflicts.
Moon. What you're doing now, Moon, is you're literally taking.
I'm being a
realist.
realist.
What I'm hearing you say then, right? By your statement is
Let
that
me hear you.
these
Let me
people's.
hear you.
What I'm hearing you say then is these people's pain really doesn't matter because it's only one war. But it wasn't just Rwanda. It was Rwanda, Liberia, Congo. It was also Lebanon.
But what I'm saying, and
it was
in each one of these conflicts on the other side,
Sir, how can you hear him when you talk while he talk? I don't understand. Silent and listen be having the same letters, y'all. God damn.
Yeah, the people been doing this all day, so we ain't gonna do that.
Hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, we ain't gonna do that, and I've been polite all day.
I don't know, and see,
okay.
the cheerleader can calm
Meantime,
down.
2 men was having a back and forth. I don't think we even need a woman to help us. Thank you. Go ahead, Thomas.
I'm listening, bro.
Okay.
I'm listening, Moon. You were saying something. You were cut off. I'm
You
listening,
you
brother.
you can go first because she threw me off with that. We've been talking all day. Go ahead.
And that first,
My whole
can we stop saying we? Because we ain't part of the goddamn decisions in America. They.
Okay, Moon. My thing is, listen, I'm happy that she's home, but I don't want what this man did to be glossed over as if it's nothing, because at the end of the day, we as a people, we love to be African when it's necessary, when we need to be. Okay, but then now we're Black American. Okay, but at the end of the day, I'm African American all my fucking life, not just today when it's necessary or when it's fine. That's my whole point. And it bothers me that there's no outrage about the fact of what this man has done. And what he did was cause a genocide. And now maybe if the genocide was on other people that didn't look like us, maybe it would have mattered. I don't know.
Yeah. I think where the disconnect is this, right? In the point. I don't disagree with you, but see, I think where the part that's not being understood is what's being implied in that is that the United States gave a fuck, or that the United States wasn't complicit in the shit too. You get what I'm saying? See, that's the part. Like, the United States didn't care about that. The United States was complicit in that shit. You know what I'm saying? It was a fucking proxy war. You get what I'm saying? And so that's not, you know what I'm saying? When we say, so when you talk about the United States releasing the dude, hell, the United States didn't give a damn if he had a part to play in or he was complicit in the Rwandan genocide, or what, you know, I mean, I don't care, because they were complicit in the shit too.
And watch the media. And watch the media, E. Watch how all of the media talking points, they control the narrative, and they will make you celebrate and make you think and take your mind off of the corruption, off of the murder. The media is, and y'all like to listen to that. Some of you all believe in that shit. It's all theatrical. It's all theatrical. They are corporately run, and every decision goes back to the bottom line. They don't have humanity inside of them. Not a goddamn decision have ever been made from this country that was about humanity. It was always to serve the rich. And we get all comfortable thinking we shall overcome that goddamn mentality, keep us in trouble, because we start talking about, yeah, that was a good gesture that we my ass. You ain't part of this shit. You think you are, but at the end of the day, they don't give a fuck about that, sister. Period.
And they don't give a damn, and they don't impugn that. They don't have it. Man, listen, that's just like what went on in Somalia and what's still going on in Somalia. You know what I'm saying? To a certain extent. And that was a proxy war, man. Anybody that, you know, if you don't know that part of it, I mean, come on now. They were fighting over control of the Horn of Africa. They didn't give a fuck how many African people or Somalians Somali people got killed in that process. Hell, they wanted control of the Horn of Africa. And whatever it took to get it, hey, they was willing to do it. They didn't have any type of overarching morality about human life and the loss of African life or black life. When the fuck have they ever cared about that? So to draw the thing that the United States cares about, well, damn, they shouldn't have released Bout because of, you know, what he did, what he participated in Rwanda. I'll give you another fun fact about Bout in Rwanda. Hell, Bout. Not only did he supply arms into Rwanda, to different groups in Rwanda, but I'll tell you what else he did. Hell, he supplied and he airlifted NATO troops into Rwanda too, and weapons. Talk about that part of it. You get what I'm saying? So, because you can't just talk about one side of it. The United States used that dude too in Rwanda. NATO used that dude too in Rwanda. He wasn't just on one side of the conflict. He was on both sides of the conflict.
Yeah, so Biggie, he definitely was someone who played every side. Literally, that was what he was known for. He didn't play politics. He would sell a weapon to anyone. If you're from Clubhouse, you had money, he will sell you a weapon. But for me, here's the thing, guys. Okay, we should be outraged definitely about the things that happen in Rwanda. But Thomas, you know whose responsibility is that? It should be the African Union right now that should come together and say, you know what, we need to talk to Putin and get this guy's ass for all the things he committed. But the African Union ain't doing that. You know why? Because they're in the same bed with Russia. Their president right now, Macky Sall of Senegal, when the conflict in Ukraine started, he went to Moscow, visited Putin, put a clap for him, and was like, "Yo, my people are suffering. Can you sort of ease things so grains can be transported?"
And who murdered Gaddafi? Who was strengthening the African Union?
Let me just finish my point. Okay, let me just finish my point. That's number one. The second thing is this. Okay. If you're really worried about some mercenary or some guy that has killed millions of people around the world, you should start with George W. Bush, and then you go to Obama, you go to every other American president that has somehow used U.S. troops to kill people. That's just the way it is. How many drone strikes did Obama? And by the way, I clap for Obama, Thomas. You already know how I am when I'm talking about the fella. But his foreign policy, there was a lot of shitty things that happened. As for George W. Bush, don't even get me started on that, brother. But you know what? He's out there. We're not talking about it. Vladimir Putin is already out there. You want to know what else happened today? As we've been here on Clubhouse arguing over some stupid shit, the Pentagon just added $45 billion more than the president requested for their budget. Okay, the Senate just made an agreement right there. 45 billion of your tax dollars is going to the Pentagon. Where do you think that money is going to go? And you hear worried about Brittney Griner? Man, just pray for Brittney and be happy for her and then move on. Eat your dinner. Go get your workout done. Bye. I'm done. Thank you.
Just to respond, just give me 30 seconds just to respond to you. I'm very sick and tired of the incorrect comments you guys have been making today. So first of all, the African Union did, in collusion with the UN, did go to ICC because of Victor Bout. They were not successful because there was no actual evidence to hold him, to tie him down. That's why they gave America the access to wiretap and track him, which led to his capture. Because that's how they got him, on a conspiracy to kill Americans. That's why he's serving 25 years. So don't just sit down there and spew facts like African Union and Africans themselves who have been hurt tremendously by his actions have not taken action. We have. That's why he's that big of a threat. So let me just correct you on that, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, now I gotta respond. I was about to leave, but I'm gonna respond. What I was saying to Thomas.
No, you don't have to respond. Open a book and Google. You don't have to respond.
Yeah, just let her finish. Let her finish, Mamadou. Let her
have to respond.
Let her finish.
Guys, you got to understand how Mamadou is. This, like Mamadou, we go at it like just let Mamadou be Mamadou. It's all good.
Yeah, let her finish though. She was speaking facts.
Oh, my bad, sister. I'm sorry, Z.
No, it's fine. I just don't want people talking based off their opinion. Like, this is actual facts. Some of us have family members who we can trace down to the death. So when you say things like, "Oh, we should be happy for her," we're extremely happy for Brittney. I am the happiest, but I cannot sit down and not be upset that a man who killed 4 million Africans is walking free. And I also can't sit down and let you people diminish who Victor Bout is, who it was in none of y'all's school books, but it was in ours, to show you how much of a villain he is. So I can't sit down. Two things are actually true here. America made a big mistake today, but we are extremely happy and elated that Brittney is home, because she was used as an extreme pawn in a game that she had no business playing in. So those are the two facts that are true today.
I'll tell you what else is true. While Victor Bout was locked up, you know what I'm saying? Russia, and I'm talking about on the continent of Africa. Russia is the number one arms supplier on the continent of Africa. Behind them, the United States, and behind them, China. You get what I'm saying? And then, you have various European countries
under that. You know what I'm saying? And then what you have to ask yourself is this, because while Victor Bout was locked up, hell, the Russians had a military summit, an arms summit, an African arms summit in Sochi, Russia, in 2019. Just this past spring, in March or April, the United States had a U.S. Africa Arms summit, or military summit. Let me say that, in Fort Benning, Georgia. You know what I'm saying? What are these folks doing in Africa? Under Obama, AFRICOM expanded under Obama. What are these folks doing over in Africa? Humanitarian aid? I don't think so. So, I mean, come on now. Because when Victor Bout was locked up, it was still business as usual. And it's going to be business as usual, whoever's on deck.
Yeah, so let me just say this. Number one, this is how you know people just listen to respond and not understand. What I said to Thomas was this right now, okay, with everything that happened, if you look at what was Victor Bout arrested for under US laws, they had their own reasons. They didn't arrest his brother because of the things that happened in Rwanda. No, that wasn't what he was arrested for. Literally, there was a sting operation that was done. DEA agents were there. He was caught because he was attempting to sell weapons to people that were seen as a threat to the United States. That's as simple as that.
What I'm trying
to say is this, okay? If someone is really concerned about all the things that happened, the genocide that happened in Africa, which for anyone to sort of insinuate that maybe I don't care about it, something is clearly wrong with you. But the bottom line is this: the African Union today can come together and talk to the Russian government to make him pay. Not only the African Union as a whole, the president of Rwanda could literally go out there, talk to Vladimir Putin and see, is that going to actually happen? I doubt it. You want to know why? Because some of the leaders I'm talking about are literally in the same bed with Vladimir Putin.
That was my point.
You know what I'm saying? Sochi. So,
yeah, of course.
You know, it's just crazy that, again, there's absolutely nothing wrong to care about what's happening in the continent. I'm from there, yo. If I don't care about them, then what the hell is wrong with me? But I'm also going to point out this: the responsibility of the United States government is to the American people. So if they gave out Osama bin Laden for Brittney Griner and the US government determines that's what they needed to do, bro, who am I to complain and criticize it? I'm just going to shut my mouth and be happy for the sister. That's just what it is. And by the way, prisoner swaps happen every single time. It literally just happened in April while the Ukraine-Russia war was ongoing. Trevor Reed, an American Marine, was freed by a prisoner swap between the US and Russia. So again, for the first time they did it for a sister. Why not just be happy? It's as simple as that. You can still be outraged.
I can't be happy. No, I won't be happy.
But you do know they're not going to swap certain people, right? You do know that there's certain people that these superpowers so-called have, they not going to do no damn swapping. So at the end of the day, we just have to be realistic. This tyrannical government don't give a damn, and when they do, you are 100% right. When they do decide to arm certain it's for them to kill each other, just like they send guns into the black community, not for us to go to war against them, but for us to use them on each other. No, we don't have to use them, but they make it real easy to have access to them. So yeah, that's wicked when you send arms over to all these places to pit them against each other, and then you infiltrate them with the CIA, just like you do even with black organizations. You put your FBI, your sting people. Now, I mean, come on, man, it's the same playbook. Everything they do is to always protect white supremacy, and the bottom line, nothing else, no other motivation but white supremacy, them controlling the world, them controlling us in America, and they have the wealth and they have the power to keep their goddamn foot on our necks. That's all it is.
Yeah. The one thing I know for sure. The one thing.
Big E. How many people died during the transatlantic slave trade?
Upwards of 12 million. I mean, you said died?
Yeah, died.
Millions, tens of millions. Millions. I don't know the exact number, but millions.
Okay.
The one thing I know
but
for
Mama
sure.
do. But wait, sorry, I just have to ask, why should we be happy that this exchange happened? I don't understand that. I can't wrap my head around it. It wasn't done for the betterment of our people. It wasn't done. How do you trade one Black woman for a man who has killed like thousands
You are not
of
our
Black
people.
women?
You
Because
Canadian.
number one, she's a
First
Black
off,
woman from
I'm
the
Black.
United
Like,
States, from
regardless
Houston,
if I'm in
Texas.
Canada or
And
not, I could have just
furthermore,
moved
he
here when
was
I was a
going to
kid.
be
Like,
released regardless
exactly.
at some point.
But that's what I'm trying to say.
So
Like,
therefore, that was a tipping point. We were gonna let him go at some point, regardless.
And she is gonna get released
today
at some point
or
too.
5
That's
years
the
from now,
thing.
he can still resume his actions, but she will be home and not in some crazy prison camp being mistreated. Did you see the cages that they paraded her around in when they took her to court?
Shanti,
Listen, I'm confused.
Shanti, unfortunately,
I just don't understand what you guys are praising. Because personally, I understand what it means to be home. I understand what it means to be home. I get it. And it's nice to be home. It's beautiful. I'm happy that she's back with her family because then she gets to, I'm sure she's been through very traumatic situations. But what I'm saying to you is this. First off, both of them were going to be released in time. She wasn't spending the rest of her life for that crime. Okay? Second of all, we are praising the fact
who's being treated better in prison, him or her? Who's being treated better in prison?
Definitely him. Because you want to know why? He had deals with the American government.
So
what the heck?
If that was your sister, if that was your female cousin, you wouldn't feel
He's
the way you're feeling.
Fundamental here. We're missing something fundamental here that
Not y'all know about prison life.
This is why as Americans we should have Americans should not be reckless travelers, which we've always spoken in this. Americans go to other people's countries and they break laws that really they shouldn't break because they think that because it happens in their country, it's okay over there. Now, Brittney Griner carried weed cartridge that clearly is illegal in Russia. And we know that the penal system in Russia is nowhere like America, where America, they still believe in some type of fair rights to even the people that are locked up. So why are we comparing apples to oranges? We know the prison system in Iran.
Do we know that she actually had the cartridges or that they were planted on her? Do we know for sure?
No, they were not planted. She had them.
She had them. Those were hers.
Let's not do speculation. She actually even
this Nigerian woman, this Canadian woman is not sympathetic to Black women of America.
What are you talking about? My family's in America. Like what? Like,
well,
I
do think
what
does that, Shanti? That's
Hold on,
irrelevant.
really quickly, because it's a commercial during a basketball game, and I actually support women's basketball. So, but yeah, I think that people need to understand how sports operates in Russia. In order for her to be detained, they had to give permission to the government for her to be detained. Like, she was definitely used as a political prisoner in Russia. And I think like us splitting hairs over, how many grams and, over and under the limit, like, I think that's all for naught. She was the most celebrity person in Russia that happened to be in America. I mean, she was the most celebrity American in Russia that happened to be over there at the wrong time. And she was used as a political prisoner. Right. So I think that we have to stop pretending like it's about, oh, she broke the law, because y'all like it's kind of giving Karen, because y'all want Black people, y'all want decriminalization of weed. You want people to be released from prison in America, rightfully so, for nonviolent crimes pertaining to marijuana. And then all of a sudden, when it comes to this, it's like, you break the law. You got, if you, do the crime, you do the time or whatever.
But that's what's confusing me, T, because that's the motto of Americans. Like there are people literally with there's a bag of weed and they're in there for life.
That's what I'm saying. You keep telling us about America and you're not American.
Listen, first off, I study cannabis. It's my career job. And so I understand the history of what cannabis is and how it started.
Go talk to Canada about its rules and its laws.
But if we don't want that to happen,
go talk to Canada about Canadian business. At least VV is in America. You're not even here with such a big opinion.
Or not. Didn't you just say America was protecting Canada? Like, we're literally brothers and sisters.
You do not sympathize with Black women from America, so it's like we get it. We get it. You don't sympathize with Black women from America.
You're being crazy right now.
Hold on, y'all. Jesus Christ, that was a lot of people.
It's just extreme.
Okay, so I don't know what she said that really got y'all like bent out of
Well,
shape.
everybody agree with me.
Y'all don't want her to talk on American Black issues, right?
I'm so confused. I'm like,
but
wow.
I look at this more as
No, we just can have an opinion on her too. That she's anti-black woman American. She's not sympathetic to black women in America. Just like she have an opinion on us.
Hold on, one mic in here, one mic, y'all.
It's not an opinion on you guys. It's a fact. These are histories.
Hold on, y'all. Let.
Okay, thank you. Damn. How can y'all say that? You know what I'm saying? One breath, y'all be like, oh, if you're black, you're black. You're black, you're black. Okay. And then I'll be like, all right. Next minute, I'm like, damn, I ain't really trying to. I didn't know that this was just a black people conversation because this is more of an American conversation and how they traded this woman in for an arms dealer. Hello? Okay. So I get what y'all are saying, but is she talking about black rights? I don't know what got y'all so like up in a tizzy like that.
No, I think Moon just wants to just have like
hold
this back
up
and
really
forth
quick, sis. Hold up really quick, because I agree with Ebony. Like, if you're black, we can have the conversation because this is a global blackness conversation. But I do think that we all have to pick a side. Like, if we want weed to be decriminalized in America, and we want our black men specifically, in the handful of black women who are in jail for weed charges to get released, y'all sound corny when y'all say, if you do the crime, do the time. Y'all sound like Karens because we know what we want here. Why is it changing all of a sudden when we've been championing for this thing for a long time on a grassroots level? So why the all of a sudden flip up? Is it because she's black or queer? I'm not sure what it's for.
No, T, because that is Russia.
Exactly. And can I just say this?
Yeah, but y'all don't understand how international basketball works. Like, I think y'all
Can she land the fucking plane?
Who's cussing at me? Don't cuss at me.
No, T, I'm cussing.
I'm just saying, don't cuss at me. I'm drawing a line. I don't play that shit.
Yeah,
no, she's defending you. She's defending you.
Ladies, let's not curse at each
I can be
other.
quiet, but
Let's
talk to me a
calm down
certain way. Okay.
God bless y'all. Y'all be so ready to swing. No one's cussing at you, T. I'm actually trying to make sure that you're able to land your plane. So no one was even addressing you. It's okay. It's okay. I want, if we could just put the hammers down. My God. Go ahead, T, because you got cut off. I wanted to make sure you got an opportunity to land your plane.
Yeah, sorry for that. It's really not, and I kind of lost my point. My point is, or my overarching point was, we want a thing to happen in America as it relates to Black people, and we're trying to apply this different type of measure when it comes to international crime. But I think, when it comes to like sports internationally, like those of us, I have friends who have Russian passports who actually played basketball for Russia during the Olympics. Like, the law is very fluid over there. You don't, if the biggest purse wants a Black American to have a passport to represent their country, they make it happen. So there's not much that happens without the money. And I'm not going to say what the money is, but I think that y'all know what the money is. But it's not the government making these decisions. In order for her to be detained, they had to be given permission. So that's all I'm going to say.
Okay, I agree, and I'm seeing people in the chat saying the Canadian Karen, all kind of crazy. Y'all crazy, okay?
Yeah, if I can just clarify, Emily.
We don't mean no harm. She got an opinion on black women in America. We just saying that don't sound like she's sympathetic to black women in America.
Why wouldn't I sound sympathetic to black people in America?
I hate I missed what she was saying, but come on now, y'all. We can't act like this man is not harming like other races too. Like, we can't. I don't know, but I'll see what she said. I don't know what you said, girl. Let me not.
I actually want some clarification myself. Like, what did I say that sounded unsympathetic to black women? Because that's a huge scope, actually, to black women in America. What sounded unsympathetic to you?
I think what happens is that so many people are interjecting and no one's actually listening for comprehension just to respond because, people don't have real people to fucking talk to in real life. So they got to get their shit off.
and so people perceive what they want to. I can't say that that's what it was, but that's just my hypothesis.
I'll ask Moon because he was the one that was saying that I was
Girl, please don't.
I'm not
Please
gonna
just
protect.
move
No, don't
past
ask me. I ain't protecting black
don't
women. Let
ask
them
him
fight for
nothing,
themselves.
please.
But who was saying
you gonna
that
ask
then?
him
Because I'm so confused. I was hearing somebody actually saying,
Let them fight for themselves.
Well, let's not be hypocrites. Y'all got teachers from other countries that teach your ass every day, come in front of you with all kind of foreign language. So just be careful. Don't be a hypocrite. You know, when it comes to black people are black people. You all, they really have messed many of you all up. You really don't know your original self, and they get to putting labels and shit on you. She's a black woman, period. And we all black. We could agree to disagree, but she has a perspective and she can have her opinion. Some people might say you got actual facts, but don't stop being one people. We so divided. Just build on it or disagree with it and come with your perspective. Don't derail the conversation where it becomes personal.
Yeah, I just want to say, because my history, I study cannabis.
Shanti, after you go, there was a girl named Zizi that hasn't really spoken, and she wanted to respond to T. So I know the mic is hot, but once you finish,
of course. And I actually I was responding with Zizi because I really liked what she was saying.
My bad.
But I did want to clarify that I do study cannabis history, and a lot of it comes from and stems from America and how that affected us globally. So if you guys want to understand how and why I do speak on American in regards to cannabis issues is because Brittney can very much leave Russia today, come home and be in the wrong state with a vape and go to jail for a longer period of time. And that's just as much of a problem because there are people in America today who are still in prison. And there are many states making millions, billions. In Canada, we're making trillions of dollars off of the cannabis business, and people are still in jail for it, many of which are a lot of Black people. And I'm a part of a initiative called Cannabis Amnesty. So I do work with many people who are in prisons, especially who are going through these type of stuff. So I personally don't appreciate it. And I'm pretty sure it was Moon who was saying it, but if I got it wrong, I apologize. Regardless of that fact, if you guys think I'm a Canadian Karen, that is perfectly fine. But I fight and stand up for my rights because I understand the history of cannabis and what it means to my people. It's unfortunate.
But what it seems like you're doing is conflating her being released for the crime that she was charged in Russia for what's going on here in the United States regarding marijuana and
Thank
unfair
you, Rachel,
but it's not conflated.
Rachel, how was she conflating, Rachel?
Exactly. That's what I
How?
want to know.
Tell us how she's conflating, Rachel.
Tell
us how.
An unfair sentencing that's taking place in the United States, because basically it's like you're trying to say that because sentencing is unfair here regarding marijuana, that's
Thank you.
for what? For her not to come home?
Thank you.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Thank you.
That's not what I
Rachel,
said at
that's
all.
not what she's saying,
Rachel
Rachel. She's saying that
finish?
we're
Can
very
Rachel finish? Y'all let everybody else finish.
Rachel, that's not what she's saying. She's saying that we're very hypocritical with the fact that we have people in our prisons with that are in prison with a little bit of marijuana doing large number of years. Okay. And the bottom line is they don't have the same levity that Brittney has. And what I'm saying is I am happy that Brittney is home, but at the same point in time, and I'll keep saying it, it would have been great when she landed in DC that all the brothers and sisters that were in jail with these bullshit marijuana charges were getting out at the same time.
So does that mean that she shouldn't be home though?
No.
I never said that. Did you just hear what I said? I said I'm happy that she's home. However, I would have loved to see all the brothers and sisters that are in jail right now for bullshit marijuana charges being released also.
Okay. Well, what she said in her statement about Brittney, and then she said when there are people in the United States, she was conflating and comparing the two.
It's not conflating.
You don't think that we understand in these United States what's going on regarding sentencing, the unfairness of it, especially in regards to marijuana, crack, that's not being treated as an illness like opiates and all this other thing. You don't think that we know that in the United States?
No, but you know what? I would appreciate people caring just as much.
But she can also state it out.
You think
But
that
she
we
can
don't
also
care?
point. She can
Do you
also
think that we
point that
don't
fact,
care?
though. Why is
You
it
think
that
we don't care?
no?
No,
But
I never said that you
Rochelle,
guys
the
don't
problem is
care.
Yeah, you said you appreciate if we did. You think we don't?
No, and I would
Well,
appreciate the
why
fact
would
that
you appreciate it?
because
Why
why?
would you
How
appreciate
is
if
it
we did?
possible? How is it possible that Brittney could be coming home for such a charge as she went to in Russia, and then she can still come catch the same charge in America? Like that's what I'm.
In
That's what I'm
Louisiana.
concerned with.
So once again,
Like,
you
and
don't think that we understand our laws and what's going on in our country in the United States, which it has nothing to do with our being in celebratory of Big Brittney being released from Russia.
But you know what I don't see though?
Rochelle.
But a
That's
lot.
actually not what she
They're two
said.
different
That's
things.
not
I
what
They're
just
she
two
don't
said.
different things.
understand. I don't think you
Thank
understand
you,
what I'm saying.
Rachel.
No, I
I
understand
think you're
exactly what
just.
you're saying. Listen, I do this for a living. DOJ is
I
one of
I
my agencies.
I don't
I,
think
I
Thank you,
hang on
Rachel.
every word that you
I think
say,
if the
which is
American
why I
people
retort
saw
the way that I
many
retort.
people released out of jail for crimes, they would be ecstatic. I think they would just be very, very happy. I think everybody would be happy if everybody could come home from prison who were wrongfully committed or just unjustly committed for the crimes against them when it comes to marijuana. I think everybody would be ecstatic.
Well, I mean, again, this is my life work. I know exactly what I'm speaking
I
of.
think
And
we're
what
on
that
the
is. I
same
know that
side, so I
people
don't even know
are
why we're
working
arguing at
right.
this point.
We're on the same side in reference to that, but what we're not on the same side is the fact that you have an issue with Brittney being released.
No, I don't have
an
an
issue
issue
with
with Brittney being released at
He
all.
didn't say
What
that.
do
That's
you
unfair. That's
what?
unfair to say that.
What are you talking about? I
I
said
think
I'm
y'all
happy that
just
she's
don't
coming
like
home.
the
She
fact
went through
that this.
something very traumatic. Like what?
Okay, so basically, you just want to say that
One
you're
second.
happy
Hold
that
on.
Brittany's
I
being
think that
released,
y'all
but
don't
we have
like.
problems in the
Hold
U.S.
One
on,
mic on
Rochelle.
What are
Ebony.
you talking?
One mic on Ebony.
Thank you. Okay, so Rochelle, I honestly just think y'all don't like what she's saying because her voice has an accent and that she's Canadian. Because honestly, I
That's
really don't.
crazy.
No, I'm serious because sometimes, like, soon as y'all hear that somebody is from somewhere else, y'all automatically want to shut down their point. Soon as a person, I know you black girl, but soon as a person of another race try to point out a point, you know, even if the shit is accurate, like we find a way to poke holes in it, and I don't always think that shit is right.
Well,
Yeah,
can I
y'all
get
That's
making
not
the
the
black
case
can I get
here.
community
10
look
You
seconds,
got
bad.
to
I'm
admit
Ebony?
that when
sorry.
she
Can
made
I
her
get 10
statements
seconds, Al?
earlier, you
I
have to
don't
admit
think
when
that
she
that
made her
lady.
statements earlier.
I don't think that that lady said that she didn't want Brittany Griner
She definitely
to
didn't
be
say
out
that.
of
She
jail.
never
No,
said that.
no.
I
What
don't
I
think that
Nobody
she
on
said that
this
she didn't want her to
stage,
be in
nobody
Russia.
on this stage has made that comment.
I think what
Exactly,
most people
Gigi.
are saying, which I really haven't heard any opposing things on that, is that it's the fact that they traded her for the Lord of War, for the Pablo Escobar of the arms. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's the fact that a lot of people have a problem with. So I don't know, y'all. I just don't really disagree with what she was saying. If you take her from being from another country just out of it and listening to what she actually said, it wasn't far-fetched.
Hey, Ebony.
Well,
Ebony.
when she
They
say
said
things like she wished that we care or things of that nature, so that's assuming that we don't give a shit in the United States, and that's not what's at issue. When you say things like that, then you put where
Dude,
you're
okay,
from
so can I ask you,
on the table.
does your
You put that on the
government
table.
prioritize
Your
those
government,
things?
your
Does your
government, your
government
government,
prioritize those
your
things?
government. See, there you have it
No,
again.
I'm asking you
She's
because
putting
I'm
her
not.
country
Moon, where you
on
went?
the table.
What
Shanti,
do
go
you?
on
Her
mute. Let me
country
help
on
you
the
out. Go on
table
mute,
for
girl.
it to
Go
be
on mute,
talked
girl.
Somebody
about.
keep moving
Period.
me,
Go on
bro.
mute,
I'm
girl.
not
Let me help
here.
Yeah,
you out.
Rachel, I'm sorry, baby, but you making the American Northeast look, I mean, the black Northeast look real bad right now.
Okay, well,
Like,
Wait,
guess
she,
what?
Alpha,
I
Guess what?
think,
hold on.
My life work make us look
Girl,
really good. Trust
girl,
and
sweet
believe me.
girl,
My life work make us
sweet
look really
girl.
hold
good.
on, Rachel, I'm sorry, but I hear what you're saying, sis, but it's almost like every time Shanti comes off the mic, she's not even able to articulate fully what she's like. You asking her questions, but you're not giving her a chance to answer, and then get defensive when she says one thing about your government. She's trying to make a point about our government, not come against us or try to be slighting us about our government. So I think sometimes, like, it's cool to just take a step back and listen first, take a breath and a beat, because I think like you're kind of quick to get defensive when she's trying to just make her point. If you want to rebut her point, that's cool, but it's like at least let her answer your questions, because you can't really have real dialogue that way. That's all.
But think about that,
We've been
Alpha.
dialoguing all day.
Hold
I'm
on,
over here complaining, but she's
Rachel.
been
She was
speaking multiple
actually
times.
Shanti was actually drawing a parallel. She was not saying anything about the American government. She was drawing a parallel. And I think that's going over your head. She wasn't saying anything.
Because I'm so simple and I don't understand
No,
things.
that's not what I didn't
Okay,
say any of the.
Again, being hyperbolic and over dramatic and defensive. Once again,
I didn't say anything. It's okay for us not to understand. Like there's certain things people have said that I've had to actually go back and recheck and understand myself. But she was drawing a parallel. She was not condemning the Americas.
But one thing I can agree with Rachel on, though, because Chantel, since she got on the stage, she has been drumming in that, well, y'all government doing this.
Exactly.
And I
That's
think,
my
hold
point.
on. And I think that's
Most
going
of them
over
been here
a
for
lot of
that.
y'all heads, though. She has been saying that. So I do agree with Rachel on that.
Can you specifically? Can you say what I said?
So what? What is that?
Can you
How's that
specifically
germane
say
to
what
the
I said?
conversation?
NBA.
NBA. Can you?
Hold on.
Sorry, I just want a specific thing that you're talking about because I want to be able to understand what it is that you found that was so offensive that I said that wasn't said prior. Can you say something?
I could say one thing.
Yeah.
I could say when you say that well, hey, they both coming home anyway, so why do it now? Like to be unsympathetic to a black woman coming home, that's the only point I have with you.
I'm confused.
I think that's unsympathetic. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Let the woman decide. I'll go on mute.
But when I said I'm happy that she's coming home and that her
But you
family
also
gets to see
said
her
that you
soon.
don't care if she come home now because they were eventually going to come home.
That she came home. See, now you're not listening and you're making up
If
your
you
own
didn't
things.
say that, I'm sorry.
I never said I didn't care. That's never left my mouth, not once. Because I don't believe people should be detained the way that people are being detained today. Regardless of that fact, what I was saying, and Thomas had said it, and ZZ has said it, what this man has done, it's actually sick. And it's really, really sick to the fact that Brittney, who had nothing to do with anything of what this has to do with, this political situation, this black woman is being traded for a man who's killed so many black people. Do you know how sick that is? Do you know how sick that is? It's sick.
So
like I don't understand what you're saying. So I'm not being not sympathetic. I'm actually being way more sympathetic because some of you guys have said, "Oh well, because he's not a threat to America, we shouldn't really care." But what about those people who he's affected? Those countries that he's affected that are black? I thought we're black. Like, what the hell is happening here?
Let me ask a question though. What are we doing on this stage? Are we debating about feelings? Because check this out. Now check this out. Man, listen, if anybody on this stage, man, says that, well, you are being what's the word was used? I don't think unsympathetic. Was that the word that was used?
Yeah,
unsympathetic. You know what I'm saying? My response to that is get out your Chico DeBarge, Michael Jackson feelings and let's deal with the facts.
Hello?
Because you can't, hey man, because this
y'all gonna let me respond or y'all gonna move me to the audience? Y'all gonna let me respond?
Wait a minute. Because who the fuck are you to tell somebody how the fuck they should feel? And I'm not directing that toward anybody else. You don't have to be sympathetic to that shit. People don't have to be sympathetic to the same shit you're sympathetic to. You get what I'm saying? And that's the problem with and that's we're debating.
No, what I'm saying is coming home. Fucking right, you could be sympathetic. That's a fucking black woman coming home. So to say that.
Okay, and I'll say this: get out your motherfucking feelings and debate the facts. That's your feelings, man. That's your perspective. Whether people agree with that perspective or not is a horse of another color. You get what I'm saying? The sister ain't got to agree with your goddamn perspective. The sister doesn't have to agree with your perspective, man, to make a factual argument. You get what I'm saying? That's your fucking feelings, man. We're not arguing about your goddamn feelings, my feelings, or anybody else's feelings. If somebody might say, hey, man, I don't give a fuck about Brittney Griner. Let her motherfucking ass rot in the prison. That's somebody's opinion. That's what we're really trying to debate about somebody's fucking opinion. Well, you have to before you come on this stage.
That's my motherfucking opinion. My opinion is Brittney Griner coming fucking home.
Can somebody else get in
there? That's fine, brother. But we can't debate your fucking opinion.
If that's your opinion, I'm not going to debate you about your goddamn opinion on nothing. That's the way you feel. How the hell I'm going to debate the way you feel? Hey, man, we going to debate your feelings.
Hey, may I speak
Can
to the
I
topic?
go next?
Right.
Hey, what's going on? This is Saint. How y'all doing?
Okay.
No, I'm talking to you.
Was that Rochelle that was trying to speak?
No, that was Island.
Go ahead. I'll let you go before me, sis.
Okay, I don't think that they should have traded Brittney Griner. Let's just say some facts, some stats. Victor averaged almost every month 2,500 torpedoes, 75,000 AK-47s, 1,700 assault rifles, 2,500 grenade transfers per month the last 2 years. No offense to Brittney Griner, she averaged 14 points a game, but I don't think that trade should have happened. I'm not speaking for, I'm not gonna say it's a black, I think people need to take their feelings out of it and say it's a black woman thing. It's not a black woman thing.
How many points you average?
Hold on, may I finish, ma'am? Thank you. And that's coming from an ex-athlete, right? I'm taking my feelings out of it and separating from it. And let's go beyond that, because there are also 2 men in jail that one of them is also suffering the same crime, and he's been there for 11 years. So I think that crime, her going to jail, cannabis, she broke the law. And if you guys don't know the law regarding Russia, you guys should definitely look it up. You get fined if you have a picture of a cannabis, if you're wearing it. You get fined if you're doing an interview as a Russian regarding someone. So trust me, it is their law. She broke it. And if you guys have ever went overseas or to another country, they don't play with their laws. Their laws is not the same as America. Our system is very easy and sympathetic regarding laws here compared to other countries. So that's my take on that.
All right. So
thank you, Queen.
That's what's up. Appreciate that, sis. So at first I really didn't have too much to care about, but something struck a chord while I was listening to y'all speak, and that is the equivalency of a black woman who had some concentrates and an arms dealer. And if you look at that from an abstract view, like just looking at it, that's a really fucked up comparison. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is a really fucked up comparison. I didn't even think about it like that. And when you think about how, we're treated as a people, period, that's a really fucked up comparison. Like, you can't even slice that no other type of way. You know what I'm saying? So I understand why somebody could be pissed off that, okay, how are they making this like, some sort of an equivalent trade? I believe that she should have came home regardless, you know what I'm saying? Because that was some fucked up shit anyway. It was just, some concentrate. I guess it's their law, but who really knows that you can't have a vape pen, you know what I'm saying, from America as an athlete that's traveling, doing America's business or whatnot. I'm not sure if she was aware of that. I don't even know how old she is, but I'm not sure if she was aware of that.
She's been to Russia plenty of times. Like,
so she may have done this before, and then nobody even knows shit about it. You know what I'm saying? Who knows?
Has a medical exemption for the owner. She has a medical exemption, so she did it before.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, to make that equivalent to like, this Russian arms dealer that, like the sister read them stats, like that dude was some heavy shit. That's fucked up, and that lets you know how bad they think about us when we do some small shit. Like that's like this black lady with some small shit is just equivalent to this shit. It's just a fucked up look. I don't know how else you want to slice that.
If I can too, by the way, just cannabis was taken off the Scheduled 1 list globally in 2021. Okay? So just as a fun fact, you can go to some countries and be killed for having cannabis. Killed, murdered for having cannabis. Like, this isn't a joke. And this, if you understood American history, was actually pushed by Americans. The reason why people can't use cannabis in Jamaica freely is because of the United States. The reason why many countries cannot use cannabis freely is because of United States. So if you guys understand the weight of what this actually means, and like why people do what they do, she definitely was used as a pawn. Absolutely. But my question is, if this Victor guy, if he was doing wars against any other country or any other civilian people or any other type of race of people, would he have been so easily traded as he was traded, knowing that he was going against the Black people? You know, like I just, to me, the weight of it doesn't make sense, and the reason and the timing, because again, from my perspective, and I don't know who else shares this, but in American history, Black people have not been the ones to be cared about the most. So I wonder as to why at this moment in time they decided to do this.
Hey,
Like, what's the
Shanti,
actual reason?
I don't even think it's, regardless, I still don't even think it's about Black people, because the man that helped kill Black and white people. The thing is, I feel like the deal wouldn't have went through without, like, if it were a different country. You see what I'm saying? Like Russia, like they had, like we got shit going on with Russia. We got, like, they got problems with our allies. You dig what I'm saying? Like, so I feel like that's the only way. And you know, they got probably 1,000 more Americans over there in the Russian jail, but them people not really like assets at the end of the day, or not negotiate, nothing that we can really negotiate. I know it's deeper than what I'm saying, but at the same time, I feel like, yeah, it's definitely like what you saying, but it's just more to it. Like,
yeah,
more,
I feel like there's
you know what I
something
mean?
else happening on the back end.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. And then you got to understand, like, they out there at war. Russia, they having problems. Like, yo, they was fucking killing the Ukraine when the war first started with them. They was killing. They bombed the airport. They blew up the biggest airplane ever made and shit. Like, they was really fucking the Ukraine up. Now they having but you know, the Ukraine is our allies and shit like that. So it's a point now. It's a thing of, yo, we need help doing what the hell we got going on. But you know, the arms dealer, he just served everybody. He ain't, like, I don't know that. But to answer your point, to answer your question, like, if it was any other country, that man would probably still be in where was he? I think he was at Marion federal prison. He was probably at Marion.
But it's not
and
only
also we can't undermine, right, the power of influence, right? Without a Brittney Griner, who has a high profile, she's a high profile American at this point. We all agree with that, right? And I think we're undermining the power of influence, because without Brittney, the Russia don't get a victor about arms dealer. You know, we naming these little rinky-dink Americans. They don't care about. They got the big fish. Brittney Griner was a big fish, and they have it. You know what I mean? So the exchange on a surface level was an even exchange, because it tests America's power at this time, and I think a lot of us is missing that. But I land there.
No, MB, I don't think they're equivalent. You know why? You know what made it trivial? Social media, right? And a lot of y'all didn't even know who Brittney Griner is. Y'all don't watch at WNBA. Let's just be honest. Social media.
I think everybody on this stage knows who Brittney is. Come on.
Okay. We can just be honest. Not a lot of women, not a lot of people watch WNBA. Come on.
Nah, you ain't gotta watch WNBA to know who that lady is, though. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, but I'm gonna be honest. Okay.
Because I definitely don't watch WNBA like that, and I'm gonna be honest with you, but I know exactly who she is.
Okay, but can I say something? Y'all making it
seem. Hold on one second. Girl, this is why you can't come to church right at benediction.
It's time to go to sleep.
So, y'all, this has been an amazing conversation. Like, it was short. You know, somebody boomed my first room. It be your own people, one of my trusted people. Okay. Boomed my first room, but you know, God always makes a way to make the next room better. So, shout out to y'all for coming through. This was a great topic. You know, my family's home, okay? My man's home. My baby's home, okay? She got stuff to do.
Mommy,
so,
I'm eating cereal.
You're eating a cereal too?
Oh.
Cereal?
Cereal.
Cereal. Why would you eat cereal, baby? Okay, I don't know. My baby's saying she eating cereal and chicken wings, which is crazy. Okay.
Sound good to me.
No, that sounds crazy. But
cereal and chicken wings don't sound bad.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
I
sound
hate
good to
cereal,
me.
and this
I
is
don't eat
probably
cereal
her
either.
first
Especially if they
day.
frosted flakes.
This is probably her first day in over a year even trying cereal. Her daddy picked her up today, so yeah, that's crazy.
I ain't ate cereal in forever.
I
Have a
couldn't
good
believe
I
night,
that.
ain't
Eb. I
either.
had a good time. This the first time I've been moved to the audience in your room. I know it wasn't you, so I appreciate it. I
Ebony,
fought
why are
hard,
you
Eb.
in
They
the
didn't let me fight
room?
tonight. They moved me 16 times.
Yo.
Shit. Sunrise and Ebony was trying to help me, but shit. God damn. I
Yeah,
fought my ass off,
we had
Sunrise. You
some good
tried, nigga.
debates.
They got me tonight, boy. It must have been 40 motherfuckers booming me. Shit.
Hey, we know Victor and Brittany gonna be eating some cereal tonight. We know that shit.
Hey, and I'm just saying, look, I want to say this. I just love the black woman coming home. I'm sorry if I got emotional for being that Brittany. I'm a fan like T is. I play sports. That is one of my favorite players along with Simone Augustus. I just want her home. And I'm a nigga that believe I don't like to see nobody, even my enemy, locked up. So I don't
Yeah,
want to see nobody
we
locked up.
happy
So I'm
she home.
sorry.
We'll throw a little party for her being home. I just don't want the wool to be pulled over our eyes as black people. There's so much other shit that needs to be worked on. That was a crazy ass exchange. I don't care. I don't care what nobody say.
And you women, being American comes before being women. I hope y'all know that. If a war break out, which y'all want to be, American or woman?
We black first up in
Yeah, we
here.
Okay,
black first. We
black
black first.
American.
That part.
Okay,
Black
We
so
first.
black.
y'all taking up all these foreigners over me. If a war break out tomorrow, you Big E and all y'all motherfuckers gonna go fight with them motherfuckers? Or y'all gonna fight with
Come
America?
on, Moon.
We
You
choose
Hey,
putting
you,
gotta
Moon,
take
but
political
care of
she's
the
animus on
world.
also
Twitter.
our
Who is
sister
the
Come on,
too.
man.
They
foreigner?
definitely gonna fight with
Big E, you
America.
gonna go fight with them
We
motherfuckers?
Yo.
Or you gonna fight
we
with
choose
America,
Hey,
you,
nigga?
man,
but
I'm a
come
fight
on.
wherever the soldiering needs to
I
take
don't know,
place,
man.
man. It
Big
benefits black people.
Anyway,
I
shout
don't
out
know,
to
man.
Ebony
Big
You
I
ain't
don't
Queen.
leave.
American till y'all go in
Big
there
E
and
Wait a
take
make
another
straight
Big
country.
E was
shots,
yelling
man.
at me.
shout
I
out
was
to
in the audience yelling my
Ebony.
ass off.
I'm
Big E, I
American.
cuss your ass
Out
Shout
Hey,
out
in
to
but
T
they,
for
hey,
public.
you
shaking
know
the
what? We in
table
the
in here.
audience too, though. I'm yelling at my phone.
Shout out to
I'm
all
in
the
the
table
audience.
shakers.
Come
Can we
on,
shout
man.
out a black woman? Shout out
Oh, they
to
put you in
Ebony for
the, I
always
feel
stepping
better
Yeah,
up
they
than
put
Big
me
E.
into
in.
the
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
space while
Come
these
on,
Oh,
They
my
beautiful
put you
bad.
in the
I'm
queens ride
sorry. I
spotlight,
thought
over
it
girl.
was just
us.
me.
See
We're
now,
talking.
brother. See,
Shout
Okay,
out
so y'all,
to
hey,
Ebony.
Ab,
That's
they
all I'm gonna
equal
say.
opportunists. My bad. I
That's right,
apologize. They
Abby.
gulag both
Shout
of
out.
us. My bad.
Yo.
Well,
These niggas don't shut.
well, y'all crazy, but
God
y'all
damn.
head over there to Jonathan's space. Is there such a thing? Is there such a thing? Is he can't afford me, or is that BS? Can somebody read that not in Ebonics like I just did? Because
Is
Is
there
there
such
such
a thing
thing?
as he can't afford me, or is that BS?
okay,
Oh,
sometimes
the
Ebony,
BS
spell.
be
This
That's
is
it.
be a
Ebony
fun
trying to
ass
whisper
room.
so she don't get put on punishment now.
It's some bullshit, but it's gonna be a fun room. I can tell you that.
All right, y'all will get in there.
Ebony, talk a little louder.
Shut up, Biggie. Don't be funny because
You try to get her to yell in her own house. Yo.
She gonna get put on punishment.
y'all know Daddy's home, baby. When Daddy's home, I can't yell.
Shit
Okay.
crazy. You got Ebony eating cereal and everything out here.
No, baby, I ain't
Yeah,
in no
not
damn.
too much on Eb and her man, okay? The fuck?
Yeah,
Purr.
you know we know we
Okay.
love that.
Okay. Big purr. Bye, y'all. Have a good night.
Good night, y'all.